on this project?
Yeah, I think that
All right.
the applicant's attorney came in after that, where, yeah.
Okay, I got to swear you in.
For residents or?
Yes.
Anybody who's going to speak on the project. Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I do.
All right, first sworn in. All right, should we hear from the applicant before a first sort of, public comment kind of thing? I think so.
That's pretty typical.
Yeah, all right. All right, anybody want to speak on behalf?
Passing nuts in class.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Is it the applicant now or the public?
This is applicant. Anybody want to speak on behalf of the applicant? It would be the applicant. Okay. How are you doing?
I am doing well.
Can you introduce yourself, please, for the record?
I am Jason Muller, founder and CEO of Beach City Capital, proud father of 3 children. Just welcomed Kaya J. Muller on March 6th.
Congratulations.
Came in at 7 pounds, 2 ounces.
Right on.
And so a lot has happened since last we spoke. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to give back to our community. Lamb, Hazel team, thank you guys for providing comments to allow the improvement of the project at City Council, and for everybody's collective efforts at the staff level for us to be able to be in collaboration to improve this project one day, 1 month, and 1 year at a time. I have provided a presentation. I know you guys know the project overall, but I'm just going to give a quick presentation for everybody's benefit. So this is the Catalina Village project. It's the nomenclature of village represents because it's 7 buildings, and it's a 32-unit affordable housing project. Next slide. And what is very interesting about this location, it's the 2.3-mile mark from the bicyclist path that starts in Redondo Beach, in Torrance Beach, that goes all the way to Santa Monica. So it's a very popular stop, when Catalina Coffee was open. And so that's something that we want to try to support as a culture classic. Go to the next slide. It is positioned in a great location next to the harbor, King Harbor, that we all love. Go to the next slide. And just to kind of understand kind of its location a little more closer, there are 4 and 5 story, buildings to the west of this project that consist of about 1,100 units. There's a great park that's adjacent to the site, but also to note that there are multiple bicycle routes that go through this site, as well as major bus stops like Metro, the BCT, as well as the Commuter Express. So there's actually 2 bus stops on this block. Next slide, please. And this is a cool visual. I like to kind of show the elevations of the buildings. As you can see, you have the 5-story buildings, the 3-story buildings, the 2-story, and the 1-story. The 2-story buildings represent 30 foot limits. And as you can see to the west, you have a parking lot there that's adjacent to the old Ruby's that is vacant most of the time, as well as the parking structure that at its peak hours has 352 stalls that are vacant at its highest demand per the parking study that was submitted. Go to the next slide, please. This street has a very important characteristics. I think it's a very important kind of gateway to Redondo Beach. There's a great building that has been repurposed as the old furniture shop / strip joint, if you remember that.
Oh, yeah.
It's become like this. It's a cool old pro golfer slash pro skater, has repurposed it into a wonderful community center for young adults. My brother actually has a membership there, and they do golf simulation and stuff like that. The owner's very, very cool. And then you have a series of buildings. You have the old blacksmith shop there. You have the old Catalina Coffee. You have the old Masonic Temple slash, post office. And then on the other side, you can see the taller buildings that are 4 or 5 stories high, as well as an adjacent structure that's more Craftsman style architecture. Go to the next slide, please. With my experience doing, small scale development along the coast, you can see that like the Craftsman slash coastal, California coastal style has been really popular lately. And so it's emerged as one of the, in-demand styles along with modern style architecture that you see along the coast here in South Bay. Next slide, please. This is a great aerial view of the site. As you drive by it, you see the palm trees. You see, you can see sunsets. And I drive by it every day. But when you look at what the site is being utilized for, you look at the site in its highest and best use. You look and you think about a very important corridor to Redondo Beach, and you look at what its use is now. I think from a urban planning standpoint, I implore us to think that we can do better. We can work together to do something that can be the highest and best use for this site. And working with planning staff is very important to understand the objectives of the city. Working with an open ear to the public, to the planning commission, to the city council is very important. Go to the next slide, please. And as you may or may not know, this site has rich history. It's the terminus for the red car. But with that comes an industrial use, right? Go to the next slide, please. And here's the series of buildings. Next slide, please. And so during the acquisition of due diligence of this project, we were stunned with very bad news. There's toxic chemicals that have contaminated the soils on this site, and that is a public hazard. This site has been contaminated with PCE that has been sourced from the old dry cleaners. That's 190 liters per particle, and it's within 1 to 3 feet of the entire site. So it's sheet flowed across the entire site, as well as there's arsenic, which is sourced from the old blacksmith shop. And so with that, we hired Partners Engineering to do a phase 1. A phase 2, we did an assessment. We also had Landmark Engineering do a peer review, and eventually had E2C do a remediation plan, as well as submit it to LA County Fire to have our remediation plan to remediate the PCE, to clean the soils, to improve the quality and well-being of the public here on this site for human use. We also have a plan to remediate the arsenic on this site. And as a quick summary of the procedures, we will be doing a vapor extraction system for the PCE, as well as a vapor barrier for protection for human use, as well as we're going to be doing soils consolidation for the arsenic. We take it very seriously. We've been able to get our remediation plan approved to increase the increase the quality of the environment on the site, which I find very paramount. I am traditionally trained as an architect. I embrace sustainability and eco-sensibility. So this is one of my main concerns and objectives for the site, is to clean the soils. Next slide, please. And as you may or may not know, it does cause significant health to the environment. It can cause major health problems such as cancer, respiratory issues, as well as neurological disorders. And so it's something that needs to get done. And I am a developer here at the dais willing to invest substantial amount of money to clean this soil where all other developers have passed. Next slide, please. But there is potential on this site. It's beautiful. It's beautifully located. I love Redondo Beach. Just like, a phoenix rises from the ashes, I believe that this site could definitely be improved. Next slide, please. And so we thought about the idea of historic preservation. A lot of the developers before me thought, let's just demo the entire site and build 22 very large homes and just sell them, right? Cookie cutter homes and just sell them. A lot of them walked because the site was contaminated. Also, there are 3 to 5 buildings on this site that were deemed historic during our process. And historic preservation has a lot of significance to the site's history and identity. It also connects us to the past. When I'm walking with my 7 and 5-year-old boys, and now my newborn child, I'd love to tell them the story about the old red car terminus and what we've been able to achieve and connect the history. It's a beautiful thing. Next slide, please. And so what we've been doing, we hired best-in-class historical consultant to identify the buildings and their significance as their uses. Next slide, please. And this is the second building, and the next slide, please. And then we have the third building there. Next slide, please. And so we looked at these buildings, and we wanted to brainstorm on what we'd like to transform these buildings into, that the pedestrian traffic and the community could utilize. So we're thinking playful, vibrant, friendly. Next slide, please. We were thinking social gatherings. We were thinking outdoor space, open air. Next slide, please. We're thinking, lighting, natural elements, DG, flooring, stuff like that. Next slide, please. As well as urban furniture. I think that the design of urban furniture is sometimes missed and integrated into excellent landscape architecture that is indigenous to California, that's drought tolerant. Next slide, please. And succulents. I mean, you gotta love it. Like, you guys have seen the most beautiful spring that we've had in like 10 years, and you gotta love it. You see our green, surrounding areas, palos verdes, and I love landscape architecture, and so you'll see the landscape architecture through the site as we design it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And so what we've done is we wanted to create this space to be like the catalyst of this project. We wanted to protect the historical preservation. We could demo it and create new housing and be more profitable, but we decided to choose preservation instead. And so I have a long history of architecture. I went to architecture school at USC, and I really, really emphasize the space to have hardscape. It has water features. It has fire features. It also has light features. And as you can see, we have many bike racks that we are installing on this site to emphasize the 2.3 mile mark for the culture classic of bicyclists to be able to stop by here at the 2.3 mile marker. As you can see on the right, we have the breakfast pantry that's allocated to be similar to a Good Stuff or a Yellow Vase. It's early morning risers, people to come by in the morning and utilize the site, as well as you have the tasting room that's off to the north side there that has an indoor-outdoor feel. And so you're able to be able to meet with family here, meet with old distant friends, meet with colleagues for lunch. And so there are some ideas that we're trying to incorporate, similar to Miramar Park, where you have, it's called Dolphin Park, right? For the locals, like, we can have a small sculpture that's like an octopus where the kids could play, and like it becomes like an iconic place where it has these historic plaques where people can talk about the history, and you could feel safe in this enclosed environment where kids could play and you could talk about the history and meet with a friend and say, wow, that guy Jason didn't give up on Redondo, and he didn't give up on Catalina Village. He worked with everybody as a gentleman, never got mad, never got angry with anybody. I'm always so thankful of everybody participating. Next slide, please. And so you can see, like, this is what I call finesse. You know, we added detail. Working with Dan Withy's firm, this guy, great guy to work with. He has been a great mentor of mine. If you're gonna hire an architect, make sure he's like way better than you, and that's him. And so we have, on the left, you can see the roll-up doors, right? You have the indoor-outdoor feel. You have very simple, just family style, similar to like Eat at Joe's. Like you get uncomfortable a little bit to sit next to you, but you actually start to talk to people you don't know. It's kind of a nice thing to do. You also have fire features and water features. You also have jacaranda trees, and you have the bike racks, and you can see the Core 10, the mile 2.3 mile marker there. So this is kind of what we're envisioning here for the courtyard there. And next slide, please. Excuse me 1 second. This is another view of the courtyard. And I think it's important to provide courtyards that could stand the test of time, that are weather resistant, they're higher quality. It's more for a longer term investment. Next, and that's it. So this is the Catalina Village location. Next slide, please. And so I think some of these statistics are important to kind of review. You can see my two little hearts there. That's kind of like my office and where I live. But anyway, so the population in 2019 was 66,000, and this is per the census, right? And the population in 2021 is 69,000, which is 3,500 people growth, right? Or 1,700 per year. It's pretty substantial. And as you know, the arena numbers are a real thing because they're looking at California holistically and looking at the influx and outflux of people and what the demand is. So if these numbers aren't met, what happens is cities get impacted, rents go up, housing prices go up. And so what happens is the people that grew up here, people that can't afford to live here, they go to different cities. And so the arena's numbers are meant to calibrate what we need for demand. So if you can see the growth over that period of time being 3,500 and the request for the arena numbers being 1,000, you can see the difference in numbers, right? And so that means, if we are going to keep up to par, it's about 130 units per year moving forward. And I'm proud to say that I've been working on this project to build much needed 32 unit project. And we're setting aside 13.6% of this project for very low income families. And this is a for rent project. If I was building a condo project and I built it, you know what would happen? Nobody would buy them. You know why? Because mortgage rates are way too high. You read the news, Wells Fargo is pulling a major portion of their investments out of the mortgage market. It's a big deal. And so I pivoted my entire portfolio investment strategy into low risk, for rent, market rate, and affordable housing, because that is what is in need. And we're going to be providing a mix of 2, 3, 4 bedroom units in this in-demand location. Next slide, please. And I do want to emphasize that it's very important to work with planning staff. And for those that don't understand the importance, I'm going to say it clearly. They see all the projects, they see the feedback, they understand the objectives, and they work with Planning Commission, they work with the city council, and they're trained professionals, right? And so what I did on day one, I met with the planning staff. And I go, well, this is what the zoning says. You can build 22 large single family dwellings and just build them and sell them. they voiced an opinion that of the significance of the retail value, as well as the people in the area, the public. And all along the way, people have voiced their opinion of the importance of preserving that commercial use, as well as doing a very simple fire life safety kind of fire truck access. And so that is the simple partie of what we've designed. Next slide, please. And so this is the most up-to-date site plan. It has site specificity. It is a very simple plan where you have two means of ingress, egress. You have direct parking access on the ground level, as you can see, and then on building 1, that's the craft tasting room. You have the breakfast pantry, and then the third building you see as the adaptively reused commercial building to the residential building. And so what has happened from the last we worked on this plan to working with city council as well as the public is the need to mitigate the parking demands, the need and desire to work together in conjunction with the idea that you guys have had. And I believe that your idea was in conjunction with the city. The city liked your guys' approach, which was to reduce the bedroom count from 7 to 5, to have less impacts, right? And so what we did collectively is we reduced the bedroom count by 7 bedrooms, right? And so in the conversations with the city council and with the public, we've reduced the overall bedroom count to 10. So from the last we spoke to current, we've reduced the bedroom count by an additional 3 net. So you're 7 and the additional 3. And so in order to do that, what we did is we reduced all the 5-bedroom, the 18 5-bedroom townhomes to 4. In order to make that work, we added 2 4-bedroom units. And that was the balance. So they wanted to have less denser units. And so what we did is we worked collectively, which was difficult to do, to reconfigure the site, to find the adequate parking. And so we have found the adequate parking for the 32 units, which are a mix of, to be clear, 2, 3, and 4-bedroom units. So there are no longer any 5-bedroom units on this project. Okay. And so what we've done is redesigned the site to accommodate that request. Next slide, please. And just to recall, from the public's comment of the privacy, we do have bordering cypress trees, bordering the locations that are in the dashes there. I just wanted to highlight that what we captured on our last meeting at Planning Commission, we've continued on this plan here. And I want to highlight that we're preserving 8 existing trees. We're also planting 40 new trees on site. That's excluding the over 50 cypress trees that we're going to be planting as well. Next slide, please. One important element that we did during our design is we designed our rooftop decks to be west facing versus east facing to make sure that there's a blind spot for the privacy of our adjacent neighbors. Next slide, please. And I think it's very important to incorporate art and art concepts for projects. There are several canvases here. Yes, Boswell, the tower is still facing the wrong way, but we have identified the 3 canvases to be able to commission artists using the Art Commission procedures to do RFPs for artists to bid on being able to provide this. The project will provide 1% art fee to be able to provide this art. Some of the ideas were to do Core 10 bicycle themed fences, as well as marine life, which I think would be awesome, paintings and murals. Next slide, please. Here's some more ideas. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. As I mentioned prior, similar to Miramar Park / Dolphin Park, it can create identity for certain locations. And I think that the Catalina Village project has the opportunity to be a destination, to be an identity for this location. Next slide, please. Did we skip over the parking slide? It should be before the art. Keep going back. Okay, well, we can go to the right after the art. Yeah, right there. Yep. And so with this slide, it kind of shows what the challenges have been, the concerns, and kind of the solutions and concessions that we've been able to accomplish. And so the contaminated soil risk, the project is slated to invest to soils remediation that's been approved by LA County Fire, as well as peer reviewed by Rencon's CEQA consultants, as well as the risk of losing the historic resources. We have been approved by historic preservation, being able to help meet the AREA numbers by providing 32 units with additional 13.6 very low affordable units. The density has been reduced from the 7 to the 6 to the 5 to the 4 bedrooms. So now we have all 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units. The property management, just to reiterate, is on-site property management, no smoking or pets, no co-living by the definition of the San Jose ordinance that was referred to during city council. Requiring 1 lease per unit. The parking and coastal access is what we've discussed. Having the project approved, but the change of use for the tasting room and the outdoor dining to be contingent on the approval of the parking management plan. Otherwise, it would just stay the same use as it is now, which is retail. And so instead of, us taking an aggressive approach that was recommended to me by a lot of people, right? I'm here as a peacemaker to make a deal and be able to collaborate with staff. And I worked in good faith alongside elected officials, the city staff, the public, to mitigate concerns, to design a project that's responsible for this site. And so the next slides here are the renderings that we envision on this site to look like. The tasting room there, the breakfast pantry, the adaptively used building, the corner residential. And look at that active, that's going to be a great space to visit. Next slide. And I'm here for questions. Thank you guys so much for your time.
All right. Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Hensley.
I have a question for the applicant, if you would, Mr. Muller. With the new proposed project
I saw the one lease per unit, but is the plan still what it was in the previous project about, can you explain the lease structure or your plans there, what you want to do? So
Right.
it's one lease per unit.
One lease per unit, so the traditional rental strategy.
Okay, so you're not going to lease out each individual bedroom?
No.
Okay, so you switched from what was referred to as co-living to a
Right.
more traditional one lease per unit.
Right, so what my challenge was is to underwrite the project to see how can I accommodate the 5 bedrooms to 4, and to offset that loss in revenue, we added the 2 units, and we still have the 13% affordable, and it works that way. And so I've been working with a lot of the local property managers to just identify the demand for 3 to 4 bedroom units. And so they've identified there's a strong demand for 3 and 4 bedroom units in Redondo Beach.
Okay. There was something mentioned, I think when we set up this meeting, there's some timing concerns you have or some issues, because basically this project is started over, this is your new proposal. Could you share with us, what is your timeline or any impending deadlines or anything we should know as we consider this project? Or if there are none, that's okay too, but I thought that's the whole reason we had this special meeting, was that there was some urgency or some deadline, so that's why we held this at a special meeting rather than at our next.
Right, I mean, to speak with full transparency, with the decision made at City Council, there were some violations done for the Housing Accountability Act, as well as the Affordable Housing Law, as well as the land taking clause. And so with that, I have time to be able to reserve my rights. And in doing so, I took the higher road. And instead of doing that, I worked with the council members, the public, and the city council member, city manager and city attorney on a mechanism and way that we can hear this project as re-proposed with the feedback from city council. To city council's credit, we ran late, and some good ideas came up at 4 a.m. But we were all just toast. And so we were like, if we had another session or we had 4 more hours, we would have probably been able to solve the approve the change of use conditional to the coastal, as well as reduce the bedroom counts. We were already almost there, but it was a long session. And so with that being said, I have been under contract for this deal for about 5 years. And there's been a lot of loss in confidence from my partners on this project. And it's taken some strong leadership from my side to say, I believe in Redondo Beach, and I believe that everybody is providing feedback because they care, right? And so the sense of urgency is respecting my, progress in the project, because I think come April, that's kind of the point of no return for me. And that's, to put it in another way, all the projects, smaller projects that I've done over the last 4 years, all my revenue, I've invested into this project, right? And so if I fail at this project, my company fails, my house fails. It's going to be a pretty dire straight situation for Jason Muller personally.
Okay.
And so I'm a pretty naive guy, but I'm also very brave, right? And you guys could see that I'm coming back with a better project, more thoughtful, more collaborative. And now we have the city council's input And I spoke with Obaji that connected with public. I've spoken with Lowenstein and Niels and the whole collective group, and they gave great feedback and said, this is what we're hearing. If you can try to figure out how to do it this way, you know, I think you got a winning case.
Okay.
And it took a lot of financial engineering for me to make it work. It has increased the risk of this project for me substantially, reducing the bedrooms substantially like I did. So
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
Yes, mostly. One other question, whatever decision the planning commission comes to, the public, the city council members, anyone can appeal it within 10 days. Is that within your scope of understanding? Like we have the authority to grant approvals, but again, our approval is, as it was before, appealable within 10 days. So, and not only by city council, anyone can appeal our decision to the city council.
Right. It is in my understanding.
Okay.
I do, this is a very public project, and I do know that the city council members, the public representatives have seen what I've done and what I've come back with. And I am not responding with anger or frustration or creativity. And so I hope that the public sees that and does not appeal the project, because I know that the city council has a lot of important projects they're working on, and to save them time to be able to focus on what they're doing. So.
Okay. Yeah, again, thank you for coming back. I know it's not easy and this is a long process and there was 4 meetings before this and, you know, it's a slog. So thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Boswell.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I hope. You make a great presentation. I just got to say that. It doesn't have anything to do with anything else, but always like to hear you talk.
Appreciate it.
So as beautiful as this looks, is this, you mentioned that had the city council session, if it was actually physically possible to have 4 more hours, you probably could have solved all the issues that they had. Is this the project that you would have had at that point?
This is it. So what we did is we spoke directly. So I spoke with each individual council member after the meeting the next morning. I got calls from all of them. And so I spoke with them. I collaborated with them. They spoke with their correspondents and got feedback. And we met to what I understand is an agreement. And I have not deviated from that agreement 1%.
So you discussed all of these issues with the same city council members that denied the project a few hours previously.
Right.
And you told them that these are the changes that you were going to make.
Can you rephrase that question or that statement?
Rephrase it so that it does what?
I'm sorry, I didn't
thing?
catch it. I'm sorry.
So these are, so you said you spoke to all the city council members the same morning as the meeting was adjourned with it basically turning down the project. But you spoke to them later that morning about these changes and they were all in agreement that this was going to be good enough?
So
So I'm just basically trying to ask you to confirm what you just told me, or maybe I misunderstood you.
right, you are with the correct understanding. The next day, I spoke individually to each council member on their concerns and proposed mitigations. And they spoke with the public constituents that were interested in providing feedback. And I utilized them as a voice for the public for each of their districts. And I put that into work with my architect. And then I hired my planning or my engineers to update their reports. And then once we had updated it, we needed to make sure that it was code compliant with the planning staff. and it was legally compliant with the city attorney. And so once we were able to get the elected officials sign off on the agreement as we had it at that moment, the city staff on the code compliance as well as legal compliance, we resubmitted.
So the feedback that you got later that morning was what you used to create this project?
Correct.
Okay. So, and now you're bringing it back to us for consideration. And yet, the commercial component of this is way short on parking. Is there not some way to address that, to solve that, that deficiency so that this project can go forward?
We can just not do the tasting room.
Okay.
We can keep it a retail space.
And the tasting room is being the old blacksmith shop, that's a historical structure.
Right.
You can take that down? Or would you have to remodel
Just
it?
keep the retail use that's there.
Okay. So it wouldn't be taken out to create more parking?
No, it would be utilized as a retail use. That what's creating the parking demand is the change from the retail use to the more intense use, which is the restaurant bar use.
So staff, would that solve the problem with the parking deficiency?
Yes, so the way that we look at the parking, what the applicant is correct that it's the tasting room, the intensification of use, and the difference in the amount of parking that's allocated to it. Not only the tasting room, but also the outdoor dining area creates an additional parking demand as well. So those two things in combination are the things that create the deficit, the code deficit of the 22 spaces. Now, again, the parking demand study shows that the deficit is actually less than the code required parking. It's based on different times of demand that wanes and kind of ebbs and flows throughout the day. And so they've demonstrated that it's less than what the parking ratios are, but it's still a deficit. And I just want to kind of recall that at a certain point in time, there'll be about 13 parking spaces short that
So
beyond what's
even by going retail on the tasting room?
No. This is looking at it as a tasting room with the outdoor dining area. This is in combination to that. If they were to leave it as just a retail space, we wouldn't be considering it an intensification of use. It's a use that's allowed by right. They would also have to remove the outdoor dining area or reduce it substantially so that it doesn't generate any more parking requirement.
So if they were to keep the tasting room as a retail outlet of some sort, eliminate some large percentage of the outdoor dining, then the amount of parking that they have would be within
It's a wash.
the demand.
Yes.
Okay.
And so with that idea,
Unfortunately, that is one of the coolest things about the project would no longer be there.
That's right.
let me tag on to that idea because well, I think we're all speaking the same language here. The idea is that we approve the project, and right now we would slate it for retail with no outdoor dining. And we would only approve the change of use to bar or restaurant and outdoor dining if we get the Coastal Commission's approval.
And to get the Coastal Commission's approval, what would you have to do? Would you have to increase parking in some way?
So some of the ideas that were brought forth by Obagi and others were that the parking along the east side of Catalina Avenue would be metered so that folks could go and enjoy, the breakfast pantry or the tasting room for a couple hours. Then they go, right? Instead of parking there all day. And so the idea was that right now there's a deficit of 13 of what Antonio is mentioning, but there's literally, on average, 78 open stalls. So we're talking about 78 open stalls on Catalina Avenue. average. The only time it gets, reduced down to half or less is during the street sweeping days for hours for a couple of days. But generally speaking, there's 78 open stalls. And so there's a deficit of 13 stalls for us to be able to accommodate this tasting room and this outdoor dining, to be able to preserve these historic uses, right? So the whole premise of the historic, variance was that we're able to preserve these uses so that the neighborhood could use it, because this is a pedestrian-oriented development, not a motorist-oriented development. So it's really for the 1,100 units that are across the street, or people that want to bike there, skate there, or simply walk across the street.
And yet, there's no way to assure that that's the only customers you're going to have. People are going to drive there because it's new and it's cool, and they want to, get something to eat and have some coffee or have a beer or whatever. So we can't really rely on that. But the 13 parking space deficit, it kind of surprised me because I thought it was 22.
But when you use the ULI parking, shared parking analysis for the shared time where the breakfast pantry is operational from 7 to 3, and then the beer tasting room is operational from 12 to 10, that analysis that has data behind it shows that the deficit is 13 at its peak. And if the deficit is 13 at its peak, it shows an average of 78 stalls that are available on the public streets.
And if I may, a difference in the parking analysis that was completed for this revised project versus the parking study you had evaluated before did evaluate that the different time, if the two uses were operated at different times with only a small amount of overlap, then the demand for the parking would be less than what our parking requirements are. And we do have that in other projects where when they can demonstrate that, that can be something that Planning Commission can approve.
So it's this overlap period where both commercial entities are operating that creates the problem.
No, it's actually,
Adds to the problem.
it's saying that's not a problem because those are not going to be the peak hours of operation of either of those uses. What it's saying, where the issue was previously was you had one that was open from 10 till 10 and one that was open from like 7 till 10. And, then the entire time of them being, if they're going to need to operate in those hours, they're going to need to be able to draw people in and have that. So there, you were going to have the total demand for both of them at the same time for most of that time frame. Here, the overlap is in a less peak time frame. You're likely not going to be getting that coffee between, you're not going to have the push and the rush for coffee between the noon and 3 o'clock. And you're not necessarily going to have the rush for the beer tasting from the noon to, I'm not saying there aren't people who are going to utilize it. I'm just saying those are not going to be the peak usage hours of either of those uses. So that's what the revised study evaluated that you did not have evaluated previously in the prior application.
Commissioner Boswell, we're at 11 and a half minutes.
Okay,
Can
so
we have
I've exceeded my time. I may have to come back later. But so
Yeah,
far,
please.
so good.
Please do. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I had a couple questions for staff, if I may. On the new or this current project, can I get an explanation on the concessions? There's 2 concessions now and 3 before. I have a couple questions just on kind of the changes, if I could maybe walk through those. So first on the concessions.
Right, so with a lesser number of affordable units, with only 3, it's less than 15% of the base density.
Okay.
And so the applicant is only entitled to 2 concessions. And so what we've done is, because they were only entitled to the 2 concessions, they have to go to development standard waivers. And the waivers, we are looking at the three waivers of the height and the stories and the, the open space could go either way, as I had mentioned, because the code specifies that it has to be next to an open space. We recognize that, and so we said that that would be another development standard waiver. It meets the intent. It's not the community room is not something that's explicitly prohibited, and that's why we've allowed it to be included as part of the open space, the outdoor living space, I should say. And but we're acknowledging that that was a question from the commission in the past, and that's why we've included it as a development standard waiver, because they can't put it elsewhere that's adjacent to another open courtyard or common space that's outside.
Okay, and the stories, I thought the stories was a concession.
Stories was a concession in the past. The concessions could be either development standards or, waivers of development standards or other incentives. And so we had just included it as a concession in the past.
Is there any guidance on, because as I understand it, that a waiver is like, here Height's a perfect example, is like, to make this fit in the space that's provided, we have to go, 4 feet over the maximum height, because it doesn't make any sense to make a, 5 foot tall bedroom height. Like, we have to go, fit everything in.
Right.
But stories to me seems like a concession. So, because they're choosing to put a whole nother story on this project to fit their bedrooms or do their design or do whatever. That's not a waiver to a standard. Is there any guidance? I've read on the density bonus law, and I'm looking at it now, but like, maybe for us, is there any guidance on that? Because to me, it still feels like a concession, because it was last time.
It is a development, it is a development standard,
Yeah.
Stories and height and outdoor living space. Those are all development standards versus uses. That's not going to have that measurable standard. Here, it could qualify as either a concession or a waiver. And the point is with all that needs to be demonstrated is without it, that this project wouldn't be viable. And it wouldn't be, in their if it was down to all these were one bedrooms because they could only have the 2 stories in height, then it wouldn't be a financially viable project for them. It wouldn't be a viable project. They wouldn't be able to develop the mix of unit sizes. They wouldn't be able to build probably anything more than the 1 bedroom. And with that, probably would be more like a studio or an efficiency.
Okay. Am I on time?
You're good.
Okay. Can I ask one more question on the slide deck there, when they talked about our regional housing needs assessment numbers and those things? Can I ask a couple questions on that? I'd like to get a little clarification. If I could see that slide the one we talked about, Redondo, is 1,032 units.
I think that was the 5th cycle number. That number is increased by like 1,500 units. We have
that's close to
2,490 is our RENA obligation.
Okay, and our below market number of units is close to over that, isn't it? I don't have the exact number.
Yeah, the affordable units, the very low and low, are right around 1,000 units.
Okay. And is this project at 22 units, the base density, is it on our sites inventory list?
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's on the site's inventory. It is acknowledged in the
Housing element?
housing element.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
And once it's actually constructed, we only get credit for the 3 below market units, right? Plus the 27, or sorry, plus
yeah,
the 29 market rate.
Right. It would be, the 3 would be the affordable, and the remainder would be the market rate.
Okay. Okay. One other question, in the quickly, in the blue folder letters that was mentioned earlier from the advocacy group, and again, I've seen those letters for other projects. I was surprised there wasn't one in previous meetings. Very generic. In that letter, it talked about the number of meetings, and this is the 5th meeting, and blah, blah, blah. This is a new project, right? This is not, the old project had 5 meetings and was ultimately denied, and the applicant has chosen to present this as a new project.
This is a new application.
New application,
And it's
okay.
being processed as a new application. The prior application completed its 5th hearing at that appeal hearing on January 24th. It's the reason why it went till 4:30 in the morning. With that, they have their, potential options of how they could pursue that, but this is a new application.
Okay. Okay, let me do a little reading, and those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hazeltine.
Hi. I did want to just make it clear for all of us up here that we keep saying coffee shop, but when you read the description, it's actually, when this came before us before, it was a tasting room, a patio, and a kind of a snack shop or coffee shop. But now it's 2 full menus and 2 bar menus. So I think the idea of stopping by for a cup of coffee probably isn't where it's at anymore. It's both of those commercial buildings will be serving alcohol, full alcohol. Last I checked, I can't go to the coffee shop and get, a margarita. So that kind of changes the commercial component of it quite a bit. I'm really happy. I think from the very beginning, we wanted townhomes or apartments with affordable housing. We did lose 1 affordable housing unit, though. We were at 4 in the old project, and now we're down to 3. That's disappointing. Something that really stands out in the plans is when we're sitting on the patio out there, right behind the patio is a 5-foot walkway. And then right behind that are somebody's apartment buildings. So basically, those apartments will be up against a patio in some of these pictures that look like a lot of people partying. And I'm just not sure how that meshes. If I was sitting in my living room or I had my head down on my pillow, I'd be pretty unhappy with everybody on that patio like that. But I'm happy that it appears as much as I can understand. I think when we talked about the San Jose project, we talked about other cities that had addressed co-living. We did that not because we were vetted to the San Jose project ordinance. We did that or the San Jose ordinance. We did that to show you that other cities had done the work already and that we couldn't have a co-living establishment when Redondo hadn't done the work yet. So that wording in there really isn't quite accurate because we don't even know what the San Jose ordinance really is. It wasn't studied on the same level to include it in on anything like this. So, but it appears if we have 1 lease per unit and a grand leaseholder per unit, that should take care of that, hopefully. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hazeltine. Just want a point of clarification. I think I saw you shake your head regarding whether both the coffee shop, whether the coffee shop would be serving alcohol.
Right, that is not accurate.
There are multiple references in
it's
the
in there.
documents. It says both will provide full service and alcohol service. And I'm counting at least 3 or 4 places in the documents that we were given where it
I
says.
think I was drinking a mimosa when I did that. No, that's an error. So
Okay.
to be clear, the proposals to have a breakfast pantry, no alcohol license there, just to be clear. Thank you for pointing that out. And then the tasting room, if a parking plan gets approved, it'll serve craft beers and wine. So it won't be
It
like,
also says alcohol, full alcohol.
Yeah.
well, in the resolutions, we can update that to be very specific. I'm okay with that.
So it's only going to be beer at the tasting room?
Beer and wine.
Beer and wine.
And no food?
And food. Currently, I'm going to name drop, and it's all good. So I've been working with the Strand Brewing Company and the Standing Room to work together. And then I've been in kind of preliminary conversations with Good Stuff on the spot there. But they're preliminary because we're like 2 years out. So I'm not, but the idea is that to have a place that's busy in the morning, like for early risers, and then to have a place that's more just craft beer as an art, right? With some gourmet burgers, like the tasting room.
That wording changed also, by the way, Jason. It went into, full menu for both places. So instead of it being a snack bar where you might stop and pick up a sandwich or something, it both bar, both full menus.
Right. That might have been an error on my part, but just to be clear, the coffee shop is slated to be like a breakfast pantry. There are requirements for kitchen requirements and back of house requirements, so that's something I need to do during plan check, but that's the idea. And then the concept for the tasting room is the beer tasting room with craft beers and wine, and then like burgers. That's the premise of the both. And then having the timeframes congruent with our parking study, which would be 7 to 3 for the like coffee shop, and then 12 to 10 for the beer tasting room.
Okay,
Thank you for that clarification, by the way.
did you had, yeah, Commissioner
Sorry.
Godek next. Well, he had his hand up just before you did. But you just put, would you mind if she went? Okay,
One
okay.
question,
Yeah, so that's a question for the applicant.
Commissioner Godek.
Yeah, so our inclusionary housing discussions got me thinking about this. Are the affordable units going to be fixed, or might they shift to different units over time?
They're fixed.
And are they going to be built to the same standards
going to
and
be built to the
furnished
same
to the same standards as the others?
Yep.
And are they going to be dispersed throughout the development?
They're
or-
going to be dispersed.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I wish I can give one to my mom, but I can't. I'm not allowed to do that. I don't have the authority to lease them, but anyway.
Where are they?
They are located, one is in kind of like the Ocean View area, like the podium area, and then one is in the adaptive reuse loft style that has like the double height space. So those are the 2 locations. They're
There are
identified
3,
on the
right?
plans too.
Yeah,
There's
it's unit I, M, and N, wherever those are in the map.
There are 3 of them.
Oh, okay.
So it's a 2-bed, 2-bath is unit I. Again, I'm not sure where that is on the map. And then M is 2-bed, 1-bath, and N is 2-bed, 1-bath. So again, when we see the map, or if you look at the map, those are identified somewhere, but it's unit I, M, and N.
I believe they're for 30 years. Right, Antonio? 30 years or 25 years? I think it's one of the.
I thought Redondo for the density bonus law is 55-year.
Yeah, it's more than that.
I misspoke. Sorry. Yeah, 55. Whatever the law requires.
Okay.
And if it's not in there, I would like to add the condition that I added last time about the apartments moving to market rate through attrition rather
Yes.
than at the firm 55.
We kept that condition in.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hensley.
Oh, Commissioner Lamb.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Lamb.
One question. Is there any engineering or structural challenge that would prevent you from, and I'm hoping for a yes or no, that would prevent you from providing underground parking for the residential and the commercial? Any structural engineering problem?
I would say yes. The engineering would be the financial engineering. It's too much money.
So what, we've had other projects come forward, not in the coastal zone, that have understood the issues and readily took the expense to go underground. What is your response to that?
I think that each project has its own set of challenges. I have shared my challenges here, and I've done my best to mitigate those challenges. And the challenge of doing subterranean parking is unsurmountable for this project, and it makes my project financially infeasible.
So you're saying there wouldn't be any condition at all that would make you change your mind on that? Is that correct?
It's not a matter of me wanting to change my mind or not. It's just not financially feasible. So
Thank
I
you.
have constraints, not only from an endowment perspective, but from the project being feasible. And so with me being the steward of trying to have a successful project for both the public, planning, and the city's objectives, I also needed to be financially feasible to be financed. And so if it's not financed, then the project fails. There will be no project. And so what I've done is I've tried my best to show all my cards on the table by reducing what I could from the bedroom count, what I could to preserve the buildings that were seen as historic resources, as well as provided affordable housing. And so with those, as well as the $1.5 million in substantial site remediation, this project has a lot of hurdles that I needed to pass to get to this point. And so if, subterranean parking was something that we could do, this project would have to have like 75 units.
75.
Yeah, so each parking would each subterranean parking stall would cost $70,000, right? So it's no longer $20,000. It's escalated quite substantially. And then you have the complication of contaminated soils. So there's additional monitoring that's required for that. And so those together, and I think that, the elephant in the room is that the land basis is just too high. It's just too high. And in order for me to be able to create a calculus to get the project financed, I needed to provide the housing that was required, but also I needed to provide preserve the buildings, which is not as profitable as building a 3-story, residential rentable square footage. Mm-hmm. And so I've also, chose to do preservation over profit on that location. And then the list goes on and what the challenges over the last 5 years had to be. But subterranean parking was something that I looked at very early on. I also looked at podium parking really early on. But then that just scrapes all the historical buildings. So it's pretty complicated.
And I have a second question. Do I have time?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No.
So there was, excuse me, some discussion moments ago where the reduction of the patio and the reduction of the tasting room would allow for the parking to come in alignment with the Coastal Act, with the requirements. Is that correct?
Right. If we do not change the use of the retail, the old blacksmith shop that's currently retail, and we don't intensify the use to a beer tasting room, and then we do not provide the outdoor dining space, we would not require additional parking.
Okay. And if you reduce the outdoor dining to a quarter, or I guess this would be a question for staff on this, you could still have outdoor dining at a certain level without having the complete square footage of the current outdoor dining. Is that correct?
I don't want to speak for Antonio, but I think we would have to take out all the outdoor dining as well as the intensification of that use. So with our analysis and experience through COVID, we've all experienced that outdoor dining helped struggling retail and restaurant uses. And so with that being said, the characterization of retail has dropped substantially, right, from an investable perspective. And so in order for me to preserve the buildings, the historic buildings and the uses, I need to ensure their success. And so for me to ensure their success, and to what we've all experienced in real time, is that an outdoor dining space for people to dine outside helps bolster the success of what patrons desire, as seen in the Riviera Village and stuff similar. So I'm willing to have a conditional approval on the change of use of that retail space to the tasting room, as well as that outdoor dining. So this project, if I want to say it a different way, this project doesn't hinge on a tasting room. I am not like trying to say I need a tasting room, otherwise this project is going to be a failure, right? I need an outdoor dining space because otherwise this project is going to be a failure. I think that it's beneficial for the community use as an amenity, as well as the residents. And I've tried to state to each body that I'm happy to take out the tasting room, but I've had a concert of responses from folks that find that as an amenity to the community. The same response was during city council. So, Antonio, if I'm misspeaking, I think that if we can reduce the outdoor dining space to 25%, I still think we'll need parking, Lam. So that's.
So I don't have the numbers right in front of me for the outdoor dining, but my recollection is that it wasn't significant, wasn't at the same level. But however, I believe that I'm out of time, so I will re-ask the question later.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamb.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Thank you.
No problem.
I had a question, Mr. Mueller. In the last project, there were 4 very low-income units, and then as a mitigation for the only impact of the environmental report of VMT, we had conditioned another moderate-income unit. And this project came back with 3, is it very low-income units? Is that right?
Very low-income units, yeah.
What is your position? Because I'm still interested, just as I was in the first project, in mitigating the VMT as the only environmental impact. So we have to make the findings of overriding conditions, which basically means the project is so good that we're going to ignore the environmental impact, or accept the environmental impact. So I'd really like to try to mitigate that, same as I did with the first project. What is your position on more affordable housing, especially because before it was 30 units, now it's 32. So I'd like to hear your feedback on that. And
right, thank you for that question. I think that both elected bodies, both Planning Commission as well as the City Council, had the same objective to mitigating the impacts. And so they analyzed the strategy from the Planning Commission to reduce the 7 6-bedroom units to 5, as well as increase the affordability by 1 moderate unit. But the consensus is that we want to further reduce the bedroom count and reduce the 18 townhome units to from 5 to 4. And in that, to balance it, we find it to be reasonable to provide the 2 additional 4-bedroom units, as well as keep the 3 affordables. Because that was a hard pill for me to swallow, to go from 5 to 4. It really hurt my performance to the point where it was not going to make the project feasible. And so I tried my best to figure out a solution. And the solution is presented today. So it's not by desire, it's by financial requirement.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think that's the purpose of the state mandated laws about concessions and making feasible projects through those. So, and I get the bedroom count, but and I'm going to talk to the experts later about that. But it doesn't mitigate the VMT, the vehicle miles traveled of the project. It doesn't change. The numbers change slightly this project versus the previous one, but they're still both significant and unavoidable, even in the current project. So, I'm still interested in trying to mitigate that. While still, I think it's one of the jobs I have is to try to mitigate that, where possible. And I think the state law allows us to do that. So I just wanted to hear your feedback. Thank you.
If I could provide a little more flesh, I would. But I'm like the Oingo Boingo song. I'm like the dead man going to the party, I don't have any more flesh to give. So it's like one of those things where I'm like, I've tried to, coordinate and provide a canvas for folks to provide their own creativity and mitigation. But the project's pretty stressed as it is. And so last we spoke, we looked eye to eye, and I made the agreement with you because I had a little to give. And I did it without underwriting because I wanted to do it in good faith. After the fact, I did the same with the city council members, and I did have the opportunity to underwrite the deal with that, and I struggled. And so I tried my best to provide half of the 5 bedrooms to 4 bedrooms. If I didn't go to all the public, but I was like, I can't make it work. It doesn't work. I can't make it work. And so I got creative and I thought of different ways to make it work. And so this is the best possible solution to accommodate the overall reduction of 5 bedrooms to balance it out.
Okay.
Respectfully, I hope you understand that.
I got it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Hensley. All right, I have some questions. First, a question for staff. There are no street parking spaces counted in the number of spaces, available or such. This is all off-street parking that we're talking about in terms of
The requirements, that's
the
correct.
requirements. So a 3-bedroom unit requires 1.5 spaces per unit, according to what our standards are, correct?
I would have to verify that. I have to, you mean the municipal code?
Yeah.
Or the?
Yeah.
The
What? There's another.
There's the state density bonus law.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not talking about that.
I'd have to double check that. Yeah. Would you like me to?
Yeah, it'd be interesting because we have a shortfall of parking, and we have 3-bedroom units and then 4-bedroom units. And if I'm reading it right, 4-bedroom units require 2.5 spaces per unit, and 3 bedrooms are 1.5 spaces. So, and we have 23 4-bedroom units in here.
Yeah, that's the state density bonus law.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's what is sort of governing precisely the things we're talking about right here.
The residential parking.
The residential component of it. What is the the city guidelines for non-bonus?
Right. So the city requirement for parking for the residential, it's 2 spaces per unit, and then for guests parking, it's one for every 3 units. It's,
One car, okay, so essentially 2.3 for a 4-bedroom.
right, so perhaps.
Right, because you said
have to
one
convert-
space for every 3 units, right?
Yes.
So it's 0.3 for every one.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that would be for every unit regardless of the
Yeah,
size.
right, but for a 4-bedroom, I mean, this is predominantly a 4-bedroom
Right.
development, right? So
Right.
I'm just thinking
Turns
through
out-
what, well, that's interesting, though. So 4-bedroom unit, this kind of, right, yeah, and I see that. But I think what he's talking about, he's saying a 4-bedroom, according to the city code, would be 2 plus a third of a space for a
Correct.
visitor.
The visitor parking, yeah.
Yes.
So this is 2.5 for a 4-bedroom as opposed to what the city would require, which would be 2.3, right? Am I thinking about this correctly?
Why, it is a bonus density project. I don't know. That would be a question for you. The bonus density law would require for 4 bedrooms, 2.5.
They meet the density bonus law requirements for parking. In density bonus law, even though that, what you're talking about, like that 2.3 versus 2.5 for the 4-bedroom units, in our code for a 2-bedroom unit is going to be 2.3
Yeah.
versus it's going to be less in density bonus law. And the reason is density bonus law also does not require visitor parking. So they're looking at it in just different ways of the size of the units. And
Sure.
whereas, ours is just like 2 designated per dwelling unit. And then for every 3 dwelling units, there's going to be a visitor parking.
Yeah, and it's almost getting into the weeds of how it's calculated isn't really what I'm driving at. What I'm driving at is, and I guess where I'm going with this is, would additional spaces be freed up if some of the units, some indeterminate number at this point, were reduced from 4 to 3? Would that free up spaces to cover our on-site parking deficit?
Yes. Well,
And how many
no,
would it
sorry,
be?
I misspoke.
Next question.
It would reduce the number of spaces that are required for the residential component of the project.
Right, but
If
those
they were
could
to
become
keep
commercial
those-
spaces.
Yes.
Right,
So in that sense, yes.
okay.
That's correct.
So, I mean, it would basically be 4 spaces, right?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
four units converting from 4-bedroom to 3-bedroom.
I'm not sure if that's.
Well, because the difference is 2.5 for a 4-bedroom and 1.5 for a 3-bedroom. So there's a difference of 1 space. So if you converted 4 units from 4 to 3, then essentially from a requirement standpoint, and all this is, theoretical, because
Capture
you have no
4,
idea
so-
how many drivers are going to be in any particular unit.
Right.
But just from a parking requirement standpoint, I think, am I calculating this correctly? If you had 4 units convert from 3-bedroom from 4-bedroom to 3-bedroom, you essentially have 4 additional spaces.
Yes. That's correct.
Okay.
So we would make up spaces by lowering the 4s to 3s.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work.
What would the economic impact? There would be an economic impact, and actually, I don't know what the difference in rent. I mean, these 4-bedroom units that we're looking at here, I didn't start my own timer, and I'm starting to draw on and on. But these 4-bedroom units, you have, some bedrooms which are like 8 by 10 and stuff. This is really tight space that you have, a living room, kitchen combination that is, 12 by 17 or so. This is really tight living. So, I don't know what the economic consequences would be of 4 units having larger living space inside of them. And then that improves the parking problem that we're so concerned with at this point, or has the potential of alleviating that. What are your thoughts on that?
Right. I think that with this being a housing project, an affordable housing project, The commercial uses are what I would opt to reduce, right? So I would opt to not have the tasting room or not have the outdoor dining because of the fact that the project is so stressed. And I do appreciate the initiative to try to mitigate and try to create a device where we can get more on-site parking to help with the overall impact. And what we've been able to do is try our best to park as much as possible. So in one of our prior slides, it showed that our parking as well as our setbacks is about 78% of the site, right? And so I have literally, like, there's a parking stall on the top left. There's like, I added 2 parking stalls on the north side, 3 parking stalls there. So I added additional 4 parking stalls right there. See that? So we had.
Those are where the garbage bins were going to be before, right? Is that right? The ones down in the lower left? Do I recall correctly?
That was a residential kind of.
Okay.
And so with that being said, it's I'm really I'm pretty nervous about reducing the bedroom count even further, which I do respect the initiative of what the goal is, but we are aligned. I've provided as much parking as possible, and I'm here for mercy, and I'm also here to say I got to tap out. I literally got to say, let's just not change the tasting room. Like, it's not, this is a housing project. I'm trying to provide full rent multifamily, and it's currently on the brink of not underwriting. The more we talk, the more inflation goes up, the more interest rates go up, the more construction costs go up. And it's already on the brink of, it might not work. And so I'm trying my best to be vulnerable enough to tell you that, where if we can get to a point where we can understand that in most high demand time, this space will need 13 additional stalls, and there's 78 stalls that are available on the street. Like, that logic connects. I'm not an engineer. I'm basing it off the numbers. Right? And then on top of that, we can condition the approval of the change of use to the city council approval of that and the coastal commission approval of that. And if they don't concur, I'm okay leaving that a retail space that would have no additional parking requirements. So I think we're both saying the same thing. We don't want to have parking impacts, right? And so I'm saying I'm okay taking the risk of not getting these 2 spaces approved until the approval of city council and coastal commission to have no impacts. And if the bodies that that precede us or that are reviewing the traffic management plan approve it, then we can change the use. Otherwise, at this moment, I'm okay approving it as a retail use, as with no outdoor dining, which will in turn have no additional parking requirements.
Okay, just a question about the, sorry.
And I didn't,
about the current retail that's in there. Does it have on-site parking or does it use street parking?
Dirty laundry.
We think,
because we keep throwing around leave it retail, there is no parking required. Obviously, retail still requires parking. And the parking it's using now, is it street or is it on the property or?
yeah, I think originally the way that was designed, there's 2 curb cuts and one led to like a loading dock area. And then I think the other curb cut may have led to parking, or an area that you could park in the back, but it's been closed off. It's been.
Okay, so right now it's
not
using
used.
street parking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was my question.
Yeah.
Okay, I have more questions, but I'm past my 5-minute limit here.
Members of the public.
Yeah. If we don't have anything pressing up here, we should have public questions, comments. What do you think?
Good.
Okay. All right. Oh, he got away.
I'm right here.
Okay, thanks. Tony Hill.
Thank you. Tony Hale, 417 Emerald, born and raised in Redondo Beach. I'd like to bring your attention to the special impact of parking on Emerald Street. My house was built in 1908. I don't have a driveway or a garage. I must depend on street parking to be able to park. Many of my neighbors are in the same situation, both on my street and around the corner. So parking is at a premium for our location. We're only a couple blocks away from this proposed development. Another development, the Catalina Room on Catalina Avenue, was approved, and it's even further away. But yet when they have events, they have valet parking and they fill up my street with the valet drivers that bring the cars and fill up the street. There are 4 churches that surround my house. One of them has 85 parking spaces directly across the street from me. That fills up 3 times a day. But many people don't like to park in that parking lot because then they have to wait to get out of the parking lot. And so they park on Emerald in front of my house rather than at the church. They'll even walk 2 blocks to the Catholic church rather than park in their parking because they can just pull right out. They don't have to wait to get out of the parking lot. I'm concerned about how these things progress over time. They're approved for one use, but then they change. The commercial property next to mine used to be an unfinished furniture shop with one owner, employee, maybe a customer a day, and now it's 3 businesses with heavy traffic, a hairdresser, beauty treatments, and tutoring. And yet that was supposed to stay within the same footprint and use as prior. Right. So I am concerned about how these projects change and develop over time and their impact on local parking. So I would ask the commission to look closely at the special parking impact on Emerald Street. And I noticed that the parking component was missing from the presentation today. I think it deserves close scrutiny to see what we can do. And I will share with you, I did walk here today because tomorrow's street sweeping and I might not have a parking space. I drove here. Anyway, thank you.
Would you support a preferential parking district?
Yeah, I think that we're kind of in the situation where we're going to need it because the impacts, I mean, there will be other changes in the local community which will impact our parking. So I would be interested in some kind of permit parking that could at least allow us to come home and park.
Do I have a motion to extend his comments?
yes,
Do I have a
certainly.
second? All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, you're extended. Because we have questions for you.
Okay, all right. I took an oath.
Good, and I think I saw Sheila Lamb raise her hand.
Well, you go ahead. I'll just say my comment. My comment is we want to hold off on the preferential parking for as long as we can because
It takes away from public parking.
it takes away from the public parking. So we really want to address the current issue. And in our view, certainly my view is that we need to be able to require adequate off-street parking as the LCP says, right? For any new development, the LCP says.
And coastal plan.
Okay.
Right.
Local coastal plan,
I
rather.
think
The
he's aware
local
of that.
coastal
I
plan.
don't
That's okay, it's good to say
Right.
it out
I
loud.
drink this every day.
It stipulates that new development must provide adequate off-street parking. And that's what I'm certainly interested in. So I don't have a question right now for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else have a question for him? So yeah, it's nettlesome. To come up with that plan essentially changes our local coastal program and and violates one of the central tenets of the Coastal Act, is taking away what is now free public parking. So this is really the tough, and that's why we're wrestling with this.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if there's any special consideration that could be given to homes that do not have any driveways or garages and have no alternative but to park on the street.
Right.
That might, I mean, on my street, there are 3 homes that meet that criteria. So it wouldn't, maybe it'd be 2 spots per home, so it might not be a big impact on the amount of public parking lost. But it's certainly something that would make our lives a little bit more easier. There are certain days when we don't want to drive away from home because of fear of not getting a place when we come back. And anyway, I appreciate your consideration. And any other questions?
We're looking for ideas.
All right. Yeah.
So
just yeah, I don't have a magic wand. We can't fund. I don't know if there was be a public partnership on underground parking there to provide public parking for the general public as a possible approach there. But I appreciate your consideration.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
All right, Mike Brown. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
You have not. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So, ready?
Yes.
Basically, I'm all about the parking. My address is 107 North Pacific Coast Highway. I'm one of the houses built in 1920, no driveway, no garage. Parking is an issue. One issue that we have, so I do park on Emerald Street, but part of the problem with parking on PCH is a lot of accidents on that street, especially at nighttime. You just can't do anything about it, so safer to park on Emerald. The restricted time limits on PCH, there's restricted time limits on PCH that basically you can park there during the day, but supposedly it's only a few hours. They don't ticket it, so it's not really that big of a problem. But people live on PCH park, a problem with parking on PCH have said that we just keep giving away more and more parking. Everyone knows it's a problem. All the ADUs, the garages are going away for parking. Ultimately, I just wish we could do something more with the parking. My wife has a house, a townhome on Gertruda that's right behind the Pokey place and the car place, and the Range Rover and Mercedes guys are just sucking up all the parking. They'll have like 12 cars out there in a day sometimes. And it's true, we don't want to leave the house sometimes because you just, you may not have a spot, and it's just irritating. And the development that the guy's talking about sounds like it'd be a wonderful thing. Just, can we get a parking structure somewhere, Maybe it doesn't have to be below ground, maybe just, more parking spaces, please. And permit parking would be okay for me.
Thank you. Ravi Kumar. Have you been sworn in? Okay.
Ravi Kumar, I am a partner of Jason's, and I've addressed this body before. I think, just given the discussion here and the fact that we're sitting here for the 6th meeting now between Planning Commission and City Council, I think it's important to be pretty direct, right, and upfront. So please take these comments in the spirit they're intended. Commissioner Hensley, right, you asked about the time sensitivity here, right? The reason we're here is because Jason wanted to work proactively with the council, commission, and staff to try to avoid litigation, right? Which was the right and remedy based on the last meeting, right? And I think everyone here needs to understand these discussions may seem esoteric, but there has been real, consequential, and material harm caused to this project by the way this process has played out and the fact that we're sitting here for a 6th meeting, right? Interest rates have gone from 3% to 7%. As someone who worked at Barclays the weekend Lehman went bankrupt, before we bought them, We are in the middle of something between 2008 and a savings and loan crisis now, right, as a result of these delays, right? And at the heart of this comes the fact that SB 330, to Jason's point, was promulgated to address the housing shortage in this state and in this city, right? And I guarantee you, 100% certainty, there's nothing going on today that is going to help you meet those mandates that you have for 2027 or 2029, whatever it is, because financing is going to evaporate, right? Commercial lending happens in regional banks, and that market is imploding by the day, right? So these delays have consequences. And Commissioner Lamb, I've heard considerable discussion of parking, more than I've ever heard in my life, right? But I think when you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, nowhere have I ever heard shelter, safety, and food be equated to free coastal access parking, right? And when you're in a court, right, courts are courts of law and courts of equity, and the balance there needs to be understood between how they would adjudicate SB 330 versus any perceived conflict with the Coastal Act. So appreciate you all attempting to deliberate again. As Jason pointed out, this is kind of where we're at, particularly given the
Time?
Motion to extend.
Second.
particularly
All those in
given the,
favor?
Aye.
thank you, I appreciate it. Particularly given the time frame we're in, right, and the economic, at least high degree of uncertainty, if not considerable risk of a meaningful downturn here. The housing imperative, I would ask you to kind of put up as high on the agenda and understand a lot of the parking that's at issue here comes from the mixed use nature of the development, which, understanding Commissioner Boswell, you can't necessarily say, we can't account for we can't give certainty of the fact that people won't come drive to the facility. But it's also a little bit disingenuous to not take into account the fact that there's 1,100 units within that area.
Which I did not do.
Distance.
That's disingenuous, that statement right there. I did not do that.
Commissioner Boswell.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll rephrase. I would say it's, on one hand, you can say you can't count for the fact that people won't drive there, but it's also unfair to say that many people won't utilize this walking to the facility, right? Like, there's so many, and part of the problem we have in California particularly is that the nature of how our state was developed was around cars, but people are moving away from that, and projects like this that have mixed use help to alleviate some of the traffic problems that we've seen, because people just go to their neighborhood spot, right? And if they don't have that opportunity, the traffic's just going to go in a different direction, right? If you don't have mixed use. So it's challenging, but we've now put ourselves in a position where it's going to be, it's a challenge to get this done, frankly, and hopefully this effort that Jason's made on behalf of all of us and working with the staff and council will result in a positive deliberation. But thank you very much. And thank you for extending the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Pete Aronchik?
Good evening. My name is Pete Aronchik. I'm a property manager for multifamily communities throughout the South Bay and throughout Los Angeles. I came here tonight in support of Catalina Village because I'm surprised, honestly, by the pushback for larger unit developments, which I think we desperately need. I see firsthand the demand for these larger unit rentals for growing families. As purchasing a home, as the gentleman just said, it has become almost unattainable in the current market. These units, these larger units tend to lease very quickly, especially in the South Bay, and by hardworking, well-qualified individuals and families who strive to be a part of a wonderful community like you guys have at Redondo Beach. There are some single family homes to rent here, but as you guys might know, they're extremely competitive and many properties receive lots of applications. In addition, the homes are much older and there's a host of issues for those tenants that live there and families. So with that being said, I think Catalina Village could provide a great solution for the city of Redondo Beach and provide young families a nice, clean, and safe place to rent. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any e-comments?
We have 3 e-comments, and they're 4 in favor, for support. We also have 2 attendees. We have Wayne Craig and Niels Narenheim.
And just, Laura, just so you know, even though the city council only just acknowledges the number of e-comments, the planning commission actually will have them read. But okay. you can choose commissioners if you want to hear the Zoom and then the e-comments.
What do you guys think?
We want to hear the Zoom.
Of course, but do we want to hear the e-comments read?
I don't have them up.
I think it's a good idea too. Well, anyway, let me take a vote. All those in favor of hearing the e-comments read, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no. Unanimous. We want to hear them read. How many did you say? 3?
3.
3. Okay.
Okay.
But they're 100 pages.
We have
They're limited to 250 characters.
we have David Oria. This is a great plan to revive an area of Redondo Beach that is currently unutilized. The proposed development will fit in well with the surrounding community. The developer even has a plan in place to clean up the contaminated soil at the location in preparation for this development. This should be a welcome change for the beautiful part of Redondo community. Miriam Borgos, the Catalina Avenue location will breathe new life into the area of the community. The development fits in well with the surrounding community while at the same time providing a great plan to clean up a lot that has been abandoned and contaminated for a very long time. Developing the Catalina Avenue location will be such a positive change for the part of Redondo Beach. Kathy Reventish, the location on Catalina Avenue has been an empty relic lot for years. This is a tremendous opportunity for a beautiful, welcoming space. There has been much care, time, dedication, and effort to create this project, which fits the needs and character of the Redondo Beach community. I fully support approval of this resolution. Thank you.
And we have Zoom, somebody waiting for
Yes,
Zoom?
we do.
Okay.
We have Niels Narenheim.
Okay.
Council member? You could speak.
Perfect. You guys all hear me there?
Perfect.
Yes.
Fantastic. All right. I just got a message. I wanted to go on the record here, and I got a message from a resident that my name and title might have been invoked earlier. Wasn't there to hear the exact words, but I have not spoken to the developer on this particular new project application. I have not seen any paperwork. I have spoken to Community Development Director Brandy Forbes about this project, but nothing in detail, and I've not talking to the project proponent or any members of them. So just want to make sure to clear that up and make sure you guys have that information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who else do we have?
Okay, we have Wayne Craig.
Okay.
You may speak.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Hoping my audio is working. I had a couple questions. One was I'm just curious what the cost of these 4-bedroom units are going to be. It seems as though whatever pricing is going to be, it's going to be quite high in order to make this work. The other thing is with regard to parking. It seems as though we still have a problem with parking. And to answer the question the individual mentioned earlier, parking is always a big problem in any development. And asking questions about it does seem to make sense. And the other issue was, I'm just curious with regard to parking in general, parking spaces. Is there a requirement that the city provide parking to developers upon demand? It seems as though that's kind of the request we're getting, is that the city has to provide this. Now, in most projects that are built, in fact, if you look at some of the ones that are around the area, there's some townhomes right around the corner on Diamond. Well, each unit has to have 2 designated parking spaces, and there, in addition, there's like 4 or 5 guest parking. So the city is required in the past, when units are being built, to have parking, not necessarily to provide it just because the developer wants it for free. So in essence, I'm just wondering if the city really is mandated to subsidize parking for a project. I understand underground parking is expensive, and I know it's probably gone up quite a bit, but we have underground parking all over the city. And we've done that in order to avoid problems with parking in the areas. Also, one last question was, I understand that we're no longer calling this a designated co-living complex, which means that there's not, in a 4-bedroom unit, you wouldn't have 4 necessarily separate leases. But does the city have any ability to control or restrict subleasing? I'm not sure if they do. Anyway, that's the question I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who wants to speak on this issue? Could you come forward? Have you been sworn in?
I have.
Okay, and could you state your name?
Max Allen.
Okay.
Well, it's clear, this is my first time attending one of these in person, and it's clear that there's a lot of thought and input and energy going into the consideration of this project, which is good. It's one of the things that separates us from, other countries that don't have as good of building codes and that sort of thing. So I'm in support of that. But I feel that the younger demographic has been underrepresented in the input, and I would like to represent the younger demographic here. I was born and raised here in the South Bay, and pretty much raised on the beach. I did junior lifeguards at Redondo and Torrance growing up. Niels, if you're there, he was my instructor.
Survived.
We used to pick up a lot of trash on the beach. Remember the nurdles? Yeah, I mean, my great grandmother taught at Redondo. My grandmother taught at Malga Cove. My grandpa, who's still living, lives in Redondo, and my parents are in the South Bay as well. I would classify myself as a local, number one. Hopefully that gives enough credibility there. But I would also classify myself as a young professional. I have a good job. I work hard. I pay taxes. I vote. And despite all that, I feel like it's getting harder and harder to live here. The only thing, that let alone buy a house and raise a family. And the other thing keeping me here is staying close to family, really, at this point. I think a big part of the problem here is housing. It's not just this city, it's a statewide issue. And I think this city might be the pinnacle of it. And so as someone who's lived here and was raised here, it's kind of frustrating not to be, to be scraping by just to try and live here. And so I believe this project is a good thing for our community. And I think that if we want to keep locals local, we're going to have more projects like this. And so, whether it's this one or the next one, I would urge the commissioners to please, not get too caught up in the parking, because I really don't want to move to Phoenix. Although I do hear there's plenty of parking there. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, great. So I do have more questions for the applicant and staff, but I'm going to let.
I'll make just a short comment.
Yeah.
I just want everyone to be really clear that it's never been about housing. We've always wanted, it went to this many meetings because a project was presented to us that didn't fit. It was co-housing. It had 7 bedrooms. It was, what is this? We had no idea. And it took a lot of meetings to figure out what the heck it was. We've always wanted housing. We've wanted more affordable housing. We would like for you to have 10 affordable units. That's, we know you're at 32. You've maxed out. You could even go to 33 if you wanted. And I think we would get another unit. So, saying that that's kind of where we're coming from, it's not. It's always been about the commercial part puts too many cars on the street. So I think that's pretty clear. So I just, don't want us to be misrepresented on what's been going on for the last year. Next month.
I'd like to piggyback on that. One of the reasons that people are able to go to the beach, and there are a lot of places in the world, and even in the United States, where the beaches are private or blocked and there's no coastal access. But we do have a law that was put into place by voter initiative years ago, the Coastal Act, that primary purpose is public access to the coast, everyone public access to the coast. We, as a city with a coastline, a harbor, beaches, had to put together a local coastal plan approved by the commission that would safeguard access to the coast, and it has very specific rules about such things as parking. And so we are responsible for making sure that parking is available, and to not do so is essentially a violation of our plan, which puts us in violation of the Coastal Act. So, I don't know of any of the commissioners, or even I haven't met anyone involved in government in Redondo Beach who is against the Coastal Act and believes that it's a bad thing. Well, I have met one person who is that way, but he's a nut. These are the right things for us to do, is to ensure that we're enforcing the Coastal Act and that there is access and parking and many other things that are involved in this whole thing, just to sort of clarify that. So, yes, Commissioner Boswell.
And to piggyback on that, there's always a lot of commentary about how places like, already expensive places like Redondo Beach and most of the South Bay makes it hard for young people to establish themselves here, and for young families to buy in or rent. And yet my own experience, what I have found is that when I moved, my wife and I, newlyweds, moved to the house that we still live in, we were the only young family on the street. When our kids came along, we were the only ones with kids. We are now the only people on our street that don't have young kids. These communities turn over, and young people are buying homes and they are renting in these communities. And maybe it's not everybody, because not everybody can afford to, but the idea that the cost of housing is driving out young families is false. Okay, in North Redondo, you have a lot of young families. We have maxed out our schools. Our high school has gone, in 20 years, has gone from, in sports, from a 3A to a 1A school. It's as big as it gets in sports. So what does this mean? It means you can't come here and say, I can't afford to live here, and so you need to get over the whole parking issue. It's not that simple, and it's disingenuous to blame this on the city and the cost of housing when there's really plenty of evidence that young people are moving here and not having that issue. That said, we do have an obligation to uphold what the Coastal Commission has, or what the Coastal Act has dictated. We should be proud of the fact that California is not like most states along the East Coast and even the Gulf Coast that allow private property to go right up into the beach and to make it almost impossible for people that live inland to get to the coast. I think this is a great thing, and we need to find a middle ground where a project like this that is going to add whatever number of people that live there, it's going to be a 100% increase over the people that were living there before. This definitely adds to the density of the city. It definitely adds to the traffic nightmare that already exists. It definitely impacts parking, and it definitely impacts the residents who have been long established here, who happen to move into a fairly old part of town where homes were built without on-site parking. But surely there is a way to make it all fit. This is a great project, and it brings some great amenities to the neighborhood, and it's a beautiful project. I think that it's just that there's a little bit too much on that plate that makes up that site for making this work. And if it has to be that the tasting room stays a clothing store or becomes some other retail type of store, then that's, I think, what it's going to have to be. Because the rest of it is great. And the fact that it also helps with our affordable housing numbers means we really need to, figure out how to make this fit. So that's all I have to say for now on that. Is that 5 minutes?
4 minutes, 10. Thank you very much. So I've lost track of who's next. I know we have.
I have a quick question for Gail.
Okay.
Gail has a story about the Coastal Act, about how the initial impetus for the Coastal Act, about the Redondo, the apartments across the street.
Oh,
Commissioner Hazeltine.
Yeah. You mean all the way back then?
That's correct.
So yes, I'm also a local. When I grew up, this whole entire area was history, and all of the condominiums across the street from Catalina didn't exist. That was open space. The Fox Theater still existed. There was a wonderful theater on Torrance Boulevard in Catalina that we went to as children and walked to. All of those buildings, unfortunately, are gone. And that's why I kind of have to laugh at this whole concept of saving 20% of this commercial building, which won't actually look anything like what it may have originally. And that's not your fault that our city's gone. I mean, it really, truly is not your fault. When during the 70s, when I was in high school, a lot of huge condominiums or apartment buildings went up on the Esplanade. So it was a huge thing that we would actually talk about in forum class. Here's on Avenue B, we have an 8-story Delphi building. We've got, if you count them, probably 15 huge condominiums that are just completely out of scale. And the homes that came down would have been homes that gave us character, that made it, we would still look like Pasadena. We would look like San Marino. And unfortunately, those are all gone. So when and this is going to sound terrible, and Jason, I don't want to offend you. I'm not saying this I felt really uncomfortable when you said you were talking to everybody after that meeting, because in the 70s, that's what happened. It was all done in closed door. All of these things have to be public. And so any negotiation that was taking place it wasn't supposed to happen like that. So I'm glad Neil's called to said that he wasn't involved in that. And because that's what happened in the old days, and that's how we got those buildings. So I think that might be Sheila's story that she wanted me to say. But that is why the Coastal Act and why we can't build those buildings anymore like that was because of the buildings that went up on the Esplanade.
I think they were the impetus for the coastal. My understanding is those buildings that are across the street from the Catalina Village, the Catalina Station, were the reason for the beginning of the Coastal Act.
I can't even tell you, and there just weren't people during that time that went up, and I was a kid going to the saltwater tapping pulley place. There weren't people willing to stand up and say, that's not right, that shouldn't be there. Everybody was too busy. We had a very tight council and mayor, and they just pushed things through without any concern whatsoever. So, we are not against housing. We want housing. If you would have listened to the meeting last week that we had, we want to figure out how to get more affordable housing. So it's a little bit offensive to hear that. The project never fit there, Jason. It needed to be adjusted, and you've made some really great adjustments. Okay, you really, truly have, and I'm sorry it's cost you a year of your time, and I'm sorry that it's cost you so much money, but really, had you come with townhomes a year ago, we wouldn't be in this place. So it's not our fault. Yeah.
All right. Something for us, here, Commissioner Hensley.
I have no long historical stories to share. So let me ask some questions about the project.
All right.
A couple questions for staff. It's been a while. One commercial question, and I'm going to switch to the housing question. For the commercial, the cafe, I've seen it described or heard it described as a cafe or a snack bar, and then I heard restaurant and good stuff and yellow vase. What is that designation as proposed, intensity-wise? What is that?
So, Commissioner Hensley, the way that it's designed and the way that it operates, we would classify it as a pedestrian-oriented restaurant. Okay. And so we have some very specific requirements in terms of like parking and seating and those types of things. When it comes to like differentiating between this and like a snack shop per se. But it's kind of a wash, as I said before, because the parking requirement is the same. There's just restrictions on the seating and those types of things. And then going back to, I think there was a question about the outdoor seating and how much outdoor seating can be provided. You're given 12 seats like for free. And then the remainder, you then has a parking ratio that's attached to that. It's like 1 to 6. They could reduce the number of outdoor seatings to 12, and that wouldn't incur any additional parking. But as far as the building itself, whether it's a coffee shop or, like I said, a pedestrian-oriented restaurant, it's the parking ratio is the same. It's 1 to 250.
Okay, and if it was a full restaurant, again, that's not what's proposed, but if it was a full restaurant, is that different parking than 1 per 250 square feet?
Yeah, for unclassified restaurants, it'd be like 1 to 75. Oh, really? It's a very intense parking ratio. Okay. But those are like when you're looking at something that's, 2,000 square feet or larger.
I see. And the square footage of this pedestrian-oriented restaurant is?
It's I can't remember recall what the exact square footage. It's like 1,200 or something like that. It's pretty small.
Okay. Okay, and then my next questions are on back to the housing. So I'm looking at the bonus density law and the difference between a waiver and a concession. As I read it, that concession or incentive is a reduction in site development standards or a modification of zoning code requirements or architectural design requirements. There's a lot more, but that's the gist of it. So is that the second floor is a reduction in site development standards? Oh, sorry, a third floor, like going from 2 floors to 3 floors, is that? Because it doesn't seem like a reduction in site development standard to me. It seems like an addition or I don't know. But
it's a reduction in the restriction. So okay. It's now just restricted to 2 stories. So it would be a reduction in that. And I know that sounds the opposite because of the number. Okay. But it's just, it wouldn't be as strict. So it's reduction in that restriction.
And then the waivers apply to development standards, is that right? sorry, not the waiver, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, waivers, just apply to, and then development standard, again, I'm reading out of the density bonus law. Development standard includes site or construction condition, including but not limited to a height limitation, setback requirement, floor area ratio, or on-site open space requirement, or a parking ratio that applies to a residential development pursuant to any ordinance, general plan, specific plan, charter, or other local condition, law, policy, resolution, or regulation. So again, I see height, I see floor area ratio, which doesn't apply to R3A. I see open space requirement, that's our outdoor living space. And I even see parking ratio, but those are all development standards. And in this case, we're calling the third floor development standard.
The number of stories.
The
is
number of
development
stories is the development standard?
That's the not limited to portion of that language.
Yes, okay. But it's for our, and then again, the law, as I understand it, is our body is, we have to decide that these concessions and these waivers allow the project to exist that otherwise wouldn't. It's one of the, I don't know if it's finding or if it's just something we have to conclude, or, you know, for example, if they came with a 6-story project, they can't just say, oh, we need a concession and we want 6 stories. Like, it has to be fit to the project and make it viable within the law.
Right. I mean, they're not going to design a project that's not going to work. You know, so ultimately they're designing the project that allows the number of units that are permitted there.
Yeah.
Per the density bonus law. And, you know, and you know, to show that it you know, for it to fit there, it needs that. They've demonstrated it by showing that the design of it requires that additional story.
Okay. I have some concerns with that, so let me ask another question. To get the third concession, they're at 14 point something percent below market or very low income is the threshold they have to meet. Is it at 15% they get the third concession? So they're just short of that?
Right.
So basically 1 unit short? So
yeah, if they had an additional
unit.
Affordable unit, then it would trigger that additional concession.
Okay. Okay. That's my question on that. Okay. How much time do I have?
Well, you're at 6 minutes, but I haven't seen any other hands raised. So,
I have
you
a
do?
hand, but I'll
defer.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
go ahead.
yeah.
No,
Do you have
you
another?
go ahead.
Well, I have like
Please.
6 more lines of questions.
Oh, do you? Okay, so we'll
That's why I don't want to like.
Can we come back to you?
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
are you
of
at a
course.
break point?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Lamb.
Okay, so I wanted to explore the difference between a restaurant sit-down and a restaurant pedestrian-oriented. Now, the standard is 1 space for the pedestrian-oriented. It's limited to the C2 PD, C3 PD, C4, MU2, MU3, MUs, right. Pedestrian-oriented commercial zones. So this is an R3 zone. It's not a commercial zone. Am I correct?
Correct.
And in order to invoke the MU for the pedestrian-oriented, you'd have to have another waiver. Is that correct?
They are actually, that's one of their concessions is having the mixed use. So to have the mixed use zoning, that is a concession. So it's to have the mix of uses, they utilize one of their concessions there. They utilize the other concession on the consolidation of lot limitations.
Right.
The waivers are related to, you know, so if one of those was they were saying was a waiver, that would be questionable because those are not like those development standards, the standards of the height, the density, the setbacks, the you know, the outdoor living space. You know.
Right. Could it be interpreted that the MU designation reservation of rights, right? MU is a reservation of right for, to allow the commercial. Am I correct on that? Reservation of rights came in this particular, is mentioned several times in this application. So the mixed use reservation of rights, which means that it's not a zoning change, but it gives you rights to use the commercial, to blend the commercial and the residential. But it doesn't give you rights on designating your restaurant standard. Could that be interpreted? And maybe our lawyer would be interested in weighing in on this.
Yeah, I think it doesn't say, oh, you can only use these. It's saying it's a mix of uses. What they've proposed is pedestrian oriented restaurant, and then the other is the bar cocktail with the tasting room. So those are what they have proposed. They fall within those definitions on how they propose them. So it's not, oh, no, you can only use this mix of uses. They're saying that these are the mix of uses that makes their project viable.
Okay, I understand. You clarified it for me. Thank you. What's the difference between, what's the threshold for a sit down? It doesn't indicate in the standard what the definition of restaurant is. It seems to me that not all restaurants are pedestrian oriented, right? And that not all 1,500 or 1,200 square foot restaurants wouldn't qualify for a sit down, right? So, for example, I think Jason mentioned Joe's. Right, or what was it? The snack shop. Good stuff. Good stuff would seem to be a sit-down restaurant. Correct?
Well, so for pedestrian-oriented restaurants, there's a limitation on the number of seats. It's 30, no more than 30 seats allowed, and this would comply with that requirement. The other thing is that the kind of the corresponding zoning in the nearby area is C2PD and MU, so it is those types of zonings, classifications that are oriented towards pedestrian-oriented uses.
And the Catalina coffee, do we know what that was? That was grandfathered in.
That was, yes.
Yeah.
That was under a more, it was grandfathered in.
And what was it grandfathered in as?
I want to say that was, it was not a full restaurant because of certain health department requirements. So I think it was just intended to be coffee without full meal prep. It was like a bakery type of snack shop,
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying.
All right. So before Commissioner Hensley launches into his 6 questions, I want to, we have Commissioner Kodak.
So the developer indicated that they might be willing to keep the retail use as a retail use in order to meet the parking requirement and make all of this go away. But it also sounded like they would have an opportunity to revisit the idea of turning it into a tasting room once they have the parking management plan figured out. Is that, how would that work?
Yes. So I actually, in listening to the conversations, as I tend to do, I kind of put together some, potential additional conditions. So it's just acknowledging that due to the, deficit of parking for the tasting room and the outdoor dining area, the applicant, agrees that, that a parking management plan may be, necessary before those could be utilized. So what it could be is until such parking management plan is approved, the existing non-conforming retail use may continue in the location on the proposed tasting room space, and the outdoor dining would be limited to 12 seats so as not to trigger additional parking requirements. So you could do something, that can be tweaked and modified. It was just something thinking of, what would work until some form of parking management plan was put in place that would address some of the concerns that we've heard tonight from the neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Godek, and also kind of following up on that, it was at the urging of staff to bring the entirety of the project forward with the bar, cocktail lounge, and the outdoor seating all at once, rather than have this come back at a later hearing, because we wanted to see the entirety of it, have it that brought forward. But it wasn't the developer's first choice to do.
Got it. Otherwise, you could be bifurcating the CEQA process.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to ask you a couple questions before we get to Commissioner Hensley, and then you're after Commissioner Hensley. Is that okay? Or is it a
It's
follow-on?
whatever you say, but it's basically a clarification on,
Okay, if it's a quick clarification.
I can't guarantee you anything I say is going to be quick. But
Okay.
Well, so the parking, I'll do it in 4 minutes.
No.
Okay,
Fast.
So
Okay.
the parking what would the parking management plan have to have in it that would make all of this work?
It's the point of the preferential parking is a possibility. So it's not it's not now pushing those residents into the areas, further into the areas of where, there's going to be a lot more coastal access, but rather allows them to continue to park in the spaces they're in and not create further impact. It could be putting more meter parking in there. It doesn't reduce the availability of parking and access to the waterfront, but it would, that may keep that, keep the turnover happening, and so the real users of the commercial space, are going to be feeding a meter and doing what commercial does.
So as described, the metered parking would be to limit the amount of time that people are going to be at these commercial ventures on the property. But what it would also do is take all of those metered spaces out of the equation for coastal access, because nobody's going to the beach for an hour and a half, considering walking time.
It's not saying that it's got to be set at a certain time. I'm not setting what this parking management plan is. I'm telling you different components that could go into it.
I'm just trying to understand.
City council would have to.
What's the purpose of a parking management plan? Right now, it just sounds like it's some magic, pill. What's in the magic pill? What makes it a magic pill? What parking changes would this create that would solve this problem?
I think that, just so you know, this came up in the city council's appeal hearing on the prior application. And it was something that the city council members were interested in hearing more about, the possibility of doing some form of parking management plan. I don't know what all those components would be. I think that that's something we're going to have to evaluate, go through and figure out what would help address the issues. A lot of the concerns are there's impacts to the coastal. There's also going to be impacts to the neighbors. And if we're, reducing the, who can park on the resident, the side streets, that may make a difference. I don't know. It's not like, we're not going to solve that tonight. I'm just letting you know this was something that the city council expressed as like something that they'd be interested in seeing in order to move forward with that parking variance or moving forward with the conditional use of those.
So the city council said, maybe we should have a magic wand.
Commissioner Boswell, we'll get into this, I'm sure at some
It would be nice
point,
to be
but
able to solve this today.
We're not going to be able to solve it today.
That won't be something that we can act on because we don't have no idea what it is.
Right. So I have a couple questions, and we can get back to you, Commissioner Boswell, on that. But I'm sorry. I'll make this very, very quick. So we have, and this is a question for the applicant. Can I speak with Jason here?
Mr. Chair, just pardon the interruption. Will the applicant also have a chance to speak to some of the public comments and your questions at some point? I know you have a question for Mr. Muller, but I think there should be, as point of procedure, an opportunity for us to respond also, not just to questions, but to comments raised in the public comments. We haven't had that opportunity yet.
Sure.
Whenever you feel it's. I just want to remind the commission that we have a few rebuttal points we want to make.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so we're piling on some more things. So you're familiar with the coastal development project application that you submitted. So in the showings of that, there's a question that's asked of you. Is the project designed in full accordance with the development standards and other provisions of the zoning ordinance for the coastal zone? And if not, explain. The answer that you gave was the proposed development is consistent with the development standards of applicable zoning ordinance with modification in connection with the state parameters for density bonuses and historic variance. So there's nothing in the coastal zone that talks about density bonuses. Nothing in the coastal plan or the coastal act. So this simultaneously says yes and no. So you're aware of that's in this application, right?
Right. The LCP does recognize the Affordable Housing Act.
But it doesn't state that, it basically gives up, any of the rules within the Coastal Act and can't waive those rules just because there's a density bonus.
I think it's a legal question, Chair Gaddis, if I could be allowed to respond to it from our perspective, since you asked the applicant. Is that okay?
Sure.
Well, it seems to me that there is a premise or some sort of assumption on this board, on this dais, that the Coastal Commission trumps the Housing Accountability Act and the State Density Bonus Law.
No, the Coastal Act.
The Coastal Act.
Right.
Okay, which, by the way, was not the project that really prompted the Coastal Act in 1972 was the Del Mar Ranch north of Bodega Bay.
I stand
but
corrected.
I do see what happened to the Redondo Catalina Boulevard before. I understand the point. No, there's nothing in the Coastal Act that says that it overrides the Housing Accountability Act. So that's the issue. That you've got a different standard in the Housing Accountability Act. It's a specific adverse impact that you have to prove based on preponderance of the evidence in a written record, that an objective written standard that codifies those public health and safety measures that existed at the time the application was deemed complete has somehow been violated, or that this adverse impact is present. There's nothing in the record that shows that. So the question is now, can you, I guess, modify this project to allow parking, which we acknowledge is a part of the LCP. It's part of coastal access and the Coastal Act. But can you condition this project in such a manner as to give more preference to the LCP's parking requirements than to the Housing Accountability Act? And specifically, it would appear like this. You make, Jason, park this project in such a manner that he can't build it, that's an infeasible condition, and that the Housing Accountability Act won't allow. And that is where the Coastal Act and the Housing Accountability Act do come and meet on a tectonic plate that they sometimes rub against, but that one doesn't override the other. As a matter of fact, I think it's important. I'm going to read this. I don't want to get too legal with you, but one of the sections of the Coastal Act is section 30007. And it's very clear. This is out of the Coastal Act. It says, quote, "Nothing in this division shall exempt local governments from meeting the requirements of state and federal law with respect to providing low and moderate income housing, replacement housing, relocation benefits, or any other obligation related to housing imposed by existing law or any other law here and after enacted." In other words, any other law that comes after the Coastal Act. Well, SB 330 came after the Coastal Act, and it amended the Housing Accountability Act. And so if the Coastal Act itself is saying nothing in here absolves you from following the Housing Accountability Act, then you can't invoke the LCP or the Coastal Act to impose a condition on this project that will render it financially infeasible.
We're not impacting low or moderate housing. We're dealing with
parking. It says any law, right, that requires low or moderate. So we have to read what the Coastal Act statute itself says. So if you would be doing that, you would be writing provisions into the Coastal Act that aren't there. The other thing is important is the Housing Accountability Act says, and this is really important because again, it came after the Coastal Act. It says that this law, the Housing Accountability Act, must be interpreted, and it is the policy of this state that this section shall be interpreted and implemented in a manner so as to afford the fullest possible weight to the interest of and the approval of and provision of housing. That's section 65589.5 subdivision A2L. So I'm concerned when I hear about mitigation. By the way, you are required to follow the Coastal Act, but not to the point where it steamrolls the Housing Accountability Act standards. That's the important.
We're dealing with parking here, not housing.
We're good with the housing. Why are we talking about that?
Because well, I don't know. Why are we talking about it?
Why are we talking about
yeah,
that?
because here, okay, maybe we shouldn't. Because you know what? Jason offered a solution. But you know, the commercial component of his housing development, I understand to be causing a parking problem for you guys. It's causing you to wrangle in your heads as to whether or not you're complying with your own LCP. Is it not? Otherwise, why is it a topic of conversation here at this dais? Is that not correct? I mean, you're asking me why we're talking about
parking on the coastline here. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, if my point being is that we need to find a way, you know, where you guys can accommodate your concerns about parking, but not, for instance, by conditioning Jason to underground parking, which would upset and disrupt and frankly kill the project with an infeasible condition. We're just
looking at all ideas to try to solve this problem.
And I'm helping you make them as informed ideas. I want to inform you of the law because I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. Okay. Yeah, that's my job. The second thing is, you know, the extra affordable unit, Commissioner Hensley, you're talking about too. That you're right. The state density bonus law is about financial feasibility. That's why it was written, because no one could afford to put affordable components in their housing projects, and it was becoming a huge problem in the state of California. So they've decided to come up with things that would sweeten the pot: incentives, housing, development standard waivers. But I was concerned when I hear about the talk towards leaning towards another affordable unit to go from 3 to 4, because that would turn the state density bonus law upside down by carrying out one of its objectives to a point where it actually kills an affordable housing project as opposed to advances it. So I just want to make that point. I might have a few others. But I did want to say that I wanted to incorporate the record of the January 24th onto the January 25th morning of City Council hearing. I want to incorporate that record into these proceedings because there's so much said and done that needs to be part of these proceedings, the record of these proceedings as well. So I just want to make sure that gets done.
What are you I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
We have the minutes as a part of our agenda.
Well, when we have a new application.
Right.
And that starts a new administrative record. So if I want to incorporate the old record, it basically takes everything that was said and done for that prior application that led to a January 24th and 25th denial and drops it into this record. So I'm just making that request.
Commissioner Hensley points out that we already have the minutes in our.
The minutes aren't sufficient because that's not the entirety of the administrative record.
It's within this body's discretion to decide whether they want to do that or not. This is a brand-new application.
Yeah, why would we do that?
You're not required to do that.
Yeah, I don't, do you?
I would say there's a lot of.
Does anybody make a motion that we actually do that?
I don't know how we could, because that's video, that's text. We have the minutes, but this is a new application. So that's why when we heard earlier, this is the 6th meeting. No, this is the 1st meeting. And we didn't choose to come back with a new application. We chose to make a special meeting.
I realize that,
so, okay.
Commissioner Hensley. And look, I'm not trying to lock horns with anybody here. I'm trying to be helpful. I think there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and a very late night. Then there was a lot said, done, a lot of documents that went into that record. And I think it would be very helpful for that to be part of this record. And as I understand, the applicant can request that, and we are.
Okay. If there was something you wanted in the record, it could have been in the application, or,
No, it is a new application. We did that because we want to.
We want to
give you an opportunity.
I don't hear anybody making a motion to do that.
Thank you.
I guess we can't vote on it.
Second thing is the next question, the 2 questions down from that, in the coastal development project application. Will the project have an effect on public access to and along the shoreline, either directly or indirectly, e.g. removing parking used for access to the beach? If yes, describe the effect. The answers are quite simple, no. That seems to be contrary to the idea of this preferential parking thing. I mean, where, so I don't see how that can be reconciled really. But let me see if I understand that that basically if I'm counting them with no tasting room, we have a 4-space deficit on the commercial, but we can reduce the outdoor dining to the point where we basically have no deficit. Is that, and you said something to the effect of reduce it to 12 seats.
12 seats would not trigger an additional parking. If there's, I'm not looking at the staff report itself. If there are a couple of spaces, we could just say the outdoor dining would have to be reduced to where there's adequate parking available on site.
And so we could basically on the commercial side.
So that if there is okay, well, they could get 18. I mean, I don't have that in front of me, but they could get 18 seats and they still have ample parking on site. Then that would just take care of that. So I can make that.
Okay, so we can completely reduce the outdoor dining and the tasting room, and basically the commercial is even Steven at that point, right? That you have adequate commercial parking, right?
Yeah, that they meet what's required. Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that, Commissioner Hensley. We would like you to address your questions.
My questions are on the EIR. So if I could, can I get some help with the EIR? So this is the environmental impact report. Yeah. Hi.
Hi. Suzanne Rorto with Rincon Consultants.
Hi, thank you. So this is a new project, but a lot of similarities to the previous project. So can you just give me a short synopsis of any changes to the environmental impact report that was done for this project?
The only thing that has been changed is the VMT analysis. So if we're looking at, say, air quality, the analysis that we did for the original project found that everything was under thresholds. So the negligible change in this doesn't affect those quantitative analyses.
Environmental impact. So all the previous there was talk of soils remediation and soils contamination, and all that was looked at in the EIR of this new project proposed. And with mitigation, there's no impact, or is it, what's the phrase for?
Less than significant with mitigation.
Less than significant. Yeah. So air quality, construction, soils, contamination,
Right.
I don't know.
It's all the same
Birds.
site. If there had been
Okay.
like an addition to the site,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
that would have triggered a need for additional analysis.
Okay, and
But
so
since
the-
it's all the same site, there's no
Okay.
change.
And so this EIR did not need to go back out for comment, did not need to have another public.
No. So if there had been an increase, a substantial increase in an impact or a new impact, then we would have to recirculate. But since there's no new significant impact,
Okay.
we're okay with.
And the only impact that's unavoidable, unmitigatable is vehicle miles traveled, right? That the amount of, not traffic, but the amount of vehicles, miles that a vehicle will travel is greater than the threshold the city has set for that project, right? And with the mitigation, I saw there's mitigation of like transit passes and bicycles and shared this and shared that, even some sort of car or Uber or something like that. All those mitigations can't affect the vehicle miles traveled.
Right. I'm sure Nico could respond to that better, but those are they're not actual quantifiable measures as I'm.
Okay, yeah, maybe. Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Yeah. That leads right into the next one on the,
Excuse me.
on the vehicle
Nico
miles
Bullock,
traveled.
Fair and Pierce. The mitigations that we tested can reduce the VMT impact, but not to a level that is less than significant.
Okay, so that basically means that there's an impact, that there's, and maybe why is VMT important? Why is VMT an environmental impact? Just a very general question.
It's related to greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay.
It's related, but also distinct. Okay. If we can reduce VMT, then we also improve air quality.
Okay. And when we saw the last project, one of the things we had conditioned it on was trying to reduce the VMT impact. In the study that was presided before, that those who dwell in the units that are provided at below income have less VMT than those who reside in market rate house. Is that fair? Is that
That's
accurate?
correct, yes.
Okay, and so that's why last time we conditioned it on an additional moderate income housing unit to attempt to reduce the vehicle miles traveled from this total project.
Correct. More affordable units would reduce the VMT impact.
But even with that change last time, we were unable to make it less than significant, right? We reduced it, but not to the point that it was.
Right. More than 50% of the total units would have to be affordable units to completely get rid of the impact.
Okay. And in this project, would that hold the same? Would that be also true?
Yes, it would.
There's no change? Okay. And does it matter if it's very low income affordable or moderate affordable or what level that is? Does that matter for the VMT or?
Not necessarily. We don't have a lot of data to support that.
Okay. Are there other things that we can do to mitigate VMT that we haven't thought of or that we weren't considered last time? Because it sounds like the applicant is not interested in providing an additional affordable unit. Have more discussions about that later.
We've tried the kitchen sink.
Okay. So there is nothing else that we could try. We can't.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask one quick question?
Of
since you're up
course.
there? How many trips are generated with the new project a day? The last one was 525. What's the new trip generation?
I don't know what the new trip generation is because that's separate from the VMT analysis, but it would be less than 525 because it's technically a smaller project, fewer bedrooms.
Okay, but we don't know where it's, so it's nowhere near the 109 that you would make it, appropriate and no longer significant and unavoidable?
So the trip generation that you're referring to is what we use for the level of service analysis. That's operations at intersections.
Okay.
That is not a CEQA issue. The VMT all takes place within the traffic model, the SCAG model that we use.
This is your report from last time, table 4.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I wasn't scheduled to talk.
No, you're okay.
Which is this from the previous project that was
Yeah, but
proposed?
you put it under VMT impact and you, on the heading, it said just that, this particular, from the last.
Right. So that relates to the screening for the project. So under the city's guidelines, you can completely screen the project from doing a VMT analysis if it generates net 110 trips or less. So for that purpose, we do look at the trip generation. But this would generate more than that, so it cannot be screened.
Okay. Therefore, avoiding a VMT impact would require that the project do one of the following. But in this, it says that that's what this was for. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Well, here, you did this? Come on
Yes.
up. It's from I'm sorry. This is, remember when we asked you to give us some scenarios, what would bring in the VMT into an acceptable level? And this is the scenario we came up with?
Yes.
And in conclusion, so that's why I'm asking you if you knew that number from the project,
Yes,
the current project.
I do. And we were trying to look at what size of the project would be able to screen from having to do a VMT analysis at all.
Oh, I see. But we can assume it's a little bit less than that, but it's not meeting
Right, we are in
the
the
significant.
territory where VMT
Okay,
analysis-
gotcha. Okay,
Thanks.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
I have
Yep.
one more question. Mr. Boyd, I have one more question.
Oh, absolutely.
What's generating the trips and what's generating the VMT is, if I understand it correctly, and confirmed for the new project, is not the housing, it's the commercial.
It's both.
Yeah.
Both? If the commercial was scraped, if this applicant chose to do just the housing project and not have adaptive reuse, not have commercial, not have mixed use, wouldn't this project be screened and not have to go through VMT if it was just housing on that site?
I'm not certain. I would have to go back and look at that.
Okay. I thought that was the case in the last project, that if he
Yeah,
had scraped the commercial and just had residential, it would have passed the screening and not had to go to VMT study.
If there was no residential and only commercial, the commercial would screen from having to do VMT analysis.
Okay. But if it was just a residential project, I thought there was something about the SCAG and the infill and the something that like the screening would make it so it wouldn't trigger VMT, but because they had commercial and residential is what triggered that screening to go to the full VMT.
If the project were only residential and small enough that the net increase in daily trips would be 110 or less, then it would not have an impact. It would actually screen. You wouldn't have to do a VMT analysis at all.
Okay. And those are thresholds the city set up?
Yes.
Right, okay. And again, this is relatively new, right? I think the city, this may be only the second or third project where we've had, maybe a first, I don't know, but
This is new for the whole state.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Before I ask you a question, does anybody else have questions? Okay. It's a question for staff. Do we have it within our purview to require that any rental units with ground floor bedrooms, that they be ADA compliant?
Antonio, the buttons get us.
Thank you. That's actually under the building division's provisions. They enforce the ADA requirements, and there's different requirements for different types of units. So that's a code requirement, actually, that they have to comply with.
Oh, so that's already required?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's certain provisions. They have to design units in certain ways. And I think actually in this latest version, I think the architect has addressed those specific questions. So you might want to ask Mr. Withy to respond to that.
Dan Withy, BSB Design. The question was, they're all ground floor bedrooms, the townhomes ADA compliant?
Yeah.
No.
No.
10%. Townhomes only need to be 10% adaptable at the first floor. It's different from flats. If you're elevator serviced, everything is adaptable. If you don't have an elevator, only 10% of the ground floor has to be adaptable. So that means it has to have a handicap, at least a half a bath. It's accessible. The doors are 3 feet.
Right. So, so in this case, 10% of the units that have ground floor access
10%
have to
of
be
the
ADA.
townhomes, which are most of them,
Right.
have to have that access, which means they have to have the bigger bathroom.
Yeah.
There's no real difference other than that. Other than the doors, 210 versus 2.6 or something like that. But all the flats, the thing with the elevator is, they're all accessible. The converted commercial building on the south end, those are all accessible.
Huh. Okay. So it's sort of hit or miss whether something like that is available for somebody who comes in who really needs ADA.
Well, it used to be that townhomes were exempt completely, and they changed that rule about, 4 or 5 years ago to make it 10% of them. So if you had a project, there would always be 1 or 2 that were adaptable. Otherwise, there's stairs. I mean, it's tough for a wheelchair.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Clearly. Okay. That answers my question. Thank you. So, yeah, I don't see any hands up with questions over here. I think you mentioned that you might have some responses to some things that were brought up before we go back to a public, or should we do one more round of public? Are there any public comments?
There are no public comments at this time.
So you had some responses to things that were brought up?
So to be clear, during the course of this project, I've always done public outreach for the folks that live in the area, also to the planning commissioners, city council members, and to staff. So after the city council meeting, I continued the conversation that we had at the dais, which was to propose to reduce the 18 5-bedrooms to 4, and to see if I was okay with conditioning the approval of the tasting room to, or the retail to tasting room on the condition of the parking management plan, right? And so the days following, I followed the same procedures of doing public outreach to speak with the city council members, which I spoke with Obaji, who Brown acted with Niels. I did not speak with Niels individually. And Obaji also spoke with correspondents that were representing the public. I also spoke with Lowenstein, Christina, and Laura MD, to be clear. So I did my best to provide public outreach for those that were interested in speaking. And nothing new was proposed or designed other than what was proposed at the dais at the last city council meeting, which was reducing the 5 bedrooms to 4 and proposing a parking management plan and figuring out the way of how do we get there. That's number one. Number two is the only reason we're proposing a parking variance is to preserve the historical buildings. Okay. So the historical buildings are also the reason why we didn't screen out of the VMT analysis. Right? So we're sitting here, several, times in, and we all want housing, right? But it's clear that folks want the commercial component to it, right? And so I'm agnostic. I would like to have housing, right? But it's loud and clear that folks like the commercial aspect of the historical preservation of these buildings. And so I'm here as a steward to highlight the fact that I could have pushed to demo those buildings a long time ago. Right? I know. Should we have? I'm down. You're like,
Not as a starting point. Not as a
I like
starting
a tasting
point.
room, but I don't like it that much. I like a breakfast pantry, but I don't like it that much. But the folks in the area, every time I'm there, they want a walkable destination. And every public comment's the same thing. And so those are my struggles. They're not my proposal. That's not my focal point of the project. During the application process, what I was going to do was I was going to provide a vanilla shell retail proposal for these two spaces, right? And I wanted to highlight, thank you for recalling that the planning staff thought it would be the most prudent approach to propose the most intense use now so that later a business owner wouldn't struggle with that CUP. So I took the higher road, and it seems that it's okay to not approve that change of use at the moment. The original onset proposal was to propose it to be a retail space and change that use as appropriate, right? And then also the parking management plan could be devised in many things. And I like to give an analogy. When we are designing, say, a 50-unit project or 100-unit project, right? And we got an approval and we go to plan check, right? And we get building and safety approval. We have deferred approvals. We have mechanical, electrical, plumbing. We have electrical. We have fire sprinkler deferred approvals. We also have elevator deferred approvals, right? But that allows for the project to move forward on the overall good of the project, and then it allows for time for the subsequent things. So in the same vein, this project, the premise is housing, affordability, and the secondary is preserving the historical uses and the buildings. And so the parking improvement plan could be devised, but as I mentioned, we can't solve it at this moment. Some suggestions would be valet parking plan that has permit parking for the residents so they can have access to the streets. I can also work to lease parking at adjacent lots. I can also have a paid bus toll like you see in Laguna Beach or Dana Point or San Juan Capistrano. You can go up and down the road, right? There are shuttles is another way. I meant trolley, not tolling, sorry. And also, don't forget there's 2 bus stops on this block, like literally right in front of the project. Provide free bus passes. So folks have a membership at the tasting room. They have free bus passes. They have a membership, senior discount at the veteran discount at the breakfast place. You get free bus passes. So those are some examples of what a parking management plan could look like. And we would be using the staff's experience as well as a professional parking consultant to devise that plan. So it's similar to how we would go to plan check for building and safety and defer the elevator submittal on a separate track. So it's not saying we're not going to solve it now, but it is acknowledging that I'm willing to not ignite the change of use of that tasting room, as well as reduce that outdoor dining to what I initially thought we should propose on the onset. So those were my 3 comments back. Did I miss any questions?
I have a question for you. I didn't really get my head around if you were to reduce all of the 4 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms, what kind of impact that would have. I would understand that people would pay more for a place with bigger rooms, But I also see the other side where somebody says, well, I really need 4 bedrooms for what I'm doing, although that seems a little unusual, but just like your thoughts on that.
I have reduced the amount of bedrooms on this project to net 10 bedrooms altogether. And with the spirit of working with the city and the commissioners and the elected officials. And so lowering that count would financially, make this project in a high risk profile, which I would need something to balance that, but there's nothing to ask for. I can't ask for another unit because there's no place to put it, I can't ask for additional retail square footage because I can't park it, right? So honest to God, if I could, I would give it to you, but I can't. It's literally so tight. An LP return on a 5-year should be a 20% IRR. This project's at a 14, which from a financial perspective is a lot of basis points, especially with the capital markets right now and construction prices. It is highly risky. And so I've worked my best to try to work to get the project as fine-tuned as possible. And that's what is presented in front of you guys. And the one thing I can provide is not changing the use to the commercial. That's the crux of the matter, is the parking addition, which comes from preserving the historical buildings, which comes from that whole genre of things. And so should I have demoed the historical buildings and just built all housing? Maybe, right? Maybe. But also there's some value in pedestrian oriented commercial on that block. Every time I've been there, people are like, hey, when's the coffee shop coming back? When my dad passed away, I went there and sat with my pastor and talked and wept. And I seen the vibrancy of that location. And I want to bolster and I want to be able to have that culture classic come back in one way, shape, or form. We were talking about the ranch market. We're talking about all the cool things that Redondo has to offer. And this is a spot that's been derelict for way too long. When I came, Catalina Coffee was already at business, right? And so I've been working to try to get this place up and running as fast as possible. And, I'm here with an honest, very transparent proposal that I have worked with every person that has an input that has time to provide feedback. So I won't be able to provide a reduction in those 4 bedrooms to 3 because it's not financially feasible. I'm already stressed as it is. Just like your proposal of me providing an additional affordable housing unit, on our first, or I wouldn't say first, our third meeting that we had or whatever, I was trying to work on with what I had, but I've already given what I had. I don't have any more to give. And I think you guys could feel the transparency and the honesty. I've given a lot. And so I think the last piece that I can give financially is putting that retail on the hands of whether, the Coastal Commission approves our parking management plan. And if not, it can just stay retail. The vintage clothing shop is pretty cool. I went there and bought a lot of cool clothes. I ain't gonna lie. I like I told you, the golf simulation / pro skater shop. That's the kind of retail stuff that is in lieu of a beer tasting room. We all love a beer tasting room. I would love something to be able to go there, all of us, in 5 years, 10 years, and it's wow, we worked hard on this project. But if it kills the project, it's not worth it. And I know there's a struggle because that's one of the main parts of the project. But if we keep that place, there's not going to be a project. And so I'm willing to make that risk.
Did you have a question for the applicant?
I don't.
Oh, okay. So do you have a?
Like I said, I like to hear you talk, but it's getting late. And we still have, let's see, 10:30, 6.5 more hours to go. We're going to try and break the record. Sorry. So I would hate to see either of those commercial ventures get scrapped because we're a few parking spaces away from making this fit. That said, if it does wind up retail, bike shop. High-end bike shop.
There you go.
Bikes, for everything
That's not
from
a bad
beach
idea,
cruisers
dude.
to road bikes to electric bikes, and especially helmets. So I have other ideas too. But what we have in this neighborhood is a horrible shortage of parking, street parking, because so many homes are built before people had tons of cars or any. And yet, there's an 85 space parking lot at a church right behind this thing. I know last time I was saying, can't you work a deal with these pastors to say, hey, you're not using this thing most of the time. Couldn't you open it up to some kind of permit parking for people that live in the surrounding few blocks? I guess that was a resounding no from them. But surely there's some kind of compromise the city could leverage by saying, we have certain number of people that are living in homes that have absolutely no on-site parking. What about if just those people were allowed to park in your lot, but only if there's no church services going on? The land is underused. It's a waste. And we have a community that is dying from having to walk 40 blocks from where they park their car to where they live. And we have a wonderful business venture here that is going to die on the vine if we don't solve this parking issue. And that's it right there, is that this organization that controls that parking lot doesn't seem to have much of a appetite for charity. And it is of no consequence to them if someone's parking in that lot when they have absolutely no use for it all day long and probably all night long either. So there's got to be some way to sit down with these, and there's several of these churches back there. They all have something of a parking lot. Surely there's a way to sit down with them and say, we need you to step up for the community. And especially since I'm sure a lot of people do walk there. They have their own parishioners and churchgoers that probably walk there. But those religious organizations should be encouraged to be more supportive of the greater community and not just hogging that land in a completely underutilized fashion. Everybody else is having to make sacrifices. We have a guy here who's got his own solvency on the line here. And we have a neighborhood that doesn't know whether they prefer having a short walk from where they park or a cup of coffee in the morning. We should be able to solve this problem with some kind of a negotiation with these properties that have unused parking lots. Surely there's some way to do this. And to let this project go in as it is designed right now. I'd almost rather have the bike shop, but still, there's got to be a way. Can we not do something to encourage or give them some incentive that maybe even puts money in their pocket? Or fills more seats in the church on Sunday?
Commissioner Hensley has a question for the applicant.
Oh, he does he? Well, go ahead, I'm done.
Your time, Doug.
I think I've made my point.
I just listen. Okay, question on the feasibility of the affordable units. So currently you have 2 very low income because that's what you need for your density bonus. Is there any interest or appetite if it was 1 very low and 2 low I need to check with legal if that's even possible, but.
Say it again?
So currently you have two very low, lowest.
Three, I have three.
Oh, sorry.
All
Sorry,
three of
three
them.
very low.
All very low.
In the interest of two were very low and two were low. Because again, that would help with the VMT, just number of affordable units. And again, I need to check with legal. It's just because low, to get your 46% density bonus, you'd have to provide 23 of those units. So it's a much different thing. So let me check with legal because I'm getting some head nodding.
I think it's fine to pose the question, so.
Okay.
Just bear in mind, it's the very low that gets you that higher percentage of density bonus. If you had only 2 units of very low, it's not going to get you they wouldn't be able to get the concessions.
But the state density bonus law, as I read it, that's the minimum. That like it says that the city can provide more than what that says. So basically, we're providing one by the law, and the second one that they're requesting is, again, I'm trying just as hard as you are. I approved the project last time with conditions. I'm still interested in the same conditions. You came back with a new project, but very similar, and I have the same goals I had before. I'm not trying to drive you out of business. I'm not trying to make it infeasible, but I feel it's my obligation to mitigate the environmental impact as much as I can and to get as much affordable housing as I can. I think it's my goal. So again, let me check with legal, and it's hard to do at 10:30 at night. You know, no math, and I don't know where anyone else is. So this is just my idea out there.
Does that work, Brandon?
So let me ask staff then. So I get that right now they're providing 3 very low income. That's how they get their bonus. That's how they get their density. And you can't do a 4th because it makes it infeasible. And again, my whole purpose of this is for the CEQA mitigation, that this is the only way that I was testified to mitigate the VMT. And right now we have to provide a statement of overriding conditions. And this isn't going to eliminate that, but it's the best we can do, in my opinion. So any advice on?
Are you motioning to continue this hearing?
Not at the time, but I'm just, and if we don't have an answer or there's interest and we need to study it, I'm open to that. Or if we need to again, that's why I started this whole hearing with what is our timeline? Because technically we restarted the clock. This is a new application. And I don't want to, because I understand you have timelines of the previous one. That's why my very first question, so we could all be on the same page, was, what is your timelines? All right. So what is your thing? So anyway, let me ask.
I think the bigger issue isn't so much, you're right that with concessions, you could grant, that is the minimum, you could grant additional concessions. I think the issue is going to be on how many total units he could get. It's that very low that gets him that density bonus that gets him to the 32 units or even up to 33.
Yeah.
If it was the low, I don't know. I don't think it's going to meet that.
Yeah.
No.
We would need to go back to recalculate, but it doesn't look like it's going to get you the number of units, the 11 or units.
Yeah.
Okay.
10 units.
In the EIR, your first objective said that your project would meet the 26 units of market rate apartments that the community needed. I forget exactly how it was worded. But now you're looking at having 29 market rate places. So is there a reason that the number has gone up to 29 from 26?
Yeah, because I try to counterbalance the reduction of the 5 bedrooms to the 4.
Okay.
And then, so what I did is I've reduced the affordable units from 4 units to 3.
Mm-hmm.
And that balanced the reduction of the 10 bedrooms. That was why. It wasn't by choice of reducing or renegotiating my deal here with Hensley. Which I'll stand by my word. I'll give you another unit. I'll give you another moderate 2-bedroom unit.
Okay. Again, they're at least right now telling me that's not
Talking about 4. So there's 3. I'm gonna add 1.
All right.
I'm a man of my word. I'm trying to do a deal with you guys. I'm not here to like play games or try to do anything other than work with you guys. I've been doing it time and time again. So it's
Commissioner Hensley's not wrong. I mean, CEQA requires that we try to mitigate any significant impacts to the maximum
only
extent
one.
feasible. Right.
And if there was,
Really do anything though, Matthew.
well, but
It's kind of like you're asking for something that's not going to make a difference.
Figure out the
it's,
Make a little difference.
but it's better than nothing.
Yep.
Right? Better to strike a match than curse the darkness. So,
and just to note that if I were to, again, on the same topic, if there was no historical preservation, and I just did 32 units here, I would screen out, right?
You would do what?
I would screen out.
of
Would not trigger a VMT analysis.
And if on top of that, if there was no soils remediation, I would have a class 32 CEQA exemption. Right? So I'm sitting here remediating the soils, but I have to do CEQA. I don't get a class 32 exemption. I'm doing historical preservation. Now I'm screening into this whole web of different mitigations. And so I want you guys to kind of just note that, like, if I could, I would just build 32 units. But the soils need to be cleaned. They're contaminated. There's historical resources on the site that I've been urged to protect. And so I'm working here. I'm getting the punches on the back of the head, and I'm standing tall, and I'm giving what I could. The last time at the dais, the proposal was turn the 18 from 5 to 4. I said, let's do it. Let's do a parking management plan so you can get the project approved, and you can change the use of the tasting room if the parking plan gets approved. If not, it stays retail. And to mitigate the CEQA further, I'll provide one additional affordable unit, 1 2-bedroom unit, a moderate unit for Hensley. It's a recommendation.
Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm sure I'm over time, but I have.
Can I ask a quick question?
No, everyone else can.
Who was the applicant when the Preservation Commission designated this area? Who was the applicant?
It was done last year.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
I have one more question, just one more.
Somebody wants to go home.
In case there's back and forth,
Mm-hmm.
you'll want to hear what I may have put as.
Yeah, we'll want to hear that. I do have one question though, and this is for you guys. For the affordability, for the density bonus and stuff, am I correct in that every unit that is, say, low income, is there, and I should know this, but I don't, there's a minimum number of bedrooms in the unit and such, because I understand these are 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom units for the very low income. Is that correct? And all the units are 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom?
One of them is 2-bed, 2-bath. The other 2 are 2-bed, 1-bath.
2-bed, 1-bath, and one is 2-bed, 2-bath. Okay. So the number of bedrooms and bathrooms, does that change the mix, or does that, it just, a unit is a unit is a unit? It could be 4 bedrooms, it could be 1 bedroom, doesn't matter.
Correct, a unit is a unit. If you recall in our conversation on inclusionary, that the only way that you can make the mix similar to or to the mix of what the units are for density bonus is if you had it in your inclusionary as a requirement.
That's right, yeah, okay.
But
right.
but we don't have that ability to.
Right, we don't have that now.
To determine which size of units have to be the affordable.
Okay, I've got that. Commissioner Inslee.
Mr. Mullin, this is not for you, this is a question for staff. I always save my favorite topic for last. Senior Planner Gardia, can I ask you about outdoor living space? So I understand it's a waiver being requested. I'm looking at the calculations in the plan, and the recreational room / lunchroom looks like an office to me, is over 1,200 square feet, even though it's not directly immediately adjacent to a public space that qualifies. Can I see a picture of the map? Is there something I could look at to see that? And maybe can you walk me through any discussions or how it came to be that that wasn't able to be connected or that kind of thing? This is my last topic, promise.
So the room it's at the bottom floor of the Masonic Lodge. And the other outdoor deck or the other common space is on the upper level of basically the third floor of the wing. And so they're not right next to one another.
Yeah.
And so it's only accessible to get through from this recreation room up there through the elevator. It doesn't open directly out into it. And there's no other because of the position of where it's at, you can't design it so that it does open out into a courtyard or some kind of common space.
Can I see
a certain dimension?
Can I see a picture if you have something so we could at least visually see what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Please.
So I think this is the site plan. And
protect the front facade and the side facade because it's historical. So
right.
You can't put it out.
Okay. Okay.
I'm afraid I can't
Yeah, you're
zoom in.
significantly altering the dirty laundry building.
So this is the first floor, right?
Yeah, this is the first floor, and this is that common room that's towards the front of the building. And then the units are above, and I imagine this is the elevator that goes up to the other floors. And then on the third floor, it exits out. There's a pathway around to the deck that's out towards this end. So it's not immediately adjacent.
And what else is on that second floor with the
It's the unit.
Oh,
It's the
so
units.
units in between?
Yes.
And so as I see it, if that is not immediately adjacent, then that rec room, office space, kitchenette, whatever you want to call that, in my opinion, does not qualify because it says it has to be immediately adjacent.
Right.
And I get they can have a waiver, but the waiver has to be to make the project feasible or not. This seems to be an optional space.
It's a requirement for them to try and fulfill the open space. This is how they're trying to compensate for that. I mean, maybe they could put it on another level, but it's never going to be immediately adjacent to the other outdoor recreation area.
Yeah. So in my opinion, in the calculations, it's counting for 1,200 square feet of outdoor living space. Because it's not immediately adjacent, I believe it's zero. It's not outdoor living space as defined.
It does, like I said before, the provisions allow for other indoor areas that are kind of equipped to be recreation rooms with outfitted for certain things. I know they're more intended to be like exercise rooms and things like that.
Yeah.
And this is different, obviously, but it is a communal space. They have it outfitted with what looks to be like microwave, that type of thing, coffee machine or whatever. And so it's still a communal space. I think it still meets the general intent.
Okay. I don't disagree that it's communal, but it's just, I'm just wondering if there's a better use for it if, and again, in my opinion, it doesn't count as outdoor living space. Again, I'm all for outdoor living space, but if it doesn't qualify for it, maybe there's a better use of that space than what's proposed.
There could be.
So maybe I'll ask the applicant, Mr. Mueller, if you would. I have a question on this rec room, office, meeting room. Again, this is my personal opinion, but I don't believe it qualifies outdoor living space because it's not immediately adjacent to the patio deck that is outdoor living space. And again, if it doesn't count as outdoor living space, I would not counted as such. Your calculation is 0, you still get a waiver to meet our outdoor living space requirement. Do you have a better use for that space than what is currently proposed if it is not outdoor living space?
I've designed this residential project to have amenities for the residents. And so one of the amenities is the recreational room that's on the upper deck to the southern parcel, also for this kind of video rec area. And I imagine people being able to, have outdoor kind of seats, have an indoor-outdoor kind of connection there for that space. And I think it'll come as a very good amenity for folks that need that type of space. And so when I've designed this property, I have the the rec room, like game room, rec room / meeting room that has, a wet bar, whatever, for folks that need to utilize it. And then you also have the rec room that's up top that has the outdoor deck. And you also have the public-private courtyard that is pretty vast and, acts as an amenity and outdoor living space as well. And I've also equipped each of the units with reverse floor plans that connect the living room to the kitchen in order to create one large room that has passive ventilation that allows for a deck to be connected, as well as a rooftop deck when appropriate. Some of the configurations didn't allow it. So I'm with you because I think outdoor living space does increase the quality of life. And so I've, with a fine-tooth comb working with Dan Withy, have instructed to comply everywhere possible. And so with the interpretation of the code is to be able to provide outdoor space, recreational space, folks that could get out of their rooms, right? That's the idea. And so you get credit for recreational spaces that are adjacent, right? And so we can interpret the corridor to be an adjacent, art room. Can that be arguable? Yeah, you can have a code, argument on that. But we believe that the intent to get folks out of their rooms and into public places that are on site has been achieved. Not only on this ground floor level that'll access that walkway on Catalina that'll have sunset views, but also on the upper deck that doesn't have full credit. So we don't get full credit for that outdoor deck. Yeah, we also don't get full 15%. Credit for the outdoor rooftop decks. Yep. So if you gave us full 1-to-1 credit, we would be way over our outdoor living space.
But you also get, you get bonuses if it's off your main living space or your kitchen or your dining room. So there's also bonuses in the calculation.
Right.
So,
but in order for us to work to try our best to comply with the spirit of the code, we have done so. Even though we have a waiver to be able to get this project done, I didn't take that as an easy out. I've worked diligently to comply with that.
So in summary, you don't have a better use for that space?
I believe that it's the best amenity space for that corner. I would put a retail space in there, but can't park it. Yeah. Right? So that building used to have office, and then we needed parking. So we kept clipping it away until it's almost nothing.
Well, yeah, I was going to comment, I didn't mean to break in here, but I think Mr. Hensley was wondering if we could actually find another use that was just other than a lunchroom. And I'm thinking, but we do in a lot of projects, we put in like WeWork business things because a lot of these people work from home. And it's nice to have many conference areas, many work areas, and you can do that in that room. Yeah. Could do that.
No,
that's one thing.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing it's amenity. I'm not disagreeing it's nice. I'm not disagreeing people like it. I'm just saying tonight we've heard it doesn't fit. I can't fit it. It's maxed out. I'm out of space. I can't do it. So I'm giving you an option that, in my opinion, this is not outdoor living space.
You could make a fitness room out of it, or you could make a yoga room out of it, or you could, there's a lot of things you can do with that, I think.
Can you turn it into parking?
I can't turn it into parking unless we walk right on Catalina to Redondo.
You can't because you've already dug in from the first floor on the other side, right? If you come in the other side.
Needs some structure.
But we also want to keep a facade on the building. That was kind of important in the historical guy. architect, was very adamant about that, trying to keep some of that glass there and some activity in that building at the first floor. So,
Okay.
Anyway, there's a lot of things we can do with it. I think better than a lunchroom.
Okay. Yeah.
This takes a little further development.
And last other question, even if with calculating that thing, you're still 36 square feet, 37 square feet short. Antonio had mentioned at the beginning that if a deck was 1 foot bigger, blah, 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 that's probably meetable. Is that okay with you? Is like, if we, maybe not enforce is the right word, but like
Condition?
to the condition to the extent feasible, or, you know, maximize or minimize the gap or something like.
Absolutely.
To me, I'd rather have, instead of pushing in on the units and make them smaller, I'd rather keep the decks the same size. We can expand the deck, yeah, we can, but something's gonna suffer.
Okay.
Right?
So it has to go into the unit, can't go the other way?
It depends where it is, and so,
okay,
you know, it has to be looked at.
Okay.
I'm sure we can get it if you have to absolutely have it. We have a lot of deck space in this project. I mean, more than I ever put in any project.
Yep.
Trust me, you got roof decks, you got big other decks, you got roof decks, you got, even the courtyard. I consider that as part of the open space, and we don't count it. I mean, that commercial area there, if it doesn't become a brew pub, it could be part of their open space.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm sure.
So yeah, I'm okay to condition.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's good. I have one other question. Sorry, one last question. First time I mentioned parking all night. Haven't said it before. Question on parking. In the city of Formosa and in the city of Manhattan Beach, they allow like parking in their structure overnight for residents on a special permit. Manhattan Beach, you can park down at the beach overnight. You have to be out by 8 in the morning. Does the city of Redondo Beach have any program like that for residents, like at the pier or at the big flat lot at the pier? Is that?
I don't believe that there is, but it wouldn't, like, our department wouldn't have worked on that, so, but I don't recall having any conversations
you can park in that big double structure overnight with a special resident pass, but you have to be out by some certain time, or like, you know, but like that thing is full overnight because otherwise it's empty. So the residents park there, you know, overnight in their big double structure downtown.
Mm-hmm.
And same with Manhattan Beach. I had a friend who lived on like 44th and you know, they could park in that lower lot overnight with a special pass and be out at 8 in the morning. So, yeah. So anyway, just again, didn't mention parking all night, but just want to throw it out there that when the
There's also
parking management plan,
the old Gold's Gym as well.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's unfortunate the zoning requirements for that, like kind of, I think it's a quasi, I forget, it's like, what's the zoning? It's like, not museum, it's like some medical, some type of weird use that you can't get. It's like you can't get an office use in there. So it's been pretty vacant. And I think the Gold's Gym was like an old use. So that's why that's always been vacant. So in the parking management plan, those would be types of places I would look to lease some spaces.
Like the Crown Plaza, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, there used to be an old Gold's Gym
St.
next to
Austin
it back in
or
the
whatever, yeah.
I think
Okay.
the city owns that, right? Is that true? Is that right? Am I correct? City does own that.
That building Gold's Gym was in?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
And there's a big garage in there.
yeah.
And no one's using it?
I think the hotel uses it, right? But I don't know what utilization it is, but anyway. Good ideas. All right. Are we done with torturing these folks?
No.
I'd like to move to close the public hearing.
Well, we have to work with Brandy on what she's copied down.
You won't be able to ask me questions
Right.
once
when
we
you close
close
the
it. Yeah.
public hearing.
So, so if you could go ahead and share Sorry, I was trying to work on like what we can actually share. The problem is those two can be shared, but I can't get access to the extra on them. So this is it.
Okay.
So I have the resolution. I'm going to go through, I did a track changes, and I also highlighted just so, because the track changes are some of the changes, but the highlighted also includes some things that are different based on this new application. So let's go through those. So the first was under findings. If you recall, we talked.
Hold it.
Yeah.
So before we go directly to the resolution, right? I think there's some other, so procedurally, my thinking was that we would close the public hearing, we'd have discussion, right? And then we would make whatever motion. Is that correct?
Well, she has conditions and such.
Yeah, all I'm going through are some conditions that I, like things that I've heard per our conversation, the Planning Commission's conversation. This isn't saying this is your resolution. I just want you to see what those are, so that if there are like questions about those, you can ask them now, and then you can add, you can, change, you can add or change when you get to the point of closing the public hearing. It's just that once if you close it and then you're like, oh, well, but wait, why did you have that? And I wouldn't be able to respond to you.
I understand. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So just real quick, this was under the findings, and it was addressing the historic variance, but it was talking about that parking study. And we wanted to add, because this parking study, the revised one now has, addresses that the staggered hours of operation for the non-residential uses. So this is just adding that as part of the findings of, that the parking study provided the findings for that it does not adversely impact property within the neighborhood of the historic district, specifically addressing the proposed staggered hours of operation of the non-residential uses. So that was the first. That's just under findings. Now we're getting to the actual conditions. These are the two conditions about the hours of operation. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Let me show the markup with the markup. Here we go. Maybe. No, not simple, all markup. There we go. So to address there were two different areas where the hours of operation were addressed under findings. One that I just added about the shared parking, and then the other was about noise. So this was just clarifying why those hours of operation. I put this in here because we have had enough projects come back years later, like, well, why did they set those hours of operation? And I just wanted this to be clear that it's to address the findings on noise and shared parking per the parking analysis. And then this changed it for the tasting room, 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. Did I get that right? Yeah. And for the coffee shops, I left the 6 a.m. because I don't think that made a difference. It's still not overlapping. I know that the study said 7 a.m. I don't think that's making the big difference. To 3 p.m. So those were those changes. And then per the applicant's agreement, just added that we had the breakout of the bedroom mix, and just that 3 to be these are for the 2-bedroom units, 3 to be affordable at low income and 1 at moderate income.
The 3 are very low.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. See, I'm just testing you. And what I have highlighted here were those additional things from that are different from the prior project. That the project would not permit we had this in the last one, in a unit more than 1 person per bedroom. The applicant has, number 64 here, the applicant has confirmed that the 3 very low income deed restricted units would only have 1 lessee each. And I think that there's another reference to that,
does
for
that
the other
mean?
What
units.
does that mean, Director Forbes?
Yeah, it's like,
One lessee means one person? I thought it was one lease.
One
per
lease.
unit.
That-
I thought
well,
all units would have one lease.
Yeah, I thought all units would have one lease.
And I think that's in there, but let me just get to it.
Yeah, this is odd. What does that mean?
We'll hold this one.
Okay.
The applicant has agreed to provide an additional unit as moderate income in addition to the 3 very low income deed restricted units. If the surrounding neighbor, this one I don't think we need again, because you'll see the next, but this is what we had previously talking about, that preferential parking. And I don't know that we necessarily need to keep that in here, but I left it just in case. So looking at the next one, this is the new condition. Due to the deficit of parking for the tasting room and outdoor dining area, the applicant agreed that the approval of the historic variance to the parking requirement for these 2 uses may be predicated on approval of a parking management plan. A parking management plan must be completed with necessary approvals before the tasting room and larger outdoor dining area uses are permitted to open and be operational. The parking management plan may include such concepts as additional parking meters, preferential parking, overnight parking permits for residents at metered or decked parking, and shared parking agreements with churches or other uses with parking lots in the vicinity.
I think the comma after plan should probably be removed in the 4th line. Management plan. A parking management plan must be completed.
Yeah, I'm sure there was something there before.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, until such parking management plan is approved by the necessary approving authorities, the existing non-conforming retail use may continue in the location of the proposed tasting room space, and the outdoor dining is limited to the number of seats so that the non-residential uses meet the parking requirements without the historic variance. This effectively conditions the approvals of the conditional use permit and the historic variance on a parking management plan being approved by the necessary approving authorities. The tasting room will only be permitted to serve beer and wine. Hard liquor is not permitted to be served at the tasting room. The coffee shop will not be permitted to serve alcohol. The coffee shop menu will be for a pedestrian-oriented restaurant level of service. The affordable housing for the project will remain affordable through the required deeds restriction timeframe. And I put as required by density bonus law for rental units, just so that there's not a question of, oh yeah, well, I only thought it was going to be X. Well, we're clarifying where. As the applicant agreed, the affordable units will be fixed units dispersed throughout the development and with like finishes to the market rate units. The project must be modified to meet outdoor living, and this is why I wanted to have this conversation, to meet the outdoor living space requirements according to the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to the extent possible, where the recreation room amenity in Building 3 is to be provided to mitigate the waiver of the outdoor living space requirements, and maybe of some of the outdoor. I want to say that there was something about, I'm going to go back to that, to the note I had. The one lease each.
Well, all units,
Yeah, I think that there's
all
another.
dwelling units will have one lease.
Yeah. I want to say that there was something in here, but I might be wrong. Okay.
Can I ask a question about the lease situation?
Of course.
So 1 lease per unit, will it be one name on that lease, or will each individual who's got a bedroom in that be on the lease?
Just 1 lease per unit.
Okay.
Per dwelling unit.
On the outdoor,
Is there an issue?
It's Goes against everything.
And what Antonio was just pointing out for the outdoor dining area, since that's serving both, that would be open during all of the hours from the 6 a.m. to the 10 p.m. because that's not going to change each of their individual uses. It's just going to be the place where that they could both be overlapped. Does that make sense?
It's it.
I'm looking at you, Chair, and you just have this look like, I don't know what you just said.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. Can you say that one more time,
Yes.
slowly?
The outdoor dining area. So, and number 15 here,
Okay.
we just left it at the 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. since that would serve both uses at such time as a parking management plan would be. You know what, though? I think that I'm going to go back down to the, hold on to your hats. I'm going to go back down to the condition about the parking management plan. Because I think that it would be to the number, and the outdoor dining is limited to the number of seats. And limited to the hours of operation of the coffee, was it coffee shop? Just that way you're not going to have people lingering around in the space from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Quick question for the commissioners. That shared space in the middle, was it 6 a.m. in the previous project?
Yes.
Okay. I guess it's okay, but I have some concern about the noise starting at 6:01 versus 7:01.
I think I don't. Yeah, I think we talked about this in a prior project, and that was the idea that you allow them to do it. That doesn't mean they're going to do it.
Yeah.
The difference is, though there is a difference, because one was on aviation, and then the house was all the way back, whereas this is literally 5 feet.
Yeah.
That might be a concern.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. And I guess if it were next to a house that wasn't associated with the project, but this is a rental apartment that's part of the project. So it's almost like,
you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, I mean, the thing opens at 6. You get a problem with that, don't rent this apartment, I guess,
Okay.
I'm not a libertarian, but, there is some.
Director Forbes? Director Forbes? In here where it mentions about getting the necessary approvals, I think that's once or twice. Fourth line of 67. Can we say all the necessary approvals?
I can put all.
Because technically the city council needs to approve it, and then potentially the coastal commission needs to approve it, and so,
Matt, don't you mean all pertinent necessary?
To the extent feasible, where herefore into.
Including but not limited to.
Yeah. Basically just means throughout everything I just said.
And in conformance with California law.
I have a question. Just for clarification, Director Forbes, some of the parking solutions that were brought up are really against in conflict with the Coastal Act. So just to verify, in the event that the Coastal Commission does not approve the parking plan, then can you describe what happens at that point?
If they didn't approve it or if they modified it, however it would be modified, or the components of it that they wouldn't approve, if the city council was, found that acceptable and approved it with that change, then it would have the approval. So they may only approve a portion, or for example, a year ago, they had reviewed our ADU ordinance, and they said, we will find this where we could certify it if these modifications are made to the ordinance. And so we had to go through and make those changes. We made those changes, adopted it, sent to them, and they confirmed that we made those changes. So it would be similar. I mean, it's not an ordinance, but it would be, here's the parking management plan that we're proposing. They could say, we approve the parking management plan with these changes. Maybe it's only overnight that residential could have preferential parking. Who knows what it might be that they would make their modifications, and they'd say, we'll come back and consider it if you make these changes and approve them locally. If you approve these changes and get them back to us, then we can certify it. So it may be back and forth. That happens a lot with Coastal Commission, with different ordinances and plans that we have sent to them.
Okay, thank you. And the procedure from this end would be, who develops does the proponent develop the parking plan?
It'd probably be the proponent in conjunction with the city, because the city council is obviously going to have to approve that. So we would likely work with our public works department, just looking at and have discussion at city council on what are the things that they want to consider included in that.
And the parking plan can only be implemented with the approval of the council, is that correct?
Well, yeah, any changes that would be to the operations or the rules of parking on the roadway, or in, if it's a metered parking or a parking deck that the city owns, the city would have to agree to whatever that program is.
And part of that parking plan could be parking permits for the parking lot at the harbor. Is that correct?
Right. And that's why I put in here. And I didn't specify that it was only this lot or this parking deck, because you guys were talking about, what about the Gold's Gym? The city owns that site, and so I left it more vague of possibly, parking decks overnight, allowing residents with parking at overnight parking permits for residents at metered or decked parking.
Okay.
And just to follow on to that, cities the council's under no obligation to actually come up with any plan. And if they don't, then the tasting room doesn't open and the rest of the outdoor dining is never implemented.
Correct.
If they decide, well, it's not worth it to come up with something here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
In the next paragraph, can you also add all the necessary approving authorities? But, yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Were there other conditions or things to review?
Did I get through everything? Yeah, that's it.
I have two whereases. I don't know if they're appropriate, but number one, I don't want this to set a precedence that the third floor is not a concession, that it's a waiver. How can I do that? I don't think that granting the third floor is a waiver of standards. I think it's a concession. And if we approve the project and don't say anything, it's presumed moving forward, every other project look at this, like, hey, you get him a third floor as a waiver. We want a third floor as a waiver. Every project can make that claim. I think that's a concession.
Yeah, I want one too.
So it's not a condition, but
what you're saying is, I don't think it'd be a whereas, it would be a finding.
Okay. Again, that's my opinion. I don't know anyone else's thought, but height is a waiver. A floor is a incentive or a concession, in my opinion. And the law is I read it was, that's how I understand it. And
So do we have too many concessions? We have 4 instead of 3.
well, technically you call it historic parking variance, so that's the fourth concession.
So what you're saying is making a finding that you don't believe that Stories is a development standard.
Yeah, that it's not a development standard. Because again, let me find it. Because it wasn't last time, the previous project, so, and this one somehow changed, and that,
Well, in the previous project, they also had an additional concession available to them.
so a reduction,
So where Stories is listed, that section is actually called Development Standards R3A. So let me pull that up. Hold on.
sure, and again, if it's corrected, and just for iterate, in the California Density Bonus Law, development standard includes a site or construction condition, including but not limited to height limitation, setback requirement, floor area ratio, or on-site open space requirement, or parking ratio that applies to a residential development pursuant to any ordinance, general plan element, specific plan, charter, or other local condition, law, policy, or resolution or regulation. So it's a site or construction condition. And again, their examples are including, but not limited to, height limitation, setback, floor area ratio, or on-site, open space, or parking. So again, in my opinion, I don't think the floor is a development standard.
It actually, like,
Is it a development standard?
I have it pulled up.
Oh, yeah.
It says development standards and Stories, no building shall exceed 2 stories. So it is the development standard. I think it would be very, very, very difficult to make that finding that it's not a development standard for it to qualify for a waiver.
Give me a second. Then I don't understand what a concession is, except for mixed use, or not mixed use, but except for a zoning change. And there's no difference. Like, why do we need any concessions? Why do we need any? And that's the only thing, we don't get any affordable housing for waivers. Those are just granted by right if they're a requirement and if they're needed. But that doesn't make any sense to me. Sorry. Go ahead.
You can think of a concession is something much broader than development. A concession has nothing to do with development.
Okay.
And they're different, it's a slightly different set of standards that apply to development concessions. They're limited in number. The only way they can be denied is if possible certain findings, including those related to financial consequences. Whereas waivers to be denied, they depend more on physical impossibility, for example. So they're slightly different.
Okay. But a floor just seems like the whole monetary incentive where, again, going a setback 4 feet versus 5 feet is a standard. That's the difference in my mind, is that adding a whole other floor makes it feasible or not feasible. Going 1 extra foot into a setback just makes it fit or not fit. Those to me are 2 different things. Like, they're not, and I get that I can read the thing that says, yeah, it's a standard, but to me, they're going 1 foot into a setback doesn't make it financially incentive. It just makes it fit in the space that's provided. To go a whole nother story is the financial incentive that makes the project work or not to provide the affordable housing. So that's how I differentiate the 2. And that's why when the project came the first time, lot consolidation, mixed use zoning, and a 3rd floor in an R3, which is otherwise not allowed, those are 3 concessions. And then they have waivers on top of that. So when this project came and suddenly floors and height is the same waiver, I don't want to set that precedent.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm trying to avoid to me, they're not the same. Like, one is for a financial benefit, that is an incentive that makes the project financially feasible, and the other one is just to fit it in the space, small encroachments, kind of those kinds of things. So,
well, the way to prevent it from becoming a precedent is to be vigilant about checking off the elements of these things in the next project comes before you. Right? Is this really physically precluded? Is it, or if you're looking at finances, okay, show us how this really is necessary for the project to pencil out.
but we heard if they just reduce one bedroom, it's financially infeasible. We lop off a floor of every unit. That makes it financially infeasible. Like that's it. And maybe other projects are different, but this project, it's an incentive or a concession. So I want to make that distinction because if we don't, the next project will point at this and say, you've already given this as a waiver. So again, it doesn't change the project, doesn't change what they're asking for, it doesn't change their unit count, their money, their anything. This is about the city and the next project that comes after this one. And the Commissioner Heiselstein's point, maybe it is a third concession, that I'm not sure or open for discussion, but I know I want to avoid the precedent of calling floors a waiver. They are, in my opinion, incentives or concessions. So if that's a whereas, if that's a finding, I don't know, but that's, again, it's nothing against the project. It's not some last minute, poison pill kind of thing. It's just, I want that resolution to stand on its own later, down the road. So.
Well, I suppose you can make a finding that just emphasizing that it's the unique aspects of this project, and you could list them that leads the commission to say, okay, it qualifies as a waiver. So if you pack the finding with lots of specific facts related to this project and this project only, it makes it easier for you in the future to distinguish this project from the next application that comes before you.
Any suggestions? Any suggestions? Other commissioners?
I'm glad you're pursuing this.
Okay.
I have a question.
Nothing else to do.
Yeah, is that part of this? No, okay. Let's work out this issue. Because I think
you might want to think about it, right?
Yeah.
Come up with an idea.
My brain stopped working now. An hour ago.
That's the danger in this sort of thing, because I'm going through just reading the resolution. I see some issues in it. This is the type of thing that I think is worth a close read before we start voting on it. And I think issues like that are important. You had something you wanted to bring up?
A question for Jason.
Commissioner Lamb.
What before us in terms of the property management going forward? What would prevent the units from being rented as co-living, except for what we put in the resolution, right? The conditions, right? Otherwise, 5 or 10 years down the line, the property is sold to someone else. What would, is there anything about this, the rental units that would preclude them being rented as co-living?
Well, performer works is traditional. And if we were to do co-living, you'd need multiple, more bedrooms. In San Jose, like the president was like 10 bedrooms per unit. And so typically that type of business plan would be like 6 bedrooms. And so this project's designed with like 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units. So it's a very low design prototype. And so we're planning to do it as a traditional multifamily rental now.
Okay.
And the 1 unit lease per, dwelling unit was, something that we thought would work.
And remind me again how many 4 bedrooms you have?
18, I believe.
18.
There's probably a couple more.
I thought it was,
I think it's more than that.
I thought it was 23, no?
Yeah, 23, sorry.
23?
We reduced 18 of the 5-star more. So there's
Okay, right, 23, okay. So there wouldn't be really any reason that those couldn't be rented as co-living, correct?
I mean, just like any other apartment building in the city of Redondo Beach, right? But at the same time, our business plan is to do traditional multifamily.
Right, right. Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
So you're suggesting a condition preventing co-living?
There is one in there, right?
I can't find it. Can you point out to me where that is?
What was it, the one?
There is, so far there's none. So far there is none?
I don't
Is
see
that
it,
true?
so.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't think we had anything that's specified about co-living.
okay.
Here's the section in the findings that talks about, and I just made corrections because it was, I think we pulled it from the last resolution. So the project is a 32-unit density bonus project with 2 development standard concessions and waivers of the maximum height limit, number of stories, and outdoor living space as specified in government code section. It gives the code section. If you wanted to change if you wanted to add something that you have as a finding here,
So, in my opinion, I think it'd be 3 development standard concessions and the waivers of the maximum height and outdoor living space.
I think that's not what they proposed. So I think you need to address that here as a finding.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Gaddis. I just wanted to maybe mention something that might be of help. I helped with the Verandas project on Manhattan Beach. One of our development standard waivers was a story. It's actually not without precedent that is a development standard waiver. When you have a story limit, it's a standard, and then you can get it waived. The standard is, can you build this many units in that envelope without that extra story physically? And the answer, of course, Manhattan Beach in here was no, and therefore it does qualify. I'm concerned. I understand what your concern is here. I think that Mr. Kettle's suggestion might be a better approach, because the thing that I'm concerned about is it could be seen as sort of legislating a new standard about what a waiver is or is not. But I just want to let you know that it is hard to get a density, because remember, the state density bonus law says what we're going to give you by law a density bonus and incentives, which are automatic. If you can't fit all that into the development standards you've got, then we will waive them. And it's a matter of it's a mandatory thing that you have to waive the waiver. So I understand I'm the applicant, I'm advocating, but I also think that being perfectly objective, there is a reason for the conclusion of staff on this.
I get that, but then what I don't get is why did the last project come with a 3rd story as the concession? Like,
I think
there was a 3rd story as like from the beginning as a standard.
Well, sometimes, and I think Mr. Kettles or somebody said, I think maybe it was Antonio who said, no, it's Mr. Kettles. Incentives can almost be what you want them to be. They don't have to be a waiver of the development standard. They can be, anything, as long as it makes the project more affordable to build. That's the showing under the state density bonus law. So I think a development standard waiver is a subset of incentives. Does that make sense? So we might have used it as incentive before because we had that extra incentive to use. Now with the reduced percentage to 13, we don't, but it still can qualify. Sometimes you move them around. And some people move them to development standard waivers just so they don't use up their allotment of incentives. Yeah. I've seen that happen too. But anyway, I just thought maybe from my experience and perspective, it might shed some light on this issue for us.
To that point of what Mr. Kettles was saying, you know, maybe you put something in here that the the number of stories waiver is necessary because of the limitations of the remediation that needs, you know, the environmental remediation that needs to take place on the site and the constraints that that poses. I mean, that could be enough that it makes it unique to this site while you're considering it for the site.
And the historical preservation.
And yeah.
But I think he said it was just too expensive. Yeah. That's what he said. He told us he couldn't afford it.
Right. And so this, in order for the project to occur, that standard needs to be waived. Yeah.
So the physically precluding is the magic language for waivers. And so to follow up on what Ms. Forbes is suggesting, given the constraints on the site with respect to remediation and historic preservation, there is a limited building. Well, there are physical constraints that require, I'm not articulating this very well, it's been kind of late. But given the remediation constraints on the site and given the historic preservation goals that are being pursued here, the code as is will physically preclude development of the project as proposed with the Dennis Bunk City units and the affordable housing, et cetera. I think that's the finding you can make here. So it really does tie it specifically to this particular site.
I would just like to add, in reading the density bonus law, it indicates waivers and concessions unlimited to what the need of the project is.
No, concessions are limited for this percentage of
Or
affordable housing.
waivers,
You get one concession.
right? There's a statement in there that says, I know Mr. Gardia and I have talked about this, right? There's a statement in there that says if you, there's the standard and then there are more if needed. Am I correct about that? Yes.
Yeah, waivers are unlimited to the extent that they're needed.
Necessary.
But not concessions.
Not concessions.
Concessions are based on the
Amount of affordable housing.
get a number on the concessions and then the waivers.
I also increased the affordable from 3 to 4.
Yeah.
I guess I read that statement to indicate that the way I interpreted that statement was really the intent was to say whatever you need, right, to make to build affordable housing, right? Whatever you need, and I don't know that. There's a certain flexibility built in that, and that's the challenge with the law, right?
I have a question. How is the environmental remediation constraining the site? Are they just going to haul off the dirty dirt and be done with it, or?
Vent the gas.
Well, so I'll let them talk about the mechanics of it, but as I understand it, you can't build a parking garage. You can't build a basement. It's just not feasible to go down. So if you want the space, you have to go up. So that's how you get from 2 stories to 3 stories.
I see.
That's the logic as I see it.
With the environmental remediation, the depth that they need to go to remediate to be able to develop over it is not near the depth that they would have to go to and what they'd have to remove in order to go down. And that soil isn't just like that soil would then have to be disposed of at a much more expensive site because of the hazardous materials in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yep. Gotcha.
Gotta read quickly.
Midnight wordsmithing, never a good idea.
So what we added here was just into the findings, just making it specific to the site, that the development standards coupled with the constraints on the site due to environmental remediation and historic preservation would otherwise preclude the feasibility of project development if not for the waiver to the number of stories. I don't think we're going to see as many, a lot of sites that are going to need that level of environmental remediation and have the kind of constraints that the site has and have historic preservation.
Would it help to throw the word specific in front of constraints?
Sure.
We're still calling number of stories a waiver, but it's probably as good as we can do because I can't find a good.
Yeah, I think this was to address what Mr. Kettles had mentioned of, since it actually is called out as a development standard in our code, the other option would be to, so that you're not setting just a general precedent is why specifically on this site you're allowing that as a waiver or considering that as a waiver.
Okay.
How they've demonstrated it.
Okay. Sure.
He's not happy.
Good. I have one other. The recreation room is, again, my opinion, not an outdoor living space, and I don't want to. The code is very clear. It has to be immediately adjacent to outdoor living space. This is close, near, down a hall, whatever. And it's not outdoor living space, and they don't need it. They have their waiver, but I don't want to say that office space, we work, that an office and a desk is outdoor living space. It's recreation, it's bonus, it's a rumpus room, it's great, it's a lot of good things, but it's not outdoor living space. And I'd like to also not set that precedent with this.
I think with this, this is why I can only speak to what I wrote and why I wrote it. I put where the recreation room amenity in building 3 is to be provided, because I don't necessarily want them to not provide it, to mitigate the waiver of some of the outdoor living space requirements. So they're providing, I mean, that's exactly what they're doing. They don't necessarily have to provide this room if it's not going to count towards outdoor living space anyway, because then it wouldn't be to the extent possible. But I'm calling out that to the extent possible, they have to meet it, and we want them to have this amenity because they've proposed it, and just to kind of mitigate, so it gives some space, some congregating space.
Okay. Can I propose after building 3, saying, although not qualifying outdoor living space, so comma, not outdoor, not qualifying outdoor living space, comma, is to be provided to mitigate the waiver of some of the outdoor living space requirements. Director Forbes, sometimes here it says to the extent possible. That to me is squishy. Sometimes we use language of like to the director's approval, or to the, basically leave it to you to judge what is the extent feasible. Can you sheriff that for us? Thank you.
You'd think I'd know how to type director.
Is that okay, Director Forbes? That's, and again, our goal is not to shrink the spaces so much to make them unusable. They're already pretty small. If they can go the other direction or some other space, we'd like to do that. So,
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want me to run through them real quick again?
Where is our condition about one lease per dwelling unit and prohibiting co-living arrangements?
We didn't have anything on co-living. What we put is the applicant has confirmed that the units will only have one lease each.
I think dwelling units, right? That each dwelling unit or
The dwelling units? Yeah.
is dwelling unit, it's not a defined term in this document, so it wouldn't be capitalized, but it is a defined
Do you want
term.
to capitalize?
I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, if the document were defined in the, I mean, if the term were defined in the document, it'd be capitalized. I don't know if it would be capitalized in this case, but it is a specific term of art.
How about each of the 32 units? Like, so it's clear.
32 dwelling units.
Yeah. The other thing, one other comment, it currently says we only have one lease each. We all know that means at one time for one space, but as written, they can never sign another lease after the first one. That's not our intention.
One active lease.
Yeah.
You might want to confirm that the applicant agrees to that, because I'm saying that he's agreeing to that. But,
Mr. Mueller, can I ask you a question? Just to confirm, again, we've all talked about the intention. We're talking just one lease per unit. But as written, once you signed a one-year lease with somebody, you couldn't have another lease. So we want to say one lease at a time or one lease
active
at a...
lease.
One active, yeah, correct.
Okay.
When a lease ends, it's over, and then another lease can start. I don't understand what you're getting at.
Well, it says each unit can have one lease.
And when that
put
lease
active
expires, there is no
I mean,
lease, and now you start a new one.
I put one active lease. I added active.
And where is the prohibition on co-living?
All we had is the project would not permit in a unit more than one person per bedroom.
So two kids couldn't share a bedroom?
Or a married couple?
We don't have a definition of co-living, and
That was in there from last time, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Married couple, you're on the couch again.
Did we talk about that? Yeah, didn't we talk about it last time too?
Yep.
If a couple rents a two-bedroom, they cannot sleep in the same bedroom.
Yeah.
But I think that's a nod to us knowing that this isn't going to be rented by families.
Units are not deed restricted. It says 32
Right.
deed restricted units.
No, that's a strikeout on the deed restricted. Yeah, so where it says 3 very low income deed restricted, that's all struck out. So it says 32 dwelling units. No, it's actually not easy to see up there. I can see that.
Director Forbes, is it clear in the conditions that these are rental units or not for sale units? Is that, do we have to define that or state that?
No.
No, it's up to them to,
If it was
or
for
according to housing.
if it was for sale, it would have specifically called out that it was for sale.
I mean, the only place where we mention is we're talking about the deed restriction, but that's what they're proposing. And what Antonio just mentioned.
They would have to map them.
They'd have to get a condo.
Yeah, right.
Be a different map.
A different map.
would it make sense to have a condition in there that each unit must be occupied by the leaseholder as their primary residence during the lease period, or?
I would like to avoid leasing business.
Okay.
Chair.
Yep.
So I'm a little bit confused about where we are in the process. It appears that we're already developing conditions when there hasn't really been an opportunity for us to communicate back and forth, right? I'm going to suggest one of two things. Okay, let me just back up. Director Forbes said the reason that she wanted to bring up these conditions would be so that we could ask her some questions. Okay, now we've sort of moved into everybody now listing conditions, which is different, right? I'm concerned that we may still have questions among ourselves. So one of the suggestions that I would like to make is that we continue this to another day.
That's unbelievable.
Yes, because it is now 12 o'clock, and it is absolutely important that we make informed, thoughtful decisions here. And we can't do that after 12, even approaching 12. So I'm going to make a motion that we continue the public hearing until another meeting so that we can fully make the best thoughtful decisions on this project.
Would we have to have a date certain?
You'd want to have a date certain. We have 3 dates that the clerk provided that are open. There's April 6th, Thursday, April 6th, Wednesday, April 26th, and Thursday, May 4th.
Thursday, April 6th. What's the next one?
Wednesday, April 26th, and then Thursday, May 4th.
May 4th. Yeah, I can do any one of those. I'm available any one of those days. Any preferences?
No, I'll make time.
Sure, the applicant would prefer it to be sooner rather than later.
May 6th, April 6th.
I just one point of note, right? Signature Bank and First Republic Bank were the 9th and 10th largest CRE lenders in the country, right? Those are going under. I'm a banker, and I did work at SVB too, besides Barclays, so I'm pretty familiar with this regiment. Banks by the day are being told not to write new CRE loans, literally, because there's so much overhang from the refinancing that needs to be done of outstandings that are likely to be in default. Brookfield just defaulted on a loan, right? PIMCO just defaulted on a loan. Things are happening day by day, right? And we've already extended this. So when Jason said to you, Commissioner Hensley, that time is of the essence, it literally is of the essence, because the Fed is telling people to shut off the spigot, right?
The
So
6th is
I would just,
2 weeks from now.
I understand, and by then we could have another bank fail. Like we could have a bank fail tomorrow. The credit environment is changing by the minute, literally, right? This is not esoteric. It's not, I'm not trying to hype anything. This is literally where we are.
Is the 6th good?
6 is good.
6 is good for me.
If we must.
Are we really that far away from getting this nailed down
I feel
tonight?
like we're close too.
We are really that far away?
I believe we are.
You're what?
Oh, I'm answering
Oh.
Doug's question. So shall I make the motion then? Okay, I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Be clear to continue it to a date
To
certain
continue to
of
date
April
certain.
6th.
April 6th.
April 6th.
Yes, continue. I make a motion to continue the public hearing to a date certain, April 6th.
I will second that motion. Let's do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
No.
Commissioner Hazelton,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
So if the no vote, I'm sorry, well, actually, we might
If you
end up
vote
in
no,
a
we have to
tie.
finish it tonight and take a vote on it.
No.
And if you say yes, we finish it then.
You say no, I'll say yes. No, I'm just kidding, of course.
So is this specifically to wordsmith the conditions and all of that, or do you think that
Read
there's
it
that
and
much
give some thought
discussion?
to it.
There's more information.
Yeah, we haven't even had a discussion.
Public hearing yet.
So so let's have the discussion.
Well, public hearing is still open.
But you can talk during a public hearing. We're not precluded from talking to each other. The only difference is once you close the public hearing, we've taken all the testimony, we've heard all the evidence, we have all the data. Then we have a discussion and make a decision, but we can discuss during a public hearing. That's part of the
Which
testimony.
we have been doing.
We have been doing.
We've been
Actually,
doing,
so.
yeah.
But then we're making a decision like at 1 a.m.
Like, that's never been done before.
Yeah.
Right.
If we have the votes, we may have the votes to finish the resolution, and if we don't, we don't.
And if we end up talking for another hour or something, we can then make another motion to continue? Like that motion could be made again if we keep talking and talking. Right?
So,
If you left it open, if you close it, you'd have to reopen it in order to continue it again. And when you reopen it, you open it up for everybody to provide public comment again.
and you have to notice and all sorts of things.
Not if you continue.
No, if you reopened it and continued it, but if you reopen at 1 o'clock in the morning, you open it up to anybody who wants to come.
I'm saying if we said no to continuing it right now, we could make a motion, 45 minutes from now or whatever, to continue it at that point, if we're still, really in the weeds or whatever. I think it's a little early to shut it down. I'm going to say no.
Commissioner
No.
Maxwell? No?
No.
Okay.
So we have a tie.
Chair Gaddis?
Yes.
Motion fails.
Motion
Tie.
It's 3 on 3.
3 on 3.
Motion fails.
Motion fails.
Bullet. Scott, I know you're watching.
Happily from home.
I'll bet he's not.
Okay, Gaddis, would you entertain a motion to close the public hearing or not?
Yeah, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Roll call.
Roll call vote.
Commissioner Lamb?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Commissioner Hazelton?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
Yes.
Chair Gaddis?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any thoughts?
Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. I believe we need to just come back to the beginning again, right? The importance of the Coastal Act, why we're here tonight, what the, that initially it was appealed, and the appeal was upheld because of the parking, right? And the issues related to the parking with our community. Community members have continued to come and speak with us. And I still have some issues about the restaurant. Now that the restaurant is now serving alcohol.
No,
It's not.
it's not.
The restaurant is, okay, so that's what happens
Just a
late at
coffee
night,
shop.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't actually have the numbers, but also co-living, I didn't hear anything that gives me confidence that within, once he sells the project, right, after 5 years, right, which he has disclosed that he will, I don't have a lot of confidence that that it won't just default back into co-living. As one of our speakers had said, be careful, right? Be careful over time how what is initially presented becomes something different, right? I think it's very plausible that co-living could in fact come back, and when co-living comes back, there'll be additional vehicles, and again, the parking issue in the community, impacting our community and going against the Coastal Act. So the project is underparked in general as it's presented to us. The co-living is a potential to be implemented. The conditional use permit for the commercial conflicts with the Coastal Act and the LCP for parking. The VMT, right? The VMT is still a significant and unavoidable impact that cannot be mitigated. The parking study that has been talked about is still deficient, right? What wasn't discussed about that parking study is that it counted spaces that actually didn't exist. It counted spaces that were metered, and it counted spaces that were green and yellow. So it too was deficient. And anyone who attended the Catalina Coffee Company, right? Anybody who attempted to park there knows, right? That was very difficult, even with 35, I think what we discussed, 35?
38, I think it had.
38, right? It was a very difficult place to park, right? And there was no parking. Anybody who goes in the area knows that it's very difficult to park around in the surrounding community, and as was reported here by the residents. So simply to move forward with the project as presented really is a disservice to our community and to our residents. The project was not.
Your microphone's off. Can you turn yours off?
You have to push it, Sheila.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Are we? Okay.
He left.
We're good. Okay. Thank you.
Fell asleep.
So this project was never designed with the residents in mind. It was, while I hear the proponent say that he conferred with residents, but what residents tell us is something different. Residents tell us that they were not heard. And the majority of residents that have come here, who've made the effort to come here, have said they have not been heard, that the street parking matters to them. And in my view, the process by which this should have proceeded from the very beginning was to actually listen to the residents and actually hear what they had to say and design the project with that in mind. But that wasn't done. Other developers do that. Other developers confer first with the residents, or in the process. Collectively, they come together. This was not done in this project. I'm sure my time is up, so I will.
Set a timer. So
I loaned you some of my time.
So I would just say granting this program, granting this project as is, again, is a disservice to our community. And the parking plan, I have concerns about a parking plan because we don't have any idea how that parking plan would look. We're approving a project that says maybe we'll get a parking plan, right? It's in the future somewhere, right? That's not in service for our community. That's passing the buck. So it's 12. I'm sorry. Can I, let me invite someone else to speak.
Well, I'll continue on with that parking management plan. I am not comfortable doing that because what we're doing is we're supposed to be passing this project based on the information that we have today. But we're saying, you know what, go ahead, you guys. You work on it later. We don't know what it's going to be. We don't know how it's going to affect the parking and how that's going to affect the coastal zone. I mean, I'm not comfortable giving it to somebody else. At the very least, it should come back to us to look at. And Public Works should also have a say in exactly, what it is. So we're asking. It also kind of sounds like the city's going to be doing some of this work, and I'm not sure that that's appropriate for the city to be finishing an applicant's, a developer's application. That all feels a little bit wrong to me. I'm not really quite sure how that would work, and it may not be a strong enough plan to actually deal with the fact that the project is underparked. I mean, we have some ideas on how we can fix that. We're saying just get rid of the tasting room, that should help. We're saying, well, how about if we bring the bedrooms down? That's going to help. All of those things help with parking. All of those things help with, and how if you bring bedrooms down, how does that help with parking? More than likely, you have less cars in that unit. So, yeah, I'm not comfortable doing this in the future. That doesn't even make sense to me as a planning commission. It seems like it's something that we can't make a decision without knowing what's happening with the parking. Going through my notes here. Does anybody else have anything to say while I'm looking?
Well, so if I'm understanding this correctly, the project that we would be approving today would not have the tasting room component. So that's not, it would remain retail until this parking program or whatever.
Back in front of us again?
No, the parking program would go in front of, I'm not allowed to ask questions.
The council.
It would go in front of the council. So I have full confidence that the council would not approve a parking plan that would be, opposed to the Coastal Act or anything like that. So, and if they can't come up with the right plan, then it's just going to stay retail. And that conforms with what the parking requirements are. So in my mind, that addresses the issue. I see why you think it's like kicking the can down the road, but like really what we were approving today would not include the tasting room at all. So then that makes that issue go away, at least for now.
So that's an interesting perspective, because I don't think maybe we were all thinking that, but I don't think we were, there's nothing been said about confirming that we're not going to approve the tasting room, right? And I'm pleased to hear that you say that.
Yeah, and there was a finding that said that it's going to remain retail until the parking program gets approved.
Yeah.
That's
right. That's right.
Laura, you share my screen. So this is, sorry, it's on 2 pages. It's the problem.
Yeah.
We'll start up here and zoom in a little bit. So it starts here with due to the deficit of parking. Sorry. So you can read through that and then just let me know when to scroll down.
So
hold on, there's still more.
Okay.
Well, so they either get an approved parking management plan or that remains retail.
And if the Coastal Commission doesn't approve the parking, even if City Council approves parking plan, the Coastal Commission doesn't, for whatever reason, they don't have a parking management plan. That's why I put in there all the necessary approving bodies.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And if the Coastal Commission looks at it and says, yeah, we're okay with permitting, we're okay with turning this to meter, they're the Coastal Commission.
Would the Coastal Commission be a necessary
Not
party?
necessarily. Maybe. It depends on what they propose and everything that's included. So it's possible it stops at the City Council and that's it. And it's possible that after that's done, they have to go to the Coastal Commission because this isn't a coastal zone. So, but we don't know because we don't know what exactly is proposed yet. We can't know. And parking management studies don't normally come to planning commissions. It's not normally within our purview. So.
Okay, so what's the procedure now so say, for example, I want to amend this condition, right? What's the procedure on that? Because we close the public hearing, right? we discuss, then we look at the resolution and we add conditions. Now it's Brandy, I'm sorry, Director.
You can call me Brandy, it's okay.
12. Right? You talk with us about the conditions, right?
I can certainly go to those points. I can type and I can make any of those changes. I can't start answering questions about the detail, like, if somebody were to ask if you were to ask a question about, is this allowed in this? Is this a design standard? Is this, I wouldn't be able to answer that, but it doesn't mean I can't go to these sections. I can always say, I just want to make sure I heard you. It's not that I can't speak. It's just that I can't answer your questions on content.
That's why we were doing it before closing the public hearing.
I know that, but I was confused as to, she was saying she can't really discuss with us. And I understand that. I understand the distinction now.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked the question. So.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
I would say go ahead. I'm going to look at this to see where I want to edit it.
Director Forbes. In the last sentence, could you add approved by all the necessary approving authorities?
Which mirrors what was written before.
Yeah. I noticed that as well.
It's the same set of approving authorities, whether you say all of the necessary or just the necessary. It's the same set. It's redundant. Right. It's a redundant use.
It's okay.
It's redundancy in grammar.
Okay.
Okay.
Makes me feel better.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
More comfortable too.
Well, then it's okay.
67. There's specification about the outdoor dining area, but no specification on, it's the first paragraph. After, and the larger outdoor dining area uses are permitted to open and be operational. There should be some statement that there's a limit to the number of seats there, 12, I think you said. Is that correct? And is that the right location for it?
The 12 was prior to the approval of the parking management plan, because at 12 seats, they have
They don't
enough.
trigger any additional.
They don't need additional spaces.
That's correct.
This is where it had said, and the outdoor dining is limited in the number of seats so that the non-residential uses meet. We had that as 12 seats. But there are a couple of extra parking spaces that if the tasting room's not open and outdoor dining isn't. So there might be a few additional seats.
So how many seats? How many seats? I think that's very ambiguous. And
so the number of seats so that the
specified.
non-residential uses meet the parking requirements. We'd have to look at the standards.
Okay, may I?
Yes, you may.
Oh. So, for example, based on the square footage of the, whatever they called it, it might require 4 seats, and the 12 are kind of for free with no additional parking required. And if they provide 4 seats, that square footage with that many seats requires 4 spots, and you have 4 spots. It's good. It meets the parking code for that square footage of restaurant.
Yes.
So that's why you don't have to limit the seats. You're limiting it to whatever they end up building, that square footage. They will make sure there's parking for that use and that square footage.
Yes, and the point, I think, was that it was going to be structured so that they didn't need more parking, right? So that there wouldn't be.
Without the parking plan approved. Prior to approval.
Prior to the parking plan.
There would only be enough outdoor dining space open, tasting room closed, only enough outdoor dining.
That could be accommodated by existing parking.
Precisely.
Correct. But there's no specification what that number would be.
No, but it specifies what the criteria are to determine the number. We're just not committing to a number here because there are apparently other variables to this.
So So by not committing a number or a square footage, correct? If you're not specifying the square footage or the fact, right, the square footage.
There's no judgment involved. There really are defined criteria
Yes.
of number of seats, number of spaces, square footage, all goes into a calculation, and out it says, here's how many outdoor seats you can have. Well, given the number of spaces you have available. It's just a formula.
Okay, I understand that there's a formula. Okay. But what it's saying here is it's really leaving it up to the proponent, is it not?
To determine the formula or to add more parking spaces?
To add more parking spaces. Okay.
Or subtract parking spaces.
He has a fixed number of seats, so that will determine the size of his coffee shop. He can only expand that coffee shop to match the number of spaces he has.
Right.
The number of spaces ain't getting any more. So if he has 8 spaces, he can make that space to the size that requires 8 spaces.
Formula.
Okay, so the outdoor dining is separate. It's not the number of.
It all goes into the number of non-residential parking spaces. That's the number that's going to determine everything else. Does that make sense?
Okay, can you, well, okay, so the commercial, the snack shop is, the parking for the snack shop is based on 1 space per 250 square feet, right? The outdoor dining is based on 1 parking space for, I believe it's also 250 square feet.
I think the outdoor dining was the first 12 seats are free, no additional parking is required, and every 6 seats, some number of seats requires a parking spot. So if they had 18 outdoor seats, that's 1 parking spot, because the 12 are free and 6 requires a spot.
Right.
Yeah, so we're letting them decide the size of the indoor, 1 per 250 square feet per parking spot, and outdoor, but that total, whatever they come up with, has to be parked to the code as it's written. That's what that.
If you add a parking space, you get more of what you want, maybe outdoor.
Either square footage or outside.
Right.
But the total thing together, all non-residential uses have to be parked.
Right.
But you have to add a space to get more.
That's what that condition says.
Right. And the goal is to limit the amount of spaces, of parking spaces.
It's just,
That's
I
been the
don't know
goal.
that they're a goal. The exercise doesn't define a goal, really. It just is a relationship between spaces and.
It's to meet the requirement without requiring the variance.
Right.
So it would meet the requirement regardless of whether or not they qualified for any sort of historic variance or anything like that. It would just by right meet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But the goal is to minimize the number of vehicles. The goal via.
Spaces?
Spaces, right.
Okay.
Vehicles
on the street.
Right.
I mean, we all know what she's saying, right?
And the way to do that is to limit. Is
Right.
to limit.
But if they don't have the spaces off the street, that is on the premises, then they can't open up more outdoor seats because they don't have enough spaces. That's the formula. That's the balance that they have to.
And
Because they're coming up with a parking management.
Well, the parking management plan overrides this.
If it's approved.
If it's approved.
Yeah.
If not, they'll be stuck to whatever meets this formula.
Or you just put 12 and leave
And yeah, there are a lot of unknowns in this parking thing. Yes, council has to approve. Yes, coastal commission has to approve. But it's still, the only thing I can think of that it could do is essentially take away or restrict street parking somehow.
Yeah, and we're trying not to do that.
Right.
Right.
And so I don't feel comfortable I literally feels like we're kicking this can down and we're having somebody else do our
We're
job.
throwing the decision-making into other hands, for
We're
sure.
kicking the can over to the city council, and they're not going to make a bad decision on taking away street parking. They're going to deny it.
What we do have control over is the condition that no matter what anyone else does, this project, if nothing gets approved and no parking plan gets approved, this commercial use will meet the parking requirements.
Right.
Yes.
That's what we
That's
can
all
do.
this says.
That's what we have done.
And that's all we can do, really.
If they can get their parking management approved by talking to staff, by talking to Public Works, by getting their plan, whatever that is, going to city council, they're gonna do their tweaks. If it has to go to coastal commission, that's where it'll go, and they'll make their approvals. If they can get all that done, and it says we're gonna, and again, I have no idea what's gonna be in the plan, but things like, because I've seen other plans, permit parking, meter parking, other things. And if that's approved, then they can have their tasting room and their, as
Outdoor
proposed.
dining, yeah.
Outdoor dining and as proposed today, so,
It may be more trouble than having a tasting room is worth.
Maybe. That would be sad.
All right. I had one change. Currently says all, in the first paragraph, all the necessary approvals before the tasting room and large outdoor dining uses are permitted to open and be operational. Can I change that to be permitted, or it seems very late to be like, not like they have everything built out and approved in the city, whatever, and then they can't open it because they don't have their permits. They should have that like before they pull their, before they get their, I don't know. I don't want them to build all this stuff and then not be able to use it. Like I want them to get those things before they, a demo permit or after plan check, or I don't know what the appropriate time is, but I don't think operation is the right time.
I like it.
Are deemed an allowed conditional use.
Oh, boy.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't really, that's even mushier, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Why did you fool?
Whenever you're ready, I'm ready to change whatever.
Permitted, deemed, permitted to open and be operational.
Well, but they've done their demolition, they've done their building, they've pulled their permits, they've got everything inspected, they've bought all their stuff, they put it in, and they're waiting to be operational, and the coastal commission denies their parking.
Well, yeah, but that's a very real, we're acknowledging that now, way in advance.
Well, I know, but
it's up to them to decide what they want to build and what they don't want to build and what they want to take a risk on getting permitting for, right? I don't know that, it's going to benefit anyone for us to dip our fingers into that too far.
Okay. I see what Dr. Ford did now. Basically, it's not an allowed conditional use until those things are done. That's basically what that says now. Like, you took away all the, it's only a conditional use if they get that approval. Otherwise, it's not a conditional use. That's what it says.
Maybe authorized conditional use.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I think that's.
If it has the same effect, I suppose.
Okay. We'll go back to the other one, but if that's what everyone thinks.
We could use both. That's 2 bullets to the head.
Yeah.
Can we go back to the leasing part, the agreement there?
Done with this?
I think I might. So each of the 32 units can only have one lease with the property owner or manager. Co-living type management is prohibited. Forbidden.
I think Brandy said that was problematic because we don't have co-living defined yet.
But co-living is a standard definition I mean, we may not as a city yet, but we do have a standard definition for co-living.
Yeah, we can't exactly add it later. You know what I mean? I mean, even if we added it and then formally put it into a regulation or something like that, at least it's there, right?
What do you want? Do you want it to be a separate, or do you want it to be part of this?
Part of that. So if we can just say, co-living type management is prohibited. Each unit must be occupied by the leaseholder as their primary domicile during the lease period.
Wait. I'm one person at one time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Co-living.
I know, trust me. Co-living type management is prohibited. Each unit must be occupied by the leaseholder as their primary domicile during the lease period. And then the domicile definition is defined in the California election law. And I think that takes care of we have to be just extra vigilant on this stuff because this is how it came to us, and we're really having a hard time understanding the co-living definition, from a year ago. Okay, we have to make this ironclad. So each of you want me to start over?
No, it's written on there.
Okay.
Is that what you want?
I'm where is it? Oh, there it is. 64.
Does this then apply to future owners of the property? Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hazelton?
Yes.
Co-living type management is prohibited another way to say that would be either leasing per bedroom is prohibited or more than one lease per unit is prohibited or something like.
It already says.
Yeah, it already says one lease per unit.
I think she's saying that co-living actually is a definition somewhere. Wasn't there some sort of San Jose
co-living?
thing?
No, we can't do that.
That doesn't.
Matter of fact, I want to take that out of the.
I don't see any problem with co-living.
Large.
Co-living is a standard
situations.
definition in.
Tell him, not me.
Yeah, tell me. Well, okay, so I want to rent a place with, my friend, and the two of us are on the lease, and we rent the 2-bedroom place. Is that
That's
co-living?
not co-living.
Okay.
No.
It's just roommates.
No.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Each bedroom has a different lease. You aren't, you show up, you have one bedroom, this other person, don't even know the other person, they get the other bedroom.
But then doesn't the one lease per unit cover that? Then you can.
Well, we have to just really make sure, don't we?
Yeah, belts and
So the co-living would be where you would have, one person could lease the whole unit and then sublease out bedrooms to people who might be there for the entire period of the master lease, or just for 2 weeks, or 3 months, or, some short period, and then replaced by somebody else. So it's like co-working. That's, use it as you need it kind of a living arrangement.
Okay, that works.
I provided a little bit more text just to provide that definition based on what you were just saying.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
Am I interrupting you?
No.
Okay, so the parking standard for the residential and for the commercial should be based on the coastal land use plan, which is 2 per unit plus guest spaces. And so that would be 75 parking spaces, right? The proposed is 71. That's a 4-vehicle overflow. Okay, so the commercial without the bar, just the restaurant. Okay, so the restaurant, I think, would be 7, and the outdoor dining would be 0. I think that's correct. So that would leave us with, for the residential, that would leave us with a 4-vehicle overflow, right? Mm-hmm. I think that solves some of our issues related to overflow parking. How do we ensure, I'm going to revisit this conundrum, right? How do we ensure that the outdoor parking, the outdoor seating area is limited to 12 seats? How do we do that? Other than, because it's with the, okay, so when we're looking at the parking, right, we're saying we like this idea that the overflow is only 4 vehicles, right? We don't want any overflow from the restaurant, or from the, I'm sorry, from the outdoor, from the outdoor, right? So in order to do that, we have to limit it to 12 seats. How do we do that? How do we limit the outdoor to 12 seats? Other than just saying it.
She just put it in there.
We should just put it in there.
It's in.
Oh, it's.
I just
Oh,
put
you
it
did.
in.
You just did.
See it there?
I was looking at
Crossed
you.
out in the number.
I was looking just at you. Right.
Outdoor
Thank you.
dining is limited to 12 seats so that the non-residential uses meet the parking requirements without the historic variance.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lamb, would it be, like, if they chose to have a smaller indoor and have 18 outdoor seats, the parking requirement would be the same? Do you have an issue with outdoor versus indoor? Like, limiting it to 12 is fine, but if they chose to have 18 outdoor and make their indoor space smaller, that results in the same amount of parking requirement.
I'm really satisfied with what we just did.
Okay, so you want to limit the outdoor seating to 12?
Well, without the parking plan. So
Yeah, without the, yeah,
Right.
this is all, in,
Yeah.
That's what we have to assume, because we don't have control over the rest of it. So this is what's going to occur unless they go forth and do their, other work. So, okay.
Other thoughts?
It's getting late.
So we solved the co-living issue?
To my
Have it in
satisfaction.
there, right?
Outdoor, and
Right.
the outdoor seating issue? So it's really not underparked as presented because it's not, we're already changing how it's presented.
Well, the residential still underparked by 4 spaces.
Well, the 4 spaces, yeah.
Right. And that's conservative because how many people park in their garages,
These people
Oh,
are
yeah,
gonna
that's
have
right.
to.
People put all their crap in the garage.
right?
Wait till they try to find a spot on the street, then they're gonna clear out their garages and park there.
I see.
Right.
Yeah.
It's my situation, there's not enough street parking.
Yeah.
So we park in the garage.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, as Matthew brought up, we still have a problem with the VMT.
Yeah,
And
that's, can't be
it's
fixed.
There's nothing to
very
do about it.
important. Actually, it could be closer to being fixed. The tasting room, we've only considered the parking in the tasting room, but if the tasting room is gone, that affects the BMT, right? So there's just less trips and therefore less greenhouse gases. So while the parking management plan may have something, it doesn't at all address the fact that it's still a consideration. It's still really important. And I think that, you know, if a project requires an environmental impact report and the developer has to go through the time and the expense of doing it, then it seems to be kind of serious, and that we shouldn't just say, oh yeah, well, they do this, but we don't really care that much. And even though it's significant and unavoidable, and we're going to have all kinds of greenhouse gases, people are going to be waiting around and, you know, idling in cars, there's more trips. It's important. You know, it's really important. And we're just like passing it up. We're not trying to mitigate it. How would we do that? We would.
You're assuming everybody's going to vote in favor of this.
Well, but that, I just wanted to talk about it. It's really important until the state tells us it's not important, which they haven't said Seega's not important yet, you know, so until they do, I consider it important. And our responsibility, right? We could condition, you know, take the 4 bedrooms down to 3. That would help considerably, right? We could, and when you look at countywide, what's the average bedroom per apartment building or townhome or whatever? It's like 2. Do you know that number, Sheila? 2 or?
It's 2.5.
2.5.
Sounds like a rough night's sleep for someone.
Thank you for the
Yeah, so
point of levity needed. Well,
I mean, there's things that can be done tonight that will fix that and make us happy and say, okay, yeah, let's do this. But to just turn around and just leave it significant and unavoidable, it doesn't feel good to me. And we can change the program or the project to make it, to bring it closer into alignment with how many trips are being done.
And,
we can't.
And that would be done by reducing 4 bedrooms down to 3? Is there another
that
option?
That would help, and then getting rid of the tasting room.
Well,
yeah.
That we pretty much already have.
Yeah, we've done that.
We've done that.
No, we haven't, because if the parking management plan was to go through, the tasting room goes back in and we're back where we were again. That's what I'm saying. It may take care of the, you know, the parking issue, but it doesn't take care of the
So maybe we need to say the tasting room just has to go, period. And there is no parking management plan, which I have my doubts about anyway, as to whether anything could, short of getting the churches to make their vacant land available, there isn't a parking management plan that'll pass the city council. There's just not.
Yeah.
It's going to get shot down, and then, you know, so we could short circuit that whole process by just saying there's no opportunity to do a parking management plan. The tasting room goes, and it's going to have to stay retail. We could just do that.
Bike shop.
Bike rentals, so that more people will drive there to rent a bike.
There you go.
Oh, wait a minute.
Thank you.
But
more levity. Better.
I think I think what we have here is an obvious solution. If vehicle miles traveled and the pollution that results is a serious concern, which it should be, even though the prevailing winds are going to blow that all into torrents. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No, it's
and
not
what's
about
their
that.
approach to the Metro Green Line? Okay, so
I think that's a good idea.
we should just short circuit the whole process to solve both issues.
Yeah.
The parking and brings the parking a lot closer. The commercial parking and the vehicle miles traveled issues are solved, right?
Do you know if it's going to bring it in? There's without doing it again and having them come back, they have to go run the numbers again.
Right. So we can safely assume that it would help with VMT, but we don't know that it would make the issue.
Here's another thing. We have a shortage of parking for the residential. If you knock down, I believe, 4 of the 4 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms, you have an impact on VMT and an impact on the shortage in residential parking.
Right,
An
right.
impact on the feasibility of the whole project.
Four units.
It's, but you got to take what the applicant is telling us, to heart, that they've looked at these numbers and they've already given us considerable concessions from the original monstrosity. We can tweak this to eliminate all but 4 residential parking spaces. We solve the commercial parking issues, and we reduce vehicle miles traveled and the resulting pollution that Torrance won't have to deal with.
The project's lamer without the tasting room.
Well, yeah, but,
Oh, but that restaurant's going to be great.
I think they could just do a pop-up across the street in that park and sell beer there.
Restaurant's going to be great. So your idea is to just take out the parking plan?
Is to, just say no parking plan.
Okay.
Because what this is what I've been trying to ask all night is, what could possibly be in that parking plan that would be approvable by the city council?
Well, the burden's on them to figure that out.
There's not something. Short of the churches deciding they're going to share their parking spaces in some way that alleviates this, gives the local residents a place to park that the commercial uses cannot park in. This is going to solve a lot of that would be great. But what are the chances that they're going to do? They've already been asked. They've just flat out said no. And maybe it's insurance issues or liabilities for, trip and fall and that kind of thing. But it's probably just that they don't want to be bothered.
Right.
But then we wind up with, more vehicle miles traveled. Even if they do find a successful parking plan that gets parking off the street. And that would have to be at the churches or, Gold's Gym or wherever.
Right. So you're proposing that we delete one of the conditions on here that proposes the parking plan. Is that correct?
I'm suggesting for discussion that would be a solution. Does anybody see something that says otherwise or have a better idea?
Well, I think if the council doesn't ever take up this parking plan thing, then we've essentially accomplished the same goal.
Right.
Why leave it to them?
Yeah, that was.
I would agree. I would agree.
They got too much to do as it is.
This is the project that the applicant put forward, and I do think it's a better project with these. I agree with Commissioner Godek. They should have just scraped it from the beginning. It's not that historic. Right. That's my opinion. That's not what they chose to do. They chose to go through this very difficult path. But this is the project they proposed, and I think as they proposed it, it's a fine project. But it just has some parking limitations and some other issues, and if those can be addressed with a parking management plan, again, we heard from the residents that they like the permit parking. They like potentially having meter parking so that you can only be there for 2 hours. You can't park for 3 days. Those things may help address it.
But that doesn't address the fact that, someone coming from Riverside needs to be able to park. That does not address that.
Yeah,
That's still on the street.
Yeah, but this is not the parking on the beach. I mean, there's still the pier parking structure. There's still the pier parking lot. There's still other parking closer to the beach.
This is reducing.
This is overflow. This is 2 blocks.
It is reducing parking available for people coming from out of the area.
We're not supposed to say, they don't need it. That's not the rule.
According to the Coastal Act, right? We're following the LCP.
I know, but.
And the other thing that you guys, since I've been on the planning commission, every time a commercial project comes in front of us, there's 10 spaces and there's no wiggle room. There are 10 spaces. And then from the very beginning, this has had a parking problem and it's in the coastal zone. I mean, it's almost like I'm scratching my head. I don't understand why this even happened.
It's the state law. It's the state density bonus. Yeah. Grants all kinds of things that
Not to the commercial, it doesn't.
Well, no, the commercial we've taken care of. We have, we've basically set it up so that council can decide if they want more commercial or not. But as it stands, there is no parking plan, there is no tasting room, and it's limited down to what the parking can handle.
And then
So we've actually accomplished what the goal, and then we've left it to the residents and the council to decide if they want to go further in one direction or another. Who knows, right? But at least they have the option to do so. We haven't killed that entirely.
I disagree. I agree with Doug. This parking, one of the reasons I disagree with your proposition here is, and agree with Doug, is that there's no real specification. Now, if we were to specify, right? Specify, let me backtrack that. Anything that we would specify would have to be confirmed by the council. We can't really specify.
That's what we've done.
Right.
That's where we are.
So we either have to not have a plan or give it to the council because
That's what we
can't.
did.
Yeah. So I'm going to go back to Doug and say, yes, I agree. We shouldn't even have a plan, right? We should make the decision now. And because this is the decision that we all agree on, right? That the tasting room will solve the parking problem, right? Why? And if we offload it to the council, then there is a possibility that it'll come back. But we agree, right? We agree that the tasting room will solve a significant amount of the parking overflow, and also the reduction in the outdoor dining, right? There's a risk that would just come back, right? There is a risk it would come back. We all agree, right? This is a solution. So why offload the decision to the council?
I think it was their idea.
Yeah.
Too bad.
I also think it's a better project with tasting room.
agree.
Well, I think everybody agrees with that. It just doesn't fit.
Well, but
It doesn't fit
what
currently,
we
but
approve, it's not there. It doesn't exist. They don't have authorization. They can't use it.
Right.
If they proceed and they have an option and the flexibility to go do that and do it to satisfaction of the council, and if they need the coastal commission's approval, they will go get it. And if the coastal commission approves it or modifies it or changes it or whatever, that's up to them. Then they can have that only if they get all the approvals they need. And if they choose not to want to do that, then they're left with just the cafe and the retail space.
Well, how about if the former Catalina Coffee section is a breakfast pantry until noon, and then it's a tasting room until 10? You know, everybody who works there puts on a different apron, and bam.
Maybe some kitchen requirements and other
Put
things.
away the white chairs and bring out the black ones.
Seems to be a level of micromanagement. We're
Yeah,
not really
it's almost one.
But I think we can't get,
I know.
but we shouldn't get hung up on the fact that we can only have a breakfast pantry or a tasting room. Why cannot one facility with a kitchen and tables be both?
There you go. Why not?
Of course, then we're going to have hard liquor. No, just kidding.
All right.
I mean, they may not want to do that.
Yeah.
If
more
we're going to
parking.
if we're brainstorming.
It's too late. It's too late to be thinking, right?
This is my prime time to be thinking. Yeah, this is when I'm at my peak.
This is your peak.
Yeah.
Oh.
Any other thoughts?
Still got
or
3 more
concerns?
hours.
Looks like Director Forbes put a condition based on our conversation?
I put a finding because in order to not grant the historic variance and or not grant the conditional use permit, because obviously with the conditional use permit would require the historic variance for the tasting room, and you needed to have a finding of about that. So I put this, that due to the deficit of parking for the tasting room and outdoor dining area, granting the proposed historic variance for parking is contrary to the local coastal program, local access policies, where the total supply of on-street parking within the coastal zone will be retained, is to be retained. To be retained to assure adequate parking access to the beach and harbor pier area. So that we were just pulling up the local coastal program to find somewhere where it where there's would be a policy that it would may be contrary to. So putting that in there, then you could look to address in the conditions. I'll go on that. And I hope I was hearing you right, that you're, instead of going forward with this possibility of the parking program, instead just denying the historic variance and the conditional use permit.
And, so that the project is parked exactly how it's supposed to be parked, with the Catalina Coffee restaurant, snack shop, whatever we're calling it now.
So also, there's an opportunity for the residents to apply for parking permits, right?
Right now?
Yeah, right now, they can do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
In that those parking pits are used there, in that area?
Yes.
What?
So the procedure to obtain resident parking permits is you fill out a form.
Yeah.
Right? And it goes through, I think you get a bunch of signatures, right? Correct me if I'm wrong here, but there is a procedure for a particular
Creating a preferential parking district.
An area that's
To create a preferential parking district.
Yeah.
I didn't think to tell them that.
Right. They
Okay.
can do it.
I thought you were saying the residents can get parking permits to park in this area. And I was like, I don't think it's permit parking in that area, but.
But they could create it, I guess.
They can create it, right. They don't need it to be in here.
So why haven't they done that?
They can do it.
Mr. Kettles, I think you recommended this like last spring.
You have an excellent memory.
You did.
Better than I did.
You said the only way that you could do is to get rid of the parking variance. You told us, and we should have listened to you
Better late than never. I'm just kidding.
a year ago. Kudos to you. I wouldn't remember it either.
It's not as easy to do as.
It's not really that easy then. So everybody's
Okay.
just been living with this bad parking situation, even though they've had a solution right under their noses all these years?
Well, because the applicant's saying that the local residents want the commercial uses that are causing all this.
The local residents, from what I am hearing, is they like the coffee shop. I'm not sure that they did the whole thing. And I'm not hearing that. You heard that?
They like the commercial as proposed. They thought it was like, again, I didn't talk to every neighbor on every block and everything, but, they didn't like the lack of parking, but they liked the concept as proposed. So I like the ordinance where we left it flexible to.
Yeah,
I prefer to
allow
leave
that.
I always
leave
like
the
my
option
cake and to eat
open.
it too.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we now?
If you can give me a moment, because I need to go through the resolution to address any areas where it may have said approval for the conditional use permit for the tasting room and for the,
Okay.
yeah.
So is everyone in favor of striking the parking plan? I'm in favor of keeping it.
I'm in favor of striking it.
I'm in favor of keeping it.
Striking.
Keeping.
Doug?
Striking or keeping?
I think, yes, we should strike it.
That's 3-3.
Where's Barrett when we need him?
Yeah.
Damn it.
So we have 7.
I just think it gets us to a final point tonight.
And it doesn't give us an answer for
For what?
here. We're like, are we going to end up with all these people parking on the street? We have to remember the Coastal Act is the Coastal Act. We do not want extra cars on the street, regardless of whether they're metered or.
Right.
That doesn't.
But I mean,
help us.
the ultimate keeper of the Coastal Act is the Coastal Commission, and as intended, this would go to the Coastal Commission for a decision.
Not necessarily. It didn't.
That is an interesting open question, and the whole thing is,
So there's too
would it
many
necessarily go to the Coastal?
There's too many unanswered questions for us to just, okay, no problem. And we just keep saying parking, 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 and then we're just gonna say, oh, well, whatever.
But we've mitigated the parking with the retail and the reduction of the cafe.
Yeah, so
But then it might go back to the,
Yeah, if they can have a parking plan that's approved by the Coastal Commission or the city
no, it may
council.
not go to coastal
It may
commission.
not, but then that means that it's not that impactful of a plan. It doesn't impact if it doesn't go to the Coastal Commission, it doesn't have an impact. It's very minor or whatever they decide, or they find an off lot that they do, and then in that case, it doesn't have to go to the Coastal Commission. But if it is metered parking and parking permits and big impacts to the parking, that has to go to Coastal
It'll go
Commission.
to the
So
Coastal.
it goes there when it needs to, and it doesn't when it doesn't. So I was in favor of.
So if it doesn't go to the Coastal Commission, it means there's really not, and there's no significant impact
Yeah, and I
to
don't think
implement whatever plan they come up with.
Yeah.
I just can't figure out what that plan could possibly be.
That's not your job.
It isn't your job.
But I, on the flip side of that,
We're
but
the one giving the
on
parking
the flip
variance.
side of that
It's our
coin,
job.
I
But we're not
have
giving a
We're not
Gail's,
giving them a parking
I have
variance.
No,
Gail's
I know,
fears.
because that was just decided, but that is actually our job.
Is to decide.
is to make it,
So we're saying, no,
Not
we'll let
under,
somebody
not
else
under
decide
this
it.
scenario. Under this scenario, we have made it so that the project's parking conforms with things without the variance at all. No variance, and this project, as we would approve it now, would comply with parking requirements.
Right.
And it would not have the tasting room, and it would have smaller outdoor seating.
Right.
And the only way that could change is if they come up with an acceptable way to still manage the parking situation and then go revert to having these uses on site.
No, that's only if we keep the parking management.
Yeah,
And that's what I'm saying I would like to do.
Yeah.
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 but if they do come up with something, then we're back to the vehicle miles traveled issue.
Yeah, vehicle miles traveled, of all the issues, this one is so squishy, it's so new, and honestly,
Use the
like.
other thing, use,
We've poked Gwen now, haven't we?
I'm hurrying, guys. I'm hurrying, I swear.
Right, take your time, we're
Things are
fine.
gonna get rough up here.
Rob, what would convince you to agree with the three of us? What would convince you?
I don't like the possibility that that this thing, I mean, and I am agreeing with you, that I don't like the fact that this parking management thing is undefined, and it could result in things like meters and other things that take away coastal access. I don't like that. I also don't believe that will actually happen.
I don't think the council
But
will go
it
for it.
does open it up to community discussion, a council discussion, and even a coastal commission discussion of the merits. And perhaps there is a solution that we don't know about, that there is some church that opens up their parking, or some parking inside of the Gold's Gym. Who knows? That's not up to, we don't know enough to know what's actually going to happen. But where we're setting it right now is you can't open the tasting room or the additional dining until you have this figured out. And meanwhile, it's a nettlesome problem somebody's going to have to figure out. And if I were a betting man, I'd say it's not going to happen. It's just too complicated. The Coastal Commission is not, I just don't believe they're going to come back and say, yeah, put meters on all these things, you know, and.
Doesn't this open us up then, going back to Matthew on a different subject, this opens us up to other projects coming forward. You know, we've got the C Lab or whatever down there, right? Other projects coming and saying, oh, look, the city all of a sudden, oh, you guys are willing to go in front of the coastal, do this application for us.
Yeah,
and,
that is,
I
I see what you're saying, yeah.
That
Okay.
just is
You've
not
talked me into
safe.
it.
I don't like it.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I don't like it. This is our job. We're supposed to be doing it. And we're
Okay.
saying, oh, well, we trust, well, you know. We're supposed
Yeah,
to be talking
okay,
it out.
let's
Okay.
kill the tasting room and kill the additional
Okay.
outdoor dining.
Okay.
We'll just kill it.
It's going to be a much weaker project.
Sorry.
Oh, it'll be good.
It'll be a really
I'll go
nice,
with you.
it's always was
I'm not
nice.
saying I won't go. I'm just saying I won't go as often.
Before, I mean, it was always really nice. It was nice.
Bring a flask.
There'll be good news for you.
It'll still have a restaurant for
If
you.
I were a betting man, I'd say there's gonna be plenty of beer at the pier. It's only a block away.
You know, that is true.
Any number of those rooftop decks will be the equivalent of the tasting room.
All right, here's a wild card for us. Can we approve alcohol for the restaurant?
We haven't been
not?
asked to, so let's not.
Now, wait a second,
Because you got to have Bloody Marys.
What?
Bloody Marys.
So,
Mimosas.
so Rob, I'm recalling a project involving a gas station where you and Doug encouraged, so he came with, right? He came with a certain number of
Electrical, Yeah.
right?
right,
My gas station.
yeah.
Your gas station, right?
Doug's
Right?
Mobile.
And
We
between the
encourage-
two of you, right, you, even though he had a set number, right?
I think,
You hear what I'm saying?
well, yeah, but I
I don't know
think,
where you're going with it.
I
though.
think Gail was in on that little,
I don't
thing, too.
remember,
She
but-
drives an electric car, so.
Oh, yeah, but we could just put it in there.
Well,
that
yeah.
It was in there and we had to take it out. I
Well,
mean, it was a typo.
The point was, in that one was that if we had a certain number, the power company was gonna pay for these things. Otherwise, he was paying for them. And he was scared to ask for more because he thought we wouldn't want to do it. And we were like, we actually want you to do this, and all the better
Jason can
if.
decide not to have
SCE.
alcohol. We could say, we could open it up to the possibility that he could have alcohol at his
We could put a condition in.
snack bar.
I don't know, yeah. I don't want to touch that one. Cause it just, there are a bunch of things involved with alcohol that are not involved with coffee.
Well, he
Things like
could-
having 2 restrooms and things like
But
that.
he could just ixnay it and not do it.
Yeah, but I mean, we're sort of, I think,
Talking
getting
good
ahead
stuff, right?
of approving
Old
things
Irish
we're
coffee?
not qualified to approve.
It's
You know,
just
that's
a
like an
simple
ABC
condition
thing
in there.
and that's, I don't know, there's no reason to get into that.
I kinda like it.
I don't recommend
like the
getting
idea.
into that. It's alcohol's a bit
He
much
could-
bigger deal.
What he could do,
beer and wine.
right?
You're right.
That's it's alcohol. So
So,
you still need an ABC license.
He could apply, though. He
Yeah,
could
well, I mean, we're not
apply.
prohibiting that. But again, you're talking about, it's just a different thing.
But he could apply, right? At some
We're not
point down the
stopping him.
line. Nothing's stopping him.
Oh, yeah, we are. We have language in there that stops him. We said that the,
No alcohol.
Let's
no
take it out.
alcohol.
You know,
at that
Take it
thing.
out.
that out.
You can take
Yeah.
that
Take that out.
Leave it up
Yeah,
to
Take
him.
it out.
We put
I
it in
don't
there
see any
because
reason to
Jason
prohibit
said
it.
there was a
Do you?
typo. We can take it out.
Take it out.
Planning commission is full of alcoholics.
So I'm not gonna get
I'm almost there.
I think we should just put,
Almost there, guys.
I mean,
Drink right now.
Where's that tasting
It's on
room?
fast
give
drinking.
him the
Last call.
Go home
option,
and shoot.
let's just give him the option of having the
Yeah. Why not?
bistro on the coffee shop area. The tasting room,
need
but
alcohol.
we include beer and wine
I would just
in
take the
lunch.
prohibition on alcohol out if you guys want. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Just
And then
take
he
that
can
out. He
do
can
it if he
decide
gets
on his
out.
own what he wants to do with it.
Then he can apply for,
Yeah, if they qualify, fine.
If he wants to
Whatever.
do it, he can.
Sure.
that, we want to make Gwen happy.
And nothing makes me happy like alcohol.
We're ready.
All right.
Laura, can you share?
How many bars do you have between your home and that place?
Not including the ones in your house.
Hudson House, Coyote Cantina,
There,
Charles.
she knows them all.
Oh, yeah.
Charlotte, yeah. And,
Are we
First name
ready?
basis with all the bartenders.
Okay.
Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Like, am I on? Okay, we're gonna run through these.
How are you doing?
Are we ready?
Yes.
No, wait.
Hold on.
Wait.
For what? What are we waiting for?
Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Give
Okay,
me 1
you're right.
second.
We're
Give
gonna
me
have to
1
change
second.
this.
Just, Brandy, give me 1 second. I want to run
to
through
extend
something.
it.
I just want it in my notes. Okay. Did we address the fact that we don't want anybody having to go through a bedroom
Get to a bathroom?
we don't want someone to have to go through another tenant's bedroom to go to the bathroom, okay? So did we address that? Can we put that
Another
in there?
tenant's?
I mean, another roommate. You don't want no one has to go through, okay?
A bedroom to get to a bathroom? So
Right, all units must have access to a bathroom without going through another tenant's bedroom, okay? You shouldn't have to go to the bathroom, you shouldn't have to go through someone's.
for that.
There were places, and I don't know if it was
Holly brought
corrected.
I
it
don't
up.
remember seeing that in
No,
the floor
they-
plan.
yeah.
Brought it up.
Yeah, where there's a
design.
bedroom, there's no
Can you
common
show me a
bath.
floor plan that has that problem?
No, it was there, and I don't know if it was
I
fixed.
believe they changed it.
You
yeah.
had to
I
go
think they
through the
did.
bedroom.
They
for
said
the
it was
con-
just a reconfiguration and that they were able to address that
Not
issue.
the C one, not the one we talked about this morning. It was
Oh.
one that was brought up early where there was the living space, and if someone was visiting, they would literally have to go through someone's bedroom to go to the bathroom. There was not
The
a
original
living
plan had
space
that for
bathroom.
sure, but I thought they had
You
fixed it.
fixed it?
Okay,
Okay.
just checking
You did
before
have
we.
one condition you wanted.
I mean,
to add.
basically, the old plan, you had to go through a bedroom to go into any bathroom,
And then.
even from the living room, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to go through this, and then if you want to
Yes.
add, okay.
Sure.
Let's go through it.
So we took out the variance. I noticed that just for the conditional use permit, it only had the density bonus like in the parentheses. So that doesn't require removing anything. So that's the first change, is just in the title, what's being approved.
Look over
I
that.
think I'm just gonna drop that.
Okay.
Okay. This was just the correction on that's two development standard concessions and waivers of the maximum height, number of stories, and outdoor living space. But then we put that additional language, the development standards coupled with the specific constraints on the site due to environmental remediation and historic preservation would otherwise preclude the feasibility of the project development if not for the waiver to the number of stories. Okay.
Okay.
This is addressing the conditional use, the findings, not the conditions, but the findings about the conditional use permit for bars and cocktail lounges.
That's not the one I'm talking about.
Okay, sorry.
So this is addressing the, I'm only going to go through it 3 times, guys.
Yeah, okay.
I think we're getting tired.
This is regarding the findings on the conditional use permit for the bars and cocktail lounges. We added, however, the proposed tasting room does not meet the required parking requirements and would create impacts to parking in the coastal zone. Yeah, period there.
So,
This is just findings, so let's.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We have to make findings of how it should not be approved as a conditional use permit.
I got it.
Same thing here. This is on the outdoor seating. It meets the other conditions, but it doesn't meet the condition about the parking requirements. It's just noting that the proposed outdoor dining area does not meet the required parking requirements. I know that's, the parking requirements. Oh, it's not letting me double click. There we go. The parking requirements and would create impacts to parking in the coastal zone.
Okay.
This is on the historic variance. So those two were on the conditional use permits for those two uses. Historic variance, we had added that specifically addressing the proposed staggered hours of operation. That's not going to be necessary, but we'll just keep it in there because that study did do that. However, I added, due to the deficit of parking for the tasting room and outdoor dining area, granting the proposed historic variance for parking is contrary to the local coastal program, local access policies, where the total supply of on-street parking within the coastal zone is to be retained to assure adequate parking access to the beach and harbor pier area. Next. Hang on. Okay. Based on the above findings, so this is where we're talking about what's approved and what's not approved. The Planning Commission hereby grants the coastal development permit, conditional use permit for the density bonus project only. Planning Commission design review, investing tentative map number pursuant to the plans and applications considered by the Planning Commission at its meeting. I had to correct the date, the 23rd day of March, 2023. The conditional use permit for the bar/cocktail lounge and outdoor dining area and the historic variance for parking are denied.
Okay.
All right. The outdoor dining area is limited to 12 or fewer seats so as not to require a conditional use permit and shall be managed, operated. And so it's talking about how it's, not avoiding noise impact on residential uses. Here is the allowed hours of operation for the outdoor dining shall be from. Now that we don't have the overlap parking, that issue, the question to the commission is, what do you want to set the hours for the restaurant and the outdoor dining to? 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. is what we had previously. You're okay with that?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
That okay with you, Gwen?
Yep.
So we'll make sure that we have that corrected. I know that there are other spots where that's located. We took out the hours of operation for the bar cocktail lounge, since that's not approved. To address the findings on noise, the allowed hours of operation for the coffee shop shall be from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Okay, let me go from here. This is where we added that the very low income for those 3 units and 1 at moderate income. So adding that moderate income unit. We still have the, project would not permit a unit in a unit more than 1 person per bedroom. The applicant has confirmed that the 32 dwelling units will only have 1 active lease each. This is a requirement for the approval of the project. Co-living type management where bedrooms in a given unit would be leased individually is prohibited. Each unit must be occupied by the leaseholder for that unit as their primary domicile. The applicant has agreed to provide an additional unit as moderate income in addition to the 3 very low income deed restricted units. Due to the deficit of parking, and I just put this in here just kind of a little bit more clarification of the denial. Due to the deficit of parking for the tasting room and outdoor dining area, the historic variance for parking and the conditional use permit for the tasting room and the full proposed size of the outdoor dining is denied. The existing non-conforming retail use may continue in the location of the proposed tasting room space, and the outdoor dining is limited to 12 seats so that the non-residential uses meet the parking requirements without the historic variance. And that just keeps that retail, that we're not denying any use there, just. The affordable housing for the project will remain affordable through the required deed restriction timeframe as required by the density bonus law for rental units. As the applicant agreed, the affordable units would be fixed units dispersed throughout the development and with like finishes to the market rate units. The project must be modified to meet the outdoor living space requirements according to the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to the extent possible as approved by the Community Development Director, where the recreation room amenity in Building 3, although not qualifying as outdoor living space, is to be provided to mitigate the waiver of some of the outdoor living space requirements. And that is that.
Wow.
I have one more. I'm sorry. It's very minor. It refers to the lease where it says co-living. Okay, so no subleasing. Do we have that in there? No subleasing, and the leases should be on an annual basis. No subleasing?
Yeah, I think that's good.
I mean, what if they wanted to do 18-month or,
2-year lease.
Or minimum of 1 year.
minimum.
Lease. Minimum 1 year.
Right,
lease.
right. Is there a problem with suggesting no subleasing with this team and minimum annual lease?
Yes, that's good.
Okay.
I think right now they're proposed 6 months leases.
Let's do an annual, right? We want, and what I was hearing from the community, right, is they want stability in the apartments, right? People for a year, regular folks, not just coming in and out.
Yeah, somebody renting for the summer.
Right, somebody
Spring and
renting for
summer.
the summer, right,
Spring,
right.
summer.
Is it just subleasing of individual bedrooms or is it subleasing of the whole unit?
Let me refer to the team here, guys.
No subleasing, period.
I think no
There's a lease and
subleasing. If
that's it.
somebody leases it, they're required,
To be on the lease?
yeah, for the whole entire
Getting giddy
time.
here.
Yeah, okay.
Up past your bedtime.
And if somebody has to live, it's a 3-bedroom, 3 friends, and somebody has to leave, then they find the new tenant, right? Right.
Or they
Randy,
just
can
share,
you go
they
back to
split the rent
when you
less
get a
ways.
chance,
Split
to
the
the
rent.
serving of alcohol in there? I can't remember how we worded that.
We
been taken out.
took it out.
No, I
So
thought we decided
We
that,
had the coffee shop will
Well, then
not
they'll
be
take it
permitted
out.
to serve alcohol. We just took that out. And there's language up there about just following ABC regulations if any of the uses need that. So this was the only place where we were prohibiting it, was when it was going to be
so
the
if they
tasting.
want to serve alcohol,
Could do
they
that.
They'll
can.
get their own license.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And it doesn't need to come back in front of us for
No.
that.
Ever again.
Okay.
Different board that approves that. And not one that I'm responsible for.
Never more.
Not ever want to go in front of the planning commission again.
Is that the one they changed?
If you're hanging out, that's the living
3.
area.
Oh,
You know,
well,
like
look
the
here, they've
living
got
room.
3 bedrooms.
Oh, no, that was this morning. No,
Okay.
it's different. They must have fixed it.
Okay. Yeah, I
Holly
think
brought
this
it up.
person in this bedroom has to go through one of these other.
Yeah,
bedrooms.
no.
Are we good?
Good?
Good.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sigh out loud.
We were all thinking it.
Yeah. All right.
Oh my
So
God, I gotta
have we
get
got everything added that we want?
Hey,
Save the file.
we have 2 hours to go. Nice.
Now you say I'm gonna save it one more time.
Save it again.
Okay. Is everything in there? Are you satisfied you have everything in there?
Are you looking at me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just went through my notes. I'm pretty
Okay.
good.
It's not perfect. It's not perfect.
No.
But
Doggone
everybody
close,
made
though.
compromises, right?
All right.
Everybody made
So
compromises.
nobody has anything to add?
Yeah. I have a motion that we Pass the resolution.
As amended.
As amended. Yes.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Lang,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
No, I like the original project better.
Commissioner Hassan,
Yes.
Commissioner Godet,
I liked the original project better too, but I'm going to say yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Chair Gaddis.
No.
Thank
So we
you.
have 4-2. So it passes. Congratulations.
You like the other project better?
Don't
All
ever
right.
come back in here. No, not even different projects.
This is a warning to the other developers.
Good pictures.
Thank you.
Ever come back again?
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right. Items continued from previous agendas? Anything?
None,
None. Items for discussion prior to action?
none.
Items from staff?
Next meeting, next Wednesday, March 29th, on objective residential standards.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
That's it. Commission items and referrals to staff. Okay.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
So, a resident who is relatively knowledgeable in planning commissions suggested this, and I'm sorry, I'm a little slow. So tonight, for example, we were presented with a resolution in support of this project. I think in other municipalities, the Planning Commission is given two, one in support and one in the event that the Planning Commission chooses to deny, that there's a companion resolution. Can we request that?
If I may, we typically will do that. With a project like this, with the density bonus, there are such strong findings that you have to make to deny the project that we don't have any way of like knowing how to put those findings into a resolution. So it would have to be going through, similar to what City Council did, of like, here are the findings of why it's not. So because of the strict standards of findings that you'd have to meet on a density bonus project, that is like, if you probably, maybe you haven't noticed, but we do usually do a approve or deny resolution on like some of the smaller projects, but because of this.
Yeah, I recognize on the smaller projects.
And it's not even just because of the size of the project, it's because of the density bonus law threshold that you have to meet to deny it.
Yeah. Okay, that's very helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And
Thank you, Antonio.
Is this where I make a motion to adjourn?
I haven't heard a motion to adjourn. So
I'll
we-
second that.
Okay, a second.
Yes.
did Doug already adjourn?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no.